war between the Mafia and the FBI began to crack open with a mission so dangerous it was given to River Winstead, a suspended FBI agent desperate to reclaim the badge she lost after a violent failure. Her target was Alessandro, the ruthless heir of the criminal empire the Bureau feared most, and the man who had once destroyed her by betraying both her trust and her heart. Under the false identity of Lily J, River slipped into his world, earning access no outsider had ever survived long enough to reach, only to find herself trapped between revenge and the emotions she thought were long dead. But when an accident exposed her true identity, everything spiraled into bloodshed, secrets, and a deadly game neither of them could escape. As River prepared to kill the man she hated, shocking truths about Alessandro's hidden motives began to surface, forcing her to question whether the greatest danger was the Mafia war around them, or the love slowly pulling them back together. The story then shifted into an intense opening scene between the two leads. The atmosphere was heated and emotionally dangerous, though the details remained restrained. Alessandro mocked her disguise, referring to Lily J as nothing more than the FBI's obedient dog, River Winstead. River cursed at him angrily, while Alessandro provoked her further. He moved closer despite her resistance, deliberately pushing her emotions to the edge. River realized that once the operation ended, Alessandro would most likely kill her. She addressed him by his nickname, Sonzo, and in return he coldly invited her to end everything herself. With unreadable eyes, he challenged her to take his life. Alessandro slowly pulled a gun from inside his pants and pressed it against her mouth. River froze in fear. She understood that if he pulled the trigger, everything would end instantly. Tears filled her eyes as she imagined the suspended FBI agent River Winstead dying with her head shattered apart. Yet even in that terrifying moment, she whispered an apology in her mind because she still could not allow herself to die. The story then moved back in time to a peaceful mountain area surrounded by greenery. A beautiful house stood there, with a long staircase leading toward it. River prepared to head to the supermarket and asked the owner of the house to lend her his truck. The owner, Benjamin Mueller, stood there with messy red hair while casually eating a donut. He asked why she suddenly wanted to go shopping. River explained that she was leaving the next day and wanted to buy ingredients to cook properly. She admitted that ordering Chinese takeout last time had felt awkward. Benjamin defended the restaurant jokingly, saying the noodles were good even if they smelled strange. River complained that the food tasted like cat urine. She then wondered aloud whether making spaghetti and meatballs for dinner would be enough, or if she should cook something more elaborate instead. Benjamin reassured her that the young man would love anything she made. River left the house and opened the truck door, but suddenly someone called her name from behind. She immediately recognized the voice. It belonged to N. Miller. N greeted her warmly with a bright smile. River ran toward him and hugged him tightly. N hugged her back while blushing deeply. He commented that she looked thinner than before. River denied it, saying it only seemed that way because they had not seen each other for so long. She also complained that he should have informed her before arriving early, since she had expected him the next day. As they spoke, another car pulled up behind them. An older man stepped out. His silver hair had begun thinning, but he still carried himself with elegance and authority in his expensive suit. The man greeted River after such a long time apart. The moment River saw him, her expression immediately darkened. She recognized him as Jonathan. Jonathan explained that he had come because there was something important he needed to discuss with her. River instantly asked whether it was about reinstating her position in the FBI. N raised his hand awkwardly, and silence settled between the three of them. Jonathan admitted that it was not exactly that simple. River immediately lost interest and coldly stated that if the conversation was not about restoring her position, she had nothing else to say. Deep down, River already knew the truth. The FBI would never easily reinstate a woman whose violent methods had become public controversy. Jonathan urged her to listen first because he only needed a moment of her time. River noticed that N looked uncomfortable standing beside him and quickly realized why the two of them had arrived together. Jonathan knew she would never easily refuse a request if N was involved. The group moved inside to a quieter room. River sat across from Jonathan while demanding he explain this important matter. Jonathan revealed that he had a top-secret mission for her. If she completed it safely, her old position would immediately be restored. River clenched her hands tightly. The offer sounded too tempting, which meant the mission itself was probably extremely dangerous or filthy. She asked what the assignment was. Jonathan revealed the name tied to the mission, the only blood heir of Antonio. The name Alessandro immediately resurfaced in River's memories. Painful images from the past flooded back into her mind. She remembered being blindfolded and tied up while trembling in fear. Someone nearby had ordered Sanzo to shoot her. The blindfold had slipped just enough for her to see part of his face. Back then, she had tearfully reminded him that they were supposed to be friends. The memory shattered her composure. River held her head tightly as Alessandro's name echoed through her thoughts. Jonathan finally explained the true objective. Her mission was to approach Alessandro, the only son destined to inherit Antonio's empire. River stared at him in disbelief. She could not understand why approaching Alessandro was considered the FBI's top-secret mission, rather than directly targeting Antonio himself. Jonathan explained the situation carefully. Antonio Gennigi was one of the most powerful mafia leaders in the drug industry and the FBI's highest priority target. However, Antonio had disappeared several years earlier. Rumors even claimed he was already dead. Yet despite that, no official succession had ever taken place within the organization. River quickly realized what that meant. Antonio was still alive somewhere. Jonathan confirmed her suspicion. Because Antonio continued hiding himself, the FBI had decided to change strategies. Instead of chasing Antonio directly, they would target the person secretly protecting him. River listened in stunned silence as the true purpose behind the mission finally became clear. River grabbed her head in frustration and demanded to know why she had been chosen for this mission. Jonathan calmly pulled several photographs from his pocket and spread them out before her. Every picture showed one of Alessandro's former partners. There was a Japanese ballet dancer, a Taiwanese lingerie model, and several other women with dark hair and darker features. The pattern connecting them was painfully obvious. Every single woman was Asian or mixed-race Asian. Jonathan continued explaining the profile requirements. The candidate needed to speak both English and Italian fluently, possess excellent combat and firearm skills, and have outstanding code-breaking abilities. Then his eyes settled directly on River, as he added one final condition. The woman also needed to be beautiful. According to him, River was the only FBI agent who met every single requirement. More importantly, she was also the person who wanted Antonio captured more than anyone else. River pressed her lips together tightly. Jonathan was right. Antonio was the man responsible for murdering her parents. N was participating in the operation for similar reasons tied to his late mother. From the very beginning, both of them had entered this life because of a vague but consuming desire for revenge. River realized this mission might be her final opportunity to personally capture Antonio. Yet there was one part she could not accept. She did not want to face Alessandro in this way. River asked whether there were truly no other members within the organization who could be approached instead. She wondered if Antonio might choose someone else as his successor. Jonathan immediately denied it. Antonio had trained Alessandro carefully for years. There was no possibility anyone else could replace him. River then brought up Damiano, one of the organization's elders, and Antonio's longtime friend. Surely someone like him possessed useful information. Jonathan repeated that there was nothing. Damiano's territory was effectively a death zone. Over the past few years, every agent sent there had died before returning alive. The danger level was equally horrifying no matter the target, but Alessandro remained the only route the FBI had never attempted before. River's expression darkened. She pressed a hand against her chest and bitterly summarized the mission for what it truly was. Approaching Alessandro meant selling herself. It meant staying beside him, acting affectionate, and extracting information however necessary. Immediately panicked and warned her to watch her words. River exploded in anger instead. She shouted that there was no reason to be careful because everything she said was true. The FBI simply wanted a woman willing to sleep with Alessandro for information. Jonathan could not deny it. Bluntly speaking, that was exactly the role. River clenched both fists tightly. She had expected something dirty, but hearing it spoken aloud still crushed her. She shut her eyes painfully. People always said life was a chain of choices, but she wondered what happened when every possible choice drove a person insane. N stepped closer and grabbed her shoulders gently. He assured her that while approaching Alessandro was necessary, the FBI would help her withdraw safely before things went too far. He begged her to trust them. River shoved his hands away immediately. She snapped back that it was easy for him to say those words. Even if the mission succeeded, countless agents had already died trying to escape Alessandro. He was a monster who had personally destroyed an entire organization by himself. Aine argued that she would not need to stay beside Alessandro every hour of every day. However, he admitted he could not explain the full details unless she officially accepted the mission first. Nen then glanced toward Jonathan, but Jonathan deliberately looked away. River noticed the reaction instantly. She asked N if he truly believed things would end that simply. N looked confused, but River grabbed the collar of his shirt furiously. She reminded him that he already knew the complicated history between her and Alessandro. Knowing everything, he still dared to suggest this mission to her. River confessed that if it had been any other assignment, no matter how dangerous, she would have accepted it gladly. But using her body as bait was different. N had no response. River struck his chest weakly while telling him that at the very least, he should never have brought such a proposal to her personally. Her thoughts spiraled into chaos. The pain cut deeper because it was coming from N, the person she considered family. Jonathan apologized quietly, but River interrupted him before he could continue. She coldly stated that she would pretend she never heard the offer. Then she firmly rejected the mission. The story shifted once more. Several women surrounded a blonde man while touching his chest flirtatiously. The women complained about about being bored and asked if there was anything entertaining to do. The blonde man silently lifted his wine glass. That man was Alessandro. As he drank quietly, one of the women continued whining about how dull everything felt around him. The scene transitioned again to a formal meeting room where three people sat around a table. A man wearing glasses criticized River Winstead's actions during a previous operation. According to him, firing 1 or 2 shots would have been enough. Shooting 6 times at a suspect who appeared ready to surrender clearly counted as excessive force. River only smiled bitterly while remembering the incident. In her mind, the idea of surrender was absurd. The suspect had been a drug addict who invaded a kindergarten. During the chaos, a young teacher protecting the children had been shot and killed. River remembered herself pointing her weapon at the man and ordering him to drop his gun. The suspect lowered the weapon casually while pretending innocence. He mocked her for being overly tense and claimed he was surrendering peacefully. River ordered him to raise his hands and lie face down if he truly did not want to be shot. Around them, terrified children cried desperately for their mothers. The sound of those cries triggered River's own traumatic memories. She remembered herself as a child, blindfolded and crying for her mother. While River became trapped in those memories, the suspect suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out a silver handgun. He insisted he had done nothing wrong. River immediately noticed his hand movement and screamed at him to raise his hands properly. Instead, he fully revealed the gun while continuing to ramble excuses about drugs ruining his life. River fired the first shot instantly. The children screamed and covered their heads in terror. Through her earpiece, someone demanded to know why gunshots had been fired. Another voice behind her repeatedly called her name. River stood there trembling while still holding the gun. Back in the present, people questioned whether River Winstead had anything left to say in her defense. River reflected bitterly that even though she had prevented a greater tragedy, her own life had fallen apart after that day. The media relentlessly attacked her. Colleagues who already disliked her eagerly joined the criticism. River understood one reason clearly. A mixed-race Asian woman constantly standing above others without smiling made people uncomfortable. Their hatred toward her ran deeper than simple judgment. Now she sat alone in front of a television while drinking beer and remembering Jonathan's words about her being the only agent qualified for the mission. The hypocrisy angered her. When she was suspended, everyone treated her like trash. Now they suddenly called her the perfect talent for the operation. River slammed the can of lager beer down heavily. That action triggered another painful memory from the past. She remembered lying in a hospital bed connected to breathing tubes and countless wires. Beside her stood Benjamin Mueller, holding her hand while apologizing through tears. He said he was sorry for failing to save her parents. River cried silently as Benjamin begged her not to hate them for bringing her into the operation. Her parents had no close relatives, and infiltrating the Janaji family had required absolute trust. 20 years earlier, the FBI learned that the Janaji family was developing a new type of drug. Antonio valued talent and loyalty more than blood relations, allowing River's highly skilled parents to join the organization undercover. Because of their abilities, they eventually earned enough trust to move freely within Antonio's home. Back then, River had still been cheerful and innocent. Benjamin remembered greeting her warmly while watering the garden. A year later, River's parents even introduced Benjamin himself as the family gardener. At the time, the mission seemed flawless and completely safe. Young River happily ran toward Benjamin and called out to him affectionately, but everything eventually collapsed. Benjamin recalled what Antonio had said while River lay unconscious in the hospital. Antonio revealed that his own son had exposed everything. The identities of the undercover agents, their escape plans, and every secret had been revealed. While River and her mother fled toward the harbor, Benjamin and River's father were captured. River's father sacrificed himself while helping Benjamin escape. Benjamin finally returned to the mansion only to find the entire estate engulfed in flames. He stared helplessly at the burning mansion as the horrifying truth of that night unfolded before his eyes. Finding the child there had felt like a blessing from heaven. Even though the master's wife could not be saved, the child had survived. The people left behind only had 2 choices. They could either struggle to forget everything or swear revenge. Master Ben had chosen retirement, living out his remaining years in a quiet and isolated camp. The girl let out a heavy sigh. She no longer wanted to remain the helpless child she had been that day. She wanted people like Antonio to pay for their crimes. She wanted to stop more victims like herself from appearing. That desire had brought her here. It became the first major turning point of her life. At 2:15 in the morning, Javert was still sitting alone. She pressed her lips together tightly before finally picking up her phone. Beside the television stood a framed photograph of 4 people. She informed the person on the other end that she would accept the proposal. Since betrayal had already happened, she believed it should be finished completely. The name Alessandro was mentioned as the call ended. Elsewhere, a bearded man stood before Alessandro and reported that they had recovered the shipment stolen from them in Nigeria. The remaining transactions were now moving through the Mozoko route. Alessandro ordered that only the agreed shipment should pass through Mozoko, while a new line would be established in Nigeria. He calmly lifted his coffee cup and remarked that stability in West Africa still had to be maintained. The bearded man then explained that after destroying the organization, they discovered several villages connected to the group. The families of the members were still living there. He asked what should be done with them. Alessandro drank his coffee without hesitation and decided that the women and children should be dealt with separately, while everyone else should be killed. The atmosphere turned cold and terrifying. Alessandro believed that cracks had to be sealed while they were still small so they would never grow larger. After setting down his coffee cup, another subordinate informed him that the advisor recommended he attend an upcoming party. Alessandro clearly did not want to go, but the subordinate insisted it would be better to obey the advisor's suggestion. Many new partners would attend the gathering, and the Giannini family wanted to show that Alessandro stood behind them. Alessandro commented that people with delusions always cause trouble. The bearded man compared the situation to Liu Bei. Hearing the name again made Alessandro pause. It had been a long time since he last heard it. After his father disappeared, Liu Bei had started a war that weakened the organization due to heavy losses. The subordinate questioned why the boss refused to personally protect Alessandro. He suggested that perhaps the godfather should step in instead. Alessandro responded that his father had always treated him like a lion cub, but Sanzo had already grown into an adult lion. The boss had trained Sanzo to become a flawless leader. Soto Kabo understood that the easiest way to rule people was through overwhelming force. Nearby, a man tied up and forced to kneel begged desperately for death. Alessandro instructed the bearded man to hook something into the prisoner's jaw and pull upward. Once the tongue was pierced as well, the man would never speak again. The horrifying sight sent chills through the room. Even compared to other cruel men people feared, Alessandro felt 100 times colder. Giuseppe B. never imagined he would end up in such a miserable condition. He could never forget that day, a day that felt like hell on earth itself. In the present, the bearded subordinate asked what report should be given to the advisor. Because the names were too long and complicated, they simply referred to Alessandro as Sanzo. Alessandro stated that he would contact the godfather personally, while the subordinate only needed to deliver the remaining orders. The man bowed respectfully and left. Afterward, Sanzo leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes with a tired sigh. Everything had been quiet for some time. Meanwhile, at the temporary headquarters in Italy, Anne and Jeever entered the building together. A long-haired woman wearing glasses greeted them. She confirmed that the girl before her was Jeever Queen. The woman introduced herself as Sofia Rossetti and invited them to call her Sofia for convenience. The three walked together through the building. Sofia commented that Jeever had arrived earlier than expected. She casually asked whether Jeever knew Jonathan Spencer, explaining that he was the person in charge at the temporary Italian headquarters. Jeever quietly reflected on the situation. While she had been suspended from duty, Jonathan had apparently received a promotion. Sofia explained that Jonathan had traveled to Milan to meet Federico and would likely return soon. She then requested Jeever's luggage and phone. During missions, personal phones were forbidden. Instead, Jeever would use a special replacement phone that looked ordinary on the outside, but contained every necessary function, including phone cloning capabilities. Sofia promised to place the luggage in the room and instructed Jeever to wait in the meeting room. Before leaving, Sofia politely apologized and reminded her that smoking was prohibited inside the building. Jeever acknowledged that she understood. As Sofia walked away, she told Jeever not to feel too nervous. Yet it seemed the nervous one was actually another man nearby, who was sweating heavily. Inside the meeting room, two people sat facing each other, while a projector displayed the image of a blonde-haired man. Jonathan began the briefing. The man on the screen was Antony Ozanigi, 52 years old, also known as Uavolo, a name meaning devil. He was the boss of the Giannigi family. His wife had died long ago, leaving him with only one son. The Giannigi family had once been a small organization, but after Antonio became leader at a young age, it rapidly expanded. He devoured local gangs and rival powers until he reached the top. Jonathan reminded Jeever that Antonio had mysteriously disappeared the previous year. Their agents searched everywhere and accepted enormous losses, yet no one could discover his whereabouts. Jeever internally disliked hearing the word losses. To her, agents were not disposable objects. The word sacrifice would have been more appropriate. Still, the situation was different because Antonio had only one son. The projector then displayed another face. Alessandro Michael Genesi, 28 years old. With Antonio gone, Alessandro now held the true power. Unlike other members, he rarely appeared in the media, but his danger level was on an entirely different scale. Jeever had already heard the rumors surrounding him. People called him the Angel of Death. The nickname came after he single-handedly destroyed a small organization. His middle name, Michael, referred to the Archangel Michael himself. Jonathan pointed directly at Jeever and explained her mission. Her role was to become Alessandro's partner. Alessandro typically dated women for only 1 or 2 months before ending the relationship. During that time, Jeever had to meet him whenever he called. Once Alessandro announced the breakup, the mission would end. Jever asked where Alessandro usually summoned his partners. Jonathan explained that Alessandro had never once brought any partner to his home. He mainly met them at hotels or aboard yachts. When Jever asked where Alessandro actually lived, Jonathan admitted that Alessandro remained a mysterious figure. They could only estimate that he stayed somewhere in southern Italy. Jonathan then revealed that an upcoming high-level meeting would soon take place in Milan. Alessandro would attend, along with a nearby party scheduled 2 weeks before the meeting. That meant Alessandro would remain in Milan for approximately 2 weeks, creating the perfect opportunity for the operation. An undercover government agent placed within the organization had survived there for several years and gained a certain level of trust. Since he lasted the longest, he now held a stable position within the group. That agent would escort Jever to the party. Jonathan handed over documents containing the names Fed Dejo, Mavisi, and his granddaughter Lily J. Jever noticed Lily J's unusual funeral-themed style that was neither completely black nor white. Jonathan instructed her to carefully study the final page of Sophia's file. Every detail was included there, from age and family relations to upbringing and personal preferences. They only had about 1 month before deployment, so she had to prepare with everything she had. Jever calmly replied that the information provided was enough for her. Jonathan seemed surprised by her confidence and wondered whether he could finally expect success this time. He pointed at her sternly and warned her not to become emotionally attached to the target like she had during the previous mission. Jonathan believed it would be a tremendous loss if Alessandro died before they finished extracting all the information they needed from him. While reading the documents, Jever calmly stated that she already understood everything. She knew Jonathan would never waste sympathy on someone currently suspended from duty. She also understood why every operation of this special task force was kept under absolute secrecy. Even if it was all for a greater cause, if a mission involving human rights violations and tied to her reinstatement were ever exposed to the public, the consequences would be catastrophic. Jonathan sharply asked whether she was threatening him. Jever answered that she was only stating the truth. She stood up and pointed out that if obstacles kept appearing repeatedly in front of her, then it was obvious who would eventually have to stand before the next interrogation committee. In her eyes, she was not the one who needed to worry, so she told him to stop playing games. After saying that, Jever opened the door and walked away. Jonathan quickly stopped her and revealed another important detail. Every trace of her identity and personal records had already been temporarily erased. From that moment onward, River Winstead officially no longer existed in the world. In case something went wrong, they needed to minimize all possible damage. Jever responded calmly. She had not come there without the determination to endure such consequences. Becoming Lily J had never been easy. Memorizing a fake identity was simple for her because she had graduated with the best academic record among her FBI Academy colleagues. That night, while she was asleep, a hand suddenly pressed against her neck. On the second night, Sophia abruptly woke her up and ordered her to recite Lily J's social security number backward. Jever passed the test smoothly without hesitation. The real challenge came afterward. According to the profile, Lily had majored in art history and later worked as a manager at a private art museum after graduation. It was the perfect background to match Alessandro's passion for art. Because of that, Jever was forced to read 5 massive art history books thicker than legal textbooks themselves. She sighed deeply at the memory. If reading had not already been one of her hobbies, she would have quit halfway through. Besides studying, she also had to learn countless practical skills. She trained in acting to handle unexpected situations naturally. She practiced cloning phones, installing hacking tools and backdoors, and locating hidden listening devices. Day after day passed rapidly while another unpleasant mandatory procedure waited ahead. A medical worker prepared an injection for Jever and explained that the 3rd day of her menstrual cycle was the ideal timing. The doctor mentioned that contraceptive implants were usually less uncomfortable than intrauterine devices because they were inserted beneath the skin of the arm rather than into the uterus. Jever quietly agreed. The doctor continued asking questions. She confirmed that Jever had regular monthly cycles and appeared physically healthy. Then the questions became more personal. The doctor asked whether she had ever experienced pain during sexual intercourse or suffered from sexually transmitted diseases. Jever froze internally. For a moment, she wondered whether she should admit that she had never had sexual experience before. If she revealed that truth and got removed from the mission, everything would fall apart. Perhaps experience itself was one of the requirements. In the end, she simply answered no. After the implant procedure finished, Jever gently held her arm while the doctor reassured her that there had never been a reported pregnancy case when the implant was inserted correctly according to the menstrual cycle timing. She could relax without worry. Jever thanked the doctor politely, but her thoughts drifted elsewhere. If she ever ended up in bed with Alessandro, at least she would not have to fear pregnancy anymore. Even so, despite understanding her role and the situations that might happen during the mission, she desperately wanted to avoid that outcome more than anything else. That day, she silently prayed for a future where she would no longer need contraceptive implants. Time continued passing until the final night before departure to Milan. Jiver could not fall asleep. When she turned toward the table, she noticed a small box resting there. She picked it up and walked outside into the rain, extending her hand to feel the cold droplets falling from the sky. She wondered whether she should go back for an umbrella. At that moment, someone called her name. En approached while holding an umbrella and asked whether she still could not sleep. Jiver greeted him as he stepped closer. The timing felt strangely perfect because she wanted to speak with him as well. Ni lit a cigarette using the lighter from the small box Jiver had picked up earlier. The box had actually been a lighter all along. Standing together beneath the umbrella, Ni noticed her smoking again and reminded her that she had quit before. Jwer realized he was referring to the period before her suspension. It was true that after the incident, she started smoking again. Still, she covered the truth with a smile and joked that the guests staying at the camp had been irritating her lately. En looked directly at her before suddenly asking whether she was afraid of meeting that old friend again. Jiev lowered the hand holding the cigarette. She admitted that even if she denied it, he would never believe her anyway. Nen calmly encouraged her. He told her not to be afraid because she would do well. The next day, Fedekoma VC would arrive to pick her up. He was an agent who had infiltrated the organization for many years, and the entire team would do everything possible to guarantee her safety. Jver quietly acknowledged his reassurance. Nin then spoke more seriously. If there was even the slightest danger or if she wanted to quit, she only needed to say the word. They would immediately find a way to extract her from the mission, no matter what. Jver stared at him silently. She recognized that look in his eyes because she had seen it before, probably 3 different times already, and finally confessed his feelings openly. Once everything ended, he hoped she would accept his feelings for her. Jver realized once again that he truly was a good man. If she stayed beside him, she could probably experience an ordinary happy life like everyone else. She could fall in love normally, enjoy peaceful days, maybe even marry and build a happy family someday. But she knew she could never accept those feelings. Instead, she reminded him once more not to call her by that name. As she touched her stomach gently, she reflected on the scar from 18 years ago that had still never healed emotionally. Then she walked away, hoping they would meet again alive. The next day, at the parking lot, a white car waited for her. Someone inside whistled in admiration the moment she appeared. Another voice commented that she looked even prettier in real life and joked that they initially thought her photos were fake. A man wearing glasses with a rough beard and flashy appearance stepped out and offered his hand. He introduced himself as Fed Jiko and casually remarked that her real name did not matter anymore. Jeever shook his hand and introduced herself as Lily. Fed Jiko laughed and commented that she became even prettier when she smiled. Jerv immediately tugged her short dress downward, feeling uncomfortable because even the slightest movement caused it to rise again. Fedjiko noticed her constant attempts to cover herself and told her there was no need to hide. In his opinion, women looked prettier when they revealed a little more skin. Jever instantly felt irritated. Internally, she wondered whether the man was insane. It was hard for her to believe someone like him was truly an agent. He looked more like a complete playboy than a professional operative. Trying to ignore his behavior, she firmly redirected the conversation back to business. The man carefully folded the note containing the room number and explained the layout of the party in detail. He revealed that the banquet hall had only 2 floors. Most of the invited guests would remain gathered on the first floor, enjoying the music, drinks, and conversations. Only 2 kinds of people were ever allowed onto the second floor. The first were the organization's core members, the people trusted with important business. The second were beautiful women who were considered entertaining company for the elite guests above. He continued explaining that the center of the building had been hollowed out in a circular design, allowing anyone standing on the second floor to look directly down at the crowd below. Because of that structure, Alessandro would most likely spot anyone positioned carefully enough. The man predicted that if Alessandro arrived, he would head straight into a private room rather than joining the dancing crowd, since he apparently disliked noisy social events and pointless dancing. He pointed out the likely route Alessandro would take through the hall. Jay studied the route carefully and decided that instead of standing near the dance floor, she should position herself near a specific section beside the pathway. The man agreed and mentioned that there was a large nude Venus statue covered in gold leaf nearby, making it the perfect landmark. He told her to linger naturally around that area. After slipping the note into his coat pocket, he explained that he would smoothly introduce Dawn to Bombino once the timing was right. He clarified the code names immediately afterward. Bombino referred to the target, while Dawn referred to her. G looked genuinely surprised, because nobody had mentioned code names before. Everyone around them quietly muttered in amusement, wondering just how many aliases this woman already had. Fades laughed lightly and admitted that he had invented the names during the drive there because they could not openly use real names while communicating with Spencer or Mueller. G sighed inwardly, thinking that Bambino and Dawn sounded more like dog names than secret identities. The man casually replied that, according to the scenario, they actually were the names of his dogs. With the preparations complete, everyone finally departed. Soon afterward, the car wheels rolled forward, and once the employee at the entrance confirmed the invitation card, the female lead stepped inside the party venue. She immediately realized the event was far more luxurious and dangerous than she had expected. If the guards at the entrance had not required guests to surrender their weapons, she might have mistaken it for an ordinary elite party. As she quietly observed the surroundings, she noticed one guard stationed near the bar and two more positioned at the staircase leading toward the second floor. Those were only the guards she could visibly see. She assumed there were many more hidden throughout the building as backup security. Realizing how risky the situation was, she memorized the positions of every guard carefully in case something went wrong later. While she remained near the statue, a handsome blonde man wearing a bright red suit approached her. He politely attempted to start a conversation with her. She calmly apologized and explained that she had already come with someone else. The man immediately backed off with visible disappointment, leaving her alone again. As she crossed her arms, she wondered whether that idiot had already met Alessandro upstairs. At that exact moment, Alessandro himself stood on the upper floor looking down at the crowd below. He wore a black suit, and his bright blonde hair contrasted sharply with his cold, detached expression. Internally, Alessandro felt irritated because Damiano had failed to attend despite him traveling all the way to Milan. If he had known beforehand, he never would have bothered attending such a pointless party. Looking down from above, he noticed that the hall seemed filled almost entirely with women. The male-to-female ratio was absurdly unbalanced. To him, it felt painfully obvious that the event had been arranged specifically to encourage romantic pairings among wealthy men. He cynically assumed the organizers probably hoped he would produce yet another illegitimate child from the evening. At that moment, the older man behind him suddenly spoke up enthusiastically. He reminded Alessandro that this time he had also invited his niece from his wife's side of the family. Her name was Lily J. He explained that she was the daughter of his older sister, who had married an American man. Alessandro reacted with silent annoyance. He already considered the old man shallow, loud, and exhausting. Even though the man did useful work, Alessandro privately decided he would never allow someone so irritating to stay too close to him. Meanwhile, Fedez continued building the story. He explained that he had personally taken care of the girl for a very long time because tragedy had struck her family early. Her parents had both died in a small aircraft accident, leaving her alone. Then he pointed downstairs toward the woman in the red dress standing beside the statue and revealed that she was Lily herself. Before Jay could even turn around fully, Alessandro immediately thought the same thing he always did whenever these situations happened. Once again, someone had dragged some random Asian girl into his presence in an attempt to impress him. Downstairs, Lily held a glass of wine in her hand before turning around with a bright smile and warmly greeting Uncle Fedez. The older man proudly praised her beauty, claiming that even though she was his niece, she truly was an exceptional beauty. At that moment, Alessandro finally looked directly at her, and for the first time his expression subtly shifted in surprise. The older man immediately noticed the change and nervously asked whether something was wrong. Without taking his eyes off her, Alessandro quietly ordered them to bring that woman to him. From downstairs, G sensed that everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly so far, though she herself felt anxious underneath the calm expression she maintained. She also silently complained about the painfully revealing dress she had been forced to wear, especially the exaggerated curves it emphasized. Then, from Jay's perspective, she suddenly noticed Alessandro turning around and walking away. Her heart sank instantly as she wondered if the plan had already failed before it had even begun. The older man waved toward her impatiently and called her over. Jay reluctantly realized she could no longer pretend not to notice them in hopes the situation would end naturally. She handed her wine glass back to a server and quickly walked over while apologizing for arriving slowly because of her high heels. The older man leaned closer and whispered that she should understand how lucky she was. According to him, this was the very first time Alessandro had selected a woman so quickly. At that moment, Alessandro looked irritated and emotionally distant, as though something about the entire situation displeased him deeply. He coldly warned them not to speak unnecessarily. They all entered the private room together. The old man instructed Lily to sit beside Alessandro. Jay carefully sat down while silently repeating to herself that she was Lily J, the niece. The old man enthusiastically continued introducing her. He explained that she was 26 years old and had studied art history at university. She calmly corrected him, clarifying that her major had specifically been art history rather than fine arts. The old man continued rambling proudly anyway. He explained that she had recently worked as a manager but wanted to take a break until the end of the year, which was why he had invited her here. He added that Milan was the perfect city for someone interested in art and culture because there were endless exhibitions and museums to explore. He also praised her language skills, claiming that besides English, her Italian was fairly good as well. Then he urged her to demonstrate her talent personally. Jay's face darkened internally as she desperately wished he would stop talking and read the atmosphere properly. Embarrassed, she modestly insisted that she was nowhere near fluent enough to deserve such praise and did not want anyone misunderstanding her abilities. The old man ignored the tension completely and continued boasting that she would remain in Italy until the end of the year. Finally, Alessandro spoke again. He ordered everyone else to leave the room. The old man immediately panicked and confirmed the order nervously. G internally screamed in frustration because she had already warned him to stop talking earlier. One by one, the subordinates exited first. Fedez politely excused himself and left with the others, leaving only G and Alessandro behind. Jay glanced around uneasily, wondering whether this entire mission had already failed or unexpectedly succeeded. At that same moment, Alessandro quietly studied her again, making her freeze in surprise. She suddenly realized he might have been watching her for much longer than she originally thought. Then he ordered his men outside to leave the woman with him alone. Once the room finally fell silent, Alessandro calmly poured himself another glass of alcohol, while G desperately tried to think of something safe to say. He began questioning her directly. He asked her name. She answered that she was Lily J. He asked her age. She replied that she was 26. He asked how long she intended to stay in Italy. She answered that it would probably be around 3 months. After setting down his drink, Alessandro slowly approached her. He quietly remarked that her appearance matched her name perfectly. Jay immediately became nervous because he had moved far too close. His tall figure completely overshadowed her smaller frame, covering her entirely beneath his presence. He lifted her chin gently while his other hand slowly slid downward along her arm. Jay's face flushed with embarrassment and tension, but despite his overwhelming appearance and physical presence, she stubbornly resisted being charmed by him. She repeatedly reminded herself that she absolutely could not fall for this man. Alessandro stared silently into her eyes for several long moments. Then, without warning, he suddenly stood up and walked away from her, leaving her confused once again. He returned to the table, picked up his drink, finished it completely, and calmly announced that they would meet again. Jay could not help noticing the sheer size of him. His broad chest, massive arms, and intimidating physique lingered vividly in her mind even after he turned away. Soon afterward, he exited the room. One of his men entered immediately afterward and handed her a business card. The man informed her that Alessandro would personally pick her up at 4 o'clock the following afternoon. He also confirmed that she was currently staying at Hotel Fortuna. Jay quietly answered yes. As she remembered Alessandro's final words before leaving, she slowly realized that this had essentially been an invitation for a private date. She stared down at the business card thoughtfully, silently judging his personality. Alessandro truly was the kind of man who pushed forward entirely on his own terms without caring much about the feelings or opinions of the other person involved. As the night continued, the scene shifted smoothly away from the party and toward the glowing lights outside a luxurious hotel beneath the dark evening sky. Ian told her that he would wait for her. Later that night, Javert answered the phone while lying on her bed. She apologized immediately, explaining that Fido had taken the wrong route on the way there. One calmly replied that it was fine before asking how everything had gone and whether she had finally met the target. Jar confirmed that she had met Alessandro. However, he barely spoke during the meeting, so there had not been much conversation between them. Nen asked what they had talked about. Javert explained that Alessandro only asked basic questions about her name and how long she planned to stay in Italy. After that, she received the driver's business card. The driver informed her that he would pick her up at 4:30 the following afternoon and instructed her to stay in contact. N asked whether she had heard anything about where they would go next. Javert answered that she had not, though she believed it would fall within their expected predictions. Deep down, she imagined the possible destinations. It could be a hotel, a yacht, or, in the worst-case scenario, even inside the driver's car itself. She silently hoped Alessandro did not have a habit of getting intimate in front of other people. Ni sensed hesitation in her voice and asked whether there was anything else she had not reported yet. Javert responded cautiously, but N interrupted firmly. He reminded her that if there was anything left unreported, she needed to tell him honestly. Otherwise, he would connect her directly with Sophia instead. JV immediately realized what he was truly asking. He was wondering whether something physical had already happened between her and Alessandro. She abruptly sat up from the bed and defended herself. Even though she was suspended from duty, she was still an experienced agent, not an amateur. She did not understand why he would even question her professionalism. She reminded him how important this mission was and promised that she would report every single thing that happened between her and Alessandro without hiding a single detail. She only wanted him to listen objectively. Ian apologized quietly. G first stepped off the bed and told him it was fine. She was simply tired and wanted to sleep. After wishing him good night, she ended the call. N promised they would talk again the next day before hanging up as well. After tossing the phone onto the bed, River reflected on the situation. She understood why N had been anxious all day. He liked her, which made him worry constantly. But she also knew there was no reason to place another unnecessary burden onto a heart she could never return feelings to. Standing before the mirror, she remembered Alessandro again. The hand that had grabbed her chin earlier was incredibly large. His knuckles were rough, and his entire body was powerfully built. He had already been tall when they were younger, but she never expected him to grow into such an imposing man. He had changed dramatically, and so had she. The following day, Javert arrived at a magnificent gallery-like building. Looking at it from outside, she immediately thought it resembled an art museum more than a hotel. She had expected Alessandro to take women directly to bed, yet this situation completely contradicted those assumptions. A man opened the door for her and informed her that Soto Cabo was waiting inside. He promised to remain outside while she entered alone. Javert thanked him politely for guiding her. As she walked inside, she reflected on all the information Fed Dejo had previously provided about Alessandro's partners. Either Fed had given them inaccurate information, or Alessandro's preferences had changed. If she had to choose, she believed the first explanation was more likely. Inside the building, a cheerful female employee greeted her warmly and explained that the man accompanying her was already waiting in the exhibition hall. Javert noticed that everyone spoke English, likely under Alessandro's instructions. Besides the staff members, nobody else was present. It seemed Alessandro had rented the entire museum privately. As she observed the artwork surrounding her, she recognized many famous masterpieces she had only seen before in books. Appreciating the art itself was enjoyable, but her patience slowly wore thin. She could not understand how much longer Alessandro intended to keep silently viewing paintings. She had not flown all the way to Italy just to stare at artwork. Trying to initiate conversation, she asked whether he had a favorite painter. Instead of answering directly, Alessandro asked about hers first. Javert internally noted that she had asked the question first, but she answered anyway. She mentioned works like Kewer House, Ophelia, and The Lady of Shalott. Alessandro revealed that he also admired Dante Rossetti. He observed that her taste leaned toward the pre-Raphaelite movement. Walking beside him, Javert explained that while her preferences could technically be categorized within that movement historically, what truly attracted her was the unique atmosphere carried within the paintings themselves. Now it was Alessandro's turn to answer properly. He listed several artists he admired, including Joaquin Zonla. Javert immediately brightened. She admitted that she also loved Joaquin Zonla's work because the artist perfectly captured light and happiness through painting. For a moment, the atmosphere strangely resembled two students discussing shared interests during a school trip. Even so, Javert's thoughts quickly returned to the mission. They had already reached the final exhibition room, yet she still had not gained any useful information. At this rate, she feared she would return empty-handed. Finally, she directly called Alessandro by name and asked why he had brought her there. She doubted he simply wanted someone to admire paintings with him. Alessandro calmly asked whether he truly needed a reason. Javert admitted that she did not understand what he wanted from her. The uncertainty itself made her uneasy because she could not identify his true intentions. A faint blush appeared across her face. Suddenly, Alessandro grabbed her hand and pulled her closer. He pressed her against the wall before kissing her deeply. The kiss became intense immediately. While one hand held her wrist firmly, his other arm wrapped tightly around her waist. Her bag slipped from her grasp and fell onto the floor unnoticed as the kiss continued. Javert felt herself struggling to breathe. It seemed like this might have been the first real kiss for both of them. Alessandro kissed her again before she could properly recover. Inside her mind, confusion exploded. It was only a kiss, yet she felt strangely violated, as if her personal space and emotions were being invaded completely. The overwhelming sensation nearly drove her insane. The kiss continued while Alessandro lightly bit her lip before quietly asking whether this was what she wanted. Javert avoided his gaze and weakly admitted that it was. He gently touched her lips and reassured her not to worry. Then he brushed his own lips afterward and explained that he did in fact have other intentions beyond simply viewing art together. Later that night, they sat beneath the glittering skyline of towering buildings, dining at a luxurious restaurant with a breathtaking million-dollar view. Javert could not stop wondering whether Alessandro had deliberately arranged such an extravagant dinner for some hidden purpose. Yet the dinner ended without any major incidents or meaningful information. The only truly memorable thing was the dessert called Janita, which she found incredibly delicious. She originally assumed Alessandro would take her directly to a hotel after the meal, but once again her expectations were completely wrong. Before leaving, a man approached her and politely asked her to accept something. He opened a briefcase, revealing a brand new iPhone inside. Javert picked it up in surprise. Earlier, Fedeo had explained Alessandro's habits to her. Whenever Alessandro liked a woman, he usually took her straight to a hotel. Women who spent the night with him later received a new phone delivered by one of his subordinates. It was considered the sign that they had officially become Alessandro's partners. Now, despite not even sleeping with him yet, she had still received the phone. The subordinate explained that it was a gift from Soto Cabo. From now on, all future contact would happen through that number. Only a few people knew it, so she should answer any unfamiliar calls immediately. At that moment, Alessandro called out to her from the car. Jver lowered herself toward the window respectfully. Without warning, Alessandro grabbed her shoulder, pulled her close once more, and kissed her again. Afterward, he quietly told her to wait because he would contact her again soon. The scene then shifted elsewhere. Outside, N stood alone trying to light a cigarette. Even after repeatedly flicking the lighter, he still had not managed to smoke. Jonathan approached him and calmly stated that there was no need for it. Jonathan remarked bitterly that N had practically placed the woman he cared about onto a silver platter and handed her directly to Alessandro Rosai. Worse still, he now had to sit there and listen to reports about their kisses in detail. Jonathan sarcastically praised N's mental strength, saying he truly respected him for enduring something like that. N's emotions were already in complete turmoil. He tried again to light the cigarette while recalling Jeever walking away earlier and telling him they would meet again alive. His hands trembled violently. Then he cursed under his breath after realizing he had completely forgotten something important. Frustration boiled inside him. It was not as if he enjoyed doing any of this. His grip tightened so hard that the lighter cracked and broke apart in his hand. Meanwhile, the story shifted back toward Jever's thoughts once again. That day after receiving the phone, Jever believed it would not take long before she ended up in bed with Alessandro. Yet instead of anything physical happening, all they had done so far was go on ordinary dates. He had clearly said he had other intentions, so she could not understand why he still had not touched her properly. At one point, she secretly glanced downward and began overthinking everything. She wondered whether he simply could not perform or whether there was some other issue entirely. The contradiction frustrated her. Part of her feared intimacy with him, yet another part became irritated when nothing happened at all. Still, Federico had previously claimed that Alessandro's past partners were always extremely satisfied. If the problem had been with her, Alessandro would never have chosen her as his partner from the beginning. Then her thoughts drifted back to the incident inside the exhibition hall. The memory alone made her face heat up with embarrassment. She glanced at Sanzo again and silently cursed him in her mind, wondering what his real problem was. Meanwhile, Alessandro remained completely calm as if nothing unusual had happened at all. Later, Jever raised her hand toward the ceiling while giving her next report. That day, she explained that Alessandro had taken her to watch a ballet performance. N sounded surprised. The previous outing had been Hamlet, and now it was ballet. Jever dryly commented that Alessandro truly was a criminal with refined artistic taste. Anne asked which performance they watched. It was Swan Lake. Jever mentioned that the ending differed from the version she originally knew. Curious, Anne asked how it ended. Jever became slightly annoyed that she now even had to summarize plays in her reports, but she answered anyway. In that version, Prince Shazay fought against the evil sorcerer Sot Bat, and both men died together. Princess Odette regained her human form, but was left alone in sorrow. Anne wondered why the story ended so tragically when nobody achieved happiness. Jever reflected on it for a moment before suggesting that perhaps the prince had still found happiness in the end because he succeeded in freeing the woman he loved. Anne admitted the interpretation sounded interesting before asking what else had happened during the evening. Jever explained that once again they only watched the performance before returning. She still had not discovered anything unusual or useful. Even so, she insisted she was trying her best. Then she revealed an important detail. The high-ranking members' meeting would happen the following day. Suddenly, her phone displayed a new message. She picked up the special phone Alessandro's people had given her and paused the conversation with N to check it. Nun immediately asked what the message said. Jever replied that Alessandro would pick her up at 9 o'clock the next morning. N asked where they were going. Sitting upright while holding the phone, Jever admitted that she still did not know. Alessandro never revealed destinations beforehand, so asking would be pointless. Still, she understood that the important thing was the fact that he wanted to meet her again. N's tone became heavier. He admitted he did not want to pressure her, but this was realistically their final opportunity. The meeting among the high-ranking members could last an entire day or even longer. Once Alessandro finished his business, he probably would not remain in Milan afterward. He urged her to do everything possible the next day and asked whether she could handle it. Jever answered firmly that she would do her best. The next morning, Jever sat beside Sanzo inside a black car. She asked where they were going today. Alessandro calmly replied with a single word: a hotel. For a moment, Jever thought she had misheard him. She immediately asked which hotel. He answered that it was the hotel where he was staying. Relief instantly flooded her mind. At least she no longer needed to beg or desperately cling to him for a chance to get closer physically. When they finally arrived at the hotel, Sanzo walked ahead, while Jever followed behind nervously. Then she suddenly spotted Federico nearby. Her entire expression stiffened. Why was Federico there? A terrible realization hit her immediately. Alessandro had not invited her there for a private encounter at all. Instead, he had brought her directly into the high-ranking members' meeting itself. Jever panicked internally. She was supposed to be nothing more than an ordinary gallery manager and Alessandro's casual partner, Someone like her should never be allowed into a place like this. Anxiously, she asked whether she was truly allowed to enter. Without even turning around fully, Alessandro simply told her to follow him. Inside the room, an older man respectfully bowed and welcomed Soto Kabo. He then asked whether another chair should be brought in. After taking his seat, Sanzo casually answered that it would not be necessary. Jver awkwardly stepped forward while internally panicking. There was no empty chair left. She wondered whether she was expected to stand throughout the entire meeting. Then, without warning, Sanzo grabbed her arm and pulled her directly onto his lap. Jver froze in complete shock. Her face turned pale instantly. She could not believe he would make her sit on his lap in a room filled entirely with powerful men. Completely unfazed, Sanzo ordered the meeting to begin. A blonde man wearing glasses started the discussion. He explained that there had been complications involving two mafia groups, but they had eventually reached a compromise and resolved everything peacefully. Another man with black hair and a red suit immediately argued that they had conceded far too much during the negotiations. The blonde man responded that there had been no alternative because the military industry remained under their rivals' control. As Jver listened carefully, she realized these were pieces of information even the police had never managed to obtain. For her mission, it was an unexpected goldmine of intelligence. Another irritated voice cursed the Russians. Importing weapons had become increasingly difficult, and police surveillance was now much stricter. On top of that, there were no suitable domestic locations large enough to store massive quantities of weapons safely. Sanzo calmly suggested transferring storage facilities onto islands instead of the mainland. Meanwhile, while everyone else focused seriously on the discussion, Jver was struggling with an entirely different problem. Even without direct physical intimacy, sitting on Alessandro's lap for over an hour placed her in an unbearably awkward position. His body heat pressed tightly against her, and every slight movement only made her more aware of his presence. If she leaned backward even slightly, it felt as if she was fully embracing him. At one point, someone continued the report, explaining that during the previous month they had searched for deserted or sparsely populated islands. Several suitable locations were already under construction as secret warehouses. Sanzo responded that as long as secrecy was maintained, it did not matter whether the islands technically lay outside their territorial waters. While listening, Jver immediately started analyzing the information. Considering Italy and surrounding regions, the organization was likely planning to shift operations toward economically struggling areas such as Greece or nearby territories. Sanzo eventually asked whether anyone else had something to report or discuss. An older gray-haired man slowly raised his hand. He cautiously asked whether Don Antonio still had not contacted them. The entire room immediately turned towards Sanzo, waiting for his answer. Inside her mind, Jver realized this was the moment everyone wanted. Antonio had vanished completely for years without leaving any trace behind. Lily followed behind quietly while thinking that this must have been the real reason Diver had deliberately brought her here. The golden cufflinks placed on the table earlier had only been an excuse to end the meeting smoothly. She wondered if he was trying to hide his father's whereabouts, or if he truly knew nothing himself. As she walked beside him, she realized they were heading upstairs, most likely toward the bedroom area. She became determined to obtain some kind of information from this man no matter what happened next. The two entered the elevator together. Diver thought the situation might become uncomfortable, but it probably would not last very long. Once they stepped inside Sanzo's room, Lily lifted her eyes and carefully observed the surroundings. The place did not feel like a hotel suite at all. It resembled a fully furnished private home. Sanzo casually loosened the buttons of his shirt and told her to make herself comfortable. Lily sat down while quietly thinking to herself that perhaps she also needed to prepare mentally for what might happen. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Sanzo calmly allowed the visitor to enter. Lily immediately recognized the man who walked in. He was the same person she had seen earlier during the meeting. The man informed Sanzo that he had heard the meeting had been postponed until the following day and politely asked whether there were any instructions to carry out. Sanzo replied briefly that there were none and said he would simply wait until before tomorrow's meeting. The man acknowledged the order and said he would make contact again if necessary. Afterward, instead of leaving immediately, the man slowly walked closer to where Lily was sitting. She became nervous and confused, wondering why he was approaching her instead of stepping away. For a brief moment, her imagination ran wild. She wondered if he intended to participate in something with all three of them together. None of the information from the Dej faction had ever mentioned anything like that. The man then politely extended his hand. Introducing himself as Bao Beoni, he greeted her warmly. Lily smiled brightly and shook his hand in return, introducing herself simply as Lily. Bao Beoni complimented her English skills. Lily modestly replied that it was only basic knowledge. She remembered that his work operated on an international scale. In her mind, she immediately connected that fact to the global drug trade controlled by the organization. She knew Bao Beoni did not originally belong to the Janiji family, yet he had become someone completely devoted to the heir. That meant he likely possessed an enormous amount of valuable information. Realizing this, she decided to carefully test him. Lily brought up the topic from the earlier meeting regarding Alessandro's father. Balbeoni understood immediately that she meant Don Antonio. She confirmed it, then cautiously mentioned that Don Antonio's disappearance seemed to be creating difficulties for Alessandro. She asked whether the situation was truly all right. Balbeoni calmly responded that she appeared to have heard everything already. However, he reassured her that the situation was not as severe as she feared. According to him, it was closer to a power struggle within the organization itself. Lily repeated the phrase to herself, trying to understand it fully. Balbeoni explained that there were two factions. One faction supported Don Antonio, while the other supported Stoebo. Both sides agreed that Sanzo should eventually inherit leadership of the family, but disagreement still remained. Lily wondered why conflict still existed if everyone already accepted Sanzo as the successor. Balbeoni explained further. Since Don Antonio had disappeared for such a long time, Sanzo had gradually taken over the responsibilities of the boss. The faction supporting Stoabo believed there was no reason to continue waiting, and that the succession process should move forward immediately. However, the opposing side argued that as long as Don Antonio's death had not been officially confirmed, Sanzo could not yet become the boss. Both factions believed their reasoning was correct. Diver quietly reflected on the situation and thought it made sense. Considering the personality of the man known as the Devil, nothing involving him would ever proceed peacefully, not even matters concerning his own son. Balbeoni explained that Sanzo himself had never openly expressed an opinion about the conflict. He merely remained loyal to the work of the family and continued carrying out his duties. Lily folded her hands together thoughtfully while trying to analyze the situation. She wondered privately which side Balbeoni truly supported. Earlier, he had seemed somewhat afraid of Alessandro. Then she focused on the most important detail. Balbeoni began to say that while he could not speak for everyone else, if it involved Alessandro, then, before he could finish, Lily quickly interrupted and asked whether Alessandro knew where his father was. She reasoned that regardless of their lack of direct contact, Don Antonio was still his biological father. Surely Alessandro must at least know where he was. Deep inside, she hoped even the smallest piece of information might emerge from the conversation. Balbeoni hesitated before answering. At that exact moment, the door suddenly opened. Lily immediately realized the opportunity had disappeared. Both of them fell silent. Balbeoni stood up politely and announced that it seemed everything had already been handled. Diver became frustrated internally. He felt irritated that the conversation had been interrupted before reaching the important part. He realized he had been trapped from the very beginning. Balbeoni had never intended to reveal any information at all. His true purpose had simply been to monitor the situation and prevent his master, who might currently be emotionally vulnerable, from doing anything reckless or unnecessary. A moment later, Sanzo descended the stairs. Lily turned around and saw him emerging after his shower. Only a towel was wrapped loosely around his waist, while he casually dried his hair. The sight immediately made her think he intended to begin something intimate right away. She even wondered whether she should also go take a shower. Trying to remain calm, she softly mentioned that she would shower as well. Sanzo glanced at her indifferently and replied that she could do so if she wanted. His careless tone made Lily press her lips together in frustration. Sanzo casually added that if she needed new underwear, Balbeoni could purchase some for her. He immediately picked up the phone and instructed Balbeoni to buy a bathrobe and new women's underwear, specifying that nothing else was necessary. Lily suddenly paused in confusion. She realized that perhaps he had never intended to sleep with her in the first place. During the meeting, he had made her sit on his lap the entire time. Then, after bringing her upstairs, his subordinate had interrupted them. On top of that, he had casually shown off his bare upper body without concern. All of it had made her believe the moment she was waiting for had finally arrived. Yet now he simply left his supposed partner sitting quietly in the living room while he focused on work. Lily realized she could not back down now. Simple seduction alone might fail against a man like him. She needed a conversation topic powerful enough to truly capture his attention. She carefully asked whether he had been worrying about that matter from the meeting earlier. Sanzo calmly admitted that he had. Lily mentioned that Bao Joni had spoken to her about the issues involving his father. Sanzo replied that the situation was not something that had developed overnight. Lily silently observed how carefully he hid information. Even the police had only recently discovered details about the growing factions within the organization. She gently pressed further and asked whether he was still worried despite everything. Sanzo's expression shifted slightly. Lily then changed the topic entirely. She reminded him about their visit to Galea Fiose and asked whether he remembered the final painting they had viewed together. Specifically, she referred to the Doubting St. Thomas by Cazavao. Sanzo acknowledged the painting immediately. Lily began explaining the artwork in detail. She described the Doubting St. Thomas as a uniquely distinctive religious painting. Normally, artists emphasize the holiness of Christ through miracles or glowing divine light. However, Cazavao chose a different approach. Instead of focusing on divine grandeur, he highlighted the raw emotions of ordinary human beings. In that painting, the expression of Thomas became especially famous. Rather than reacting with joy or reverence at witnessing Christ's resurrection, Thomas appeared almost terrified. His face reflected fear, shock, and trembling uncertainty far more than faith itself. Lily continued explaining her thoughts about the painting. She said no one could truly understand how such a thing could happen, yet the artist had managed to portray the overwhelming power of God through Thomas's fear itself. The terror on Thomas's face reflected what it felt like to stand before something impossibly greater than oneself. Then she connected that idea to the situation inside the family. From her perspective, everyone inside the meeting room feared Alessandro. However, she suggested that perhaps some of them feared his father even more. She recalled how members of the Dej faction had once described Don Antonio as an overwhelming force within the family. Those people had lived under that pressure for so long that it became normal to them. When that terrifying presence suddenly disappeared, they became uneasy instead. According to Lily, people who lived with fear for too long eventually became attached to the chains controlling them. Once those chains vanished, they searched desperately for something to replace them. As she spoke, Alessandro slowly placed the iPad down and observed her closely. He commented that she seemed to already know the solution. Lily explained calmly that the answer was simple. If the source of domination was overwhelming fear, then the solution was to create an even greater fear than Don Antonio himself. Once people feared Alessandro more than his father, he would naturally become their new chain. She admitted that in the beginning they might resist and bark in dissatisfaction, but eventually they would grow used to it like before. For a brief moment, Alessandro smiled. Then he quietly called Lily closer and motioned for her to approach him. She hesitated slightly, wondering why he suddenly wanted her near him, but she still obeyed and walked over. Just as she was about to sit down beside him, Alessandro suddenly pulled her closer. He remarked that she had been rather adorable tonight, before leaning in to kiss her. He pressed her gently against the sofa while continuing to kiss her deeply. Alessandro asked whether she had a habit of biting her lips nervously. Lily avoided his gaze and softly nodded while asking him not to look at her like that. Instead of answering, he kissed her again. The atmosphere became heavier and more intimate as his hands slowly slid her clothing down. Lily's entire body gradually became numb beneath his touch. Alessandro calmly instructed her to open her legs and told her to relax, because now things were becoming real. Without realizing it, tears had already formed in her eyes. Alessandro kissed her legs gently before kissing her cheeks. He admitted that he had never made a woman cry from kisses alone before. Then, unexpectedly, he stopped. Alessandro sat back up calmly instead of continuing further. Lily became confused about why he suddenly stopped. He simply answered that he did it because he wanted to. Diver reflected silently that Alessandro's answers were always simple yet impossible to understand. Looking back, he had always been like that. Normally, when speaking face-to-face with someone and making eye contact, it was possible to guess what the other person wanted. But with Alessandro, such methods were completely useless. Diver realized Alessandro had probably trained himself carefully throughout his entire upbringing. On top of that, he had always been exceptionally intelligent since childhood. His rise to the top at such a young age was not simply because of strength or because he was the boss's only son. There was something far more dangerous about him. His thoughts and intentions were impossible to predict. After the silence settled, Alessandro suddenly mentioned Hotel Fortuna. He instructed Lily to pack her belongings because he had already arranged a car. He informed her that tomorrow she would be leaving. Lily became stunned by the sudden statement and immediately wondered why things had changed so abruptly. Alessandro reminded her that the vacation period was supposed to last 3 months. During that time, he wanted her to stay beside him. Lily quietly asked where they would be going. Inside her mind, confusion exploded. She wondered if he intended to spend the next few months relaxing with her in another luxury hotel. Instead, Alessandro calmly answered that they would go to his home. Lily stared at him in disbelief. Once again, Alessandro completely shattered every prediction she had made about him, and this time he did so thoroughly. Later, inside room 8117, Lily sat alone at a table with a cup of coffee and her phone in hand. None of this had been part of the plan. A man who had never once brought a partner home was now inviting her into his personal life. Her role had always been to gather information by staying close to the target temporarily, not by living together with him day and night for several months. Even a professionally trained agent would struggle under those circumstances. Of course, moving into his home would provide incredible opportunities to gather deeper information. However, the danger level was far too high. In the worst case, she could die horribly. Even in the best case, she would still end up completely trapped by him physically and emotionally. Lily realized this was probably her final chance to retreat. She decided firmly that she absolutely would not go to Alessandro's house. After finishing her coffee, she finally picked up her phone and made a call. The person on the other side answered quickly and noted that Lily was contacting them earlier than usual. Lily immediately explained that there were many things she needed to discuss. First, Alessandro had taken her to a meeting with the organization's high-ranking members. Until now, He had never brought any partner with him to official work schedules before. The person listening sounded shocked. Lily admitted that she understood how unbelievable it sounded, but everything she said was true. Then she revealed the second issue. Alessandro had asked her to stay at his house. The person on the phone reacted in complete disbelief. Lily clarified that the arrangement would last for the full 3 months until Lily supposedly returned to America. Alessandro had told her to remain beside him until then. The listener admitted they did not even know how to respond because the entire situation was completely unexpected. Lily explained that although Alessandro phrased it like a suggestion, in reality it had sounded more like a notification. Tomorrow there would be another high-level meeting followed by a simple lunch, and Alessandro planned to pick her up afterward, once his schedule ended. The person on the phone asked how she had responded. Lily admitted that she had temporarily agreed, but now she wanted to stop the mission entirely. Silence filled the call for a moment. Finally, Lily confessed honestly that she knew the mission was important, but if she had realized it would involve staying attached to Alessandro 24 hours a day, she never would have accepted it in the first place. She knew exactly what would happen if she entered that house. The outcome was obvious. The person on the other end tried calming her down, saying she was becoming emotional and needed to relax. But Lily insisted she had already thought carefully before speaking. Frustrated, she slammed her fist onto the table while demanding that they actually listen to her. The impact was so strong that coffee spilled out of the cup. The person finally agreed and said they understood. They promised to report everything to their superiors first and asked her to wait a little longer. After ending the call, Lily removed her dress slowly, while her thoughts spiraled deeper into fear. If her target had been another member of the organization, things would probably have been easier. Whether it involved seduction, manipulation, or physical intimacy, she believed she could have endured it. At the very least, she would still have been able to roughly understand what kind of person she was dealing with. Even assumptions would have been enough. But Alessandro was different. She remembered the moments they shared earlier that night. Every single time she met his eyes, fear crept into her heart. She no longer felt confident that she could read him at all. Meanwhile, Alessandro seemed capable of seeing straight through every layer of her. Lily became terrified that if she stepped any deeper into his world, he would completely consume her. That was why she needed to stop now. Even if she returned in disgrace, even if Jonathan criticized her, it would still be better than dying. Hours later, the clock struck 1:30 in the morning. Lily lay on the bed while answering another phone call. Shock immediately crossed her face as she demanded clarification about what she had just heard. On the other side, the voice informed her that she had to continue the mission. The order came directly from higher authorities. Lily reacted angrily and asked whether this was some kind of joke. She insisted she could not continue doing this anymore. The person on the phone explained that they had already warned everyone things would become difficult if the situation developed this way. The growing number of unpredictable variables made the mission dangerous. Lily bit her lip tightly in frustration and fear. Deep down, both of them already understood the truth. The voice on the phone reminded Lily that Alessandro bringing a partner home was something that had never happened before. This was completely unprecedented. Lily responded bitterly that she already knew that better than anyone, but she questioned what the point of revenge or restoring someone's position would be if she ended up dead first. She admitted that she had endured everything so far because of her parents and because of N's mother. However, this situation had crossed a line even she could no longer tolerate. N tried persuading her to think more rationally. According to him, this was an enormous opportunity. Even members of the organization rarely gained access to Alessandro's residence. They did not even know its exact location until now. Lily would become the first outsider to enter it. If they lost this chance, they might need many more years before finding Antonio. During that time, the organization would continue trafficking weapons and manufacturing synthetic drugs. Divers silently realized that even after everything she said, they still wanted to push her forward. Mia continued by saying that Lily also did not want more victims like themselves to appear in the future. Hearing those words, Lily suddenly remembered the promises N had made to her before. He had once told her clearly that if she ever wanted to stop, she only needed to say it. He promised he would use every possible method to pull her out immediately. Now those promises felt meaningless. Mia apologized sincerely, but the apology only made Lily's throat tighten painfully. Tears nearly escaped her eyes. At that moment, she realized that from the very beginning, nobody on this chessboard had truly been on her side. Her voice trembled as she admitted that she could die. Even then, N still told her that she had to survive somehow because he believed she was capable of doing it. To Lily, his words sounded hollow and slippery, like meaningless comfort spoken without conviction. Exhausted and emotionally crushed, she covered her face with her hands. She had truly believed that even if everything else went wrong, N alone would still protect her. What kind of man would send the woman he liked into a place where she could die? Looking back carefully, N had always managed to obtain whatever he desired. This time, there was probably something he wanted desperately again. It was no longer only about protecting his mother. There had to be something beyond that. Perhaps ambition. Finally, Lily stood near the window and made her decision. She said she would go to Alessandro's house after all. From now on, she would send future reports through the Daesh faction instead. Alessandro might tolerate his lover contacting her boss, but he would never accept her secretly calling another man. After saying that, she ended the call. Diver quietly reflected that regret, hope, and attachment all needed to be severed from the very beginning. Those things had never truly belonged to her anyway. Later, inside a black car moving beneath the fading evening light, a voice informed Lily that they still had not arrived yet. The driver reassured her they were close. Diver thought to herself that she had already been hearing that answer repeatedly for nearly 7 hours. She no longer knew where they were exactly, though it seemed they had been traveling south for a long time. The windows of the car were tinted so darkly that she could not determine their precise location at all. Alessandro's private estate had never been exposed publicly, but this level of secrecy felt excessive even to her. Long ago, they had already turned onto an isolated road, and several minutes earlier they had passed through the gates of private land. Yet despite traveling so far inside the property, no buildings had appeared yet. Lily began wondering just how massive the estate truly was. Trying to lighten the tension, she asked whether they would arrive before sunset. The driver smiled and pointed ahead. At last, the mansion appeared in the distance. The driver announced that this was Alessandro's residence. Both of them stepped out of the vehicle. 2 servants approached immediately. A woman greeted Lily warmly in Italian. Lily politely introduced herself and asked to simply be called Lily. The woman smiled kindly and introduced herself as Mata, before introducing her husband, Silvio. Diver quietly observed that they were indeed a married couple. Mata switched to English and asked whether Lily felt tired after the long journey. Lily carefully watched her facial expressions before replying that she was fine. She also assured Mata that speaking Italian was completely alright. Mata seemed relieved because her English was apparently not very strong. She instructed Silvio to carry Lily's luggage upstairs while she personally guided Lily through the mansion. Mata explained that the house was so large that a tour would help prevent Lily from getting lost. Once inside, Lily could not hide her amazement. Mata proudly mentioned that the mansion had been completely renovated several years ago. As Lily looked around, she noticed famous artworks displayed throughout the residence. Expensive decorative pieces filled nearly every corner. Mata explained that the first floor itself was not particularly special. She also told Lily to freely use anything in the refrigerator even when nobody else was home. That statement immediately caught Lily's attention. She asked whether Mata and Silvio did not actually live with Alessandro in the mansion. Mata explained that although the house was enormous, there were not many bedrooms. She and Silvio owned a separate home located around 10 minutes away by car. Hearing that distance made Lily uneasy. If traveling by car required 10 minutes, walking would take considerably longer. Still, from the perspective of her mission, perhaps the isolation was actually beneficial. Mata continued leading her upstairs while explaining the layout of the second floor. There was Lily's room, Sanzo's room, and a library. She also mentioned that a grand piano was located upstairs. Curious, Mata asked whether Lily knew how to play piano. Lily modestly replied that she knew a little. Diver silently found it surprising that a grand piano existed inside a place like this. Mata pointed toward another section of the hallway and explained that the room beside the piano was the library. Then she casually identified another door as Sanzo's room. The moment Lily instinctively reached for the doorknob, Mata's expression immediately changed in alarm. She quickly stopped Lily and explained that nobody was allowed to enter the bedroom without permission because Sanzo disliked that intensely. Lily apologized politely, but internally she became extremely alert. Even the servants required permission to enter. That restriction could not simply be about privacy alone. Lily suspected that room likely contained secrets and hidden information Alessandro had protected for years. At that moment, she became determined to enter the room somehow, no matter what. Later that evening, Lily sat across from Sanzo during dinner. The meal was so luxurious that it could hardly be called an ordinary dinner. Countless expensive dishes covered the table, yet despite the extravagant setting, only Lily and Alessandro sat facing each other. The silence between them felt unbearably suffocating. Lily desperately searched for something to say. Finally, she asked whether Mata and Silvio had worked there for a long time. Alessandro answered that they had. Then he calmly asked why she seemed curious about them. Lily explained that earlier she had seen Mata become visibly emotional and excited when Alessandro arrived home. She admitted she was surprised when Mata greeted him with 2 kisses. Alessandro asked why that surprised her. Lily explained awkwardly that at that moment, the 2 of them had resembled a mother greeting her grown son. She added that Alessandro had never treated her with that level of warmth. Alessandro asked teasingly whether she wanted to be greeted the same way. Embarrassed, Lily quickly denied it and clarified that she only meant the relationship between them seemed very close. That made her wonder whether Alessandro had known them for a long time. Alessandro explained that Mata and Silvio were originally subordinates who once worked under his mother. Later, he helped them with something important, and since then they had continued serving as caretakers of the estate. Curious, Lily asked what kind of help he had given them. Alessandro answered calmly that it involved revenge. As Lily lifted a piece of meat from her plate, she quietly reflected on his answer in silence. Writing, Lily quietly reflected on the meaning of vendetta within the mafia world. She understood very well how important revenge was to people involved in organized crime. Even though she could not ask Alessandro for deeper details about the incident, she knew with certainty that it had not been something minor. She did not know who the target of that revenge had been, but if the heir of the organization personally stepped in to help Mata and Silvio, then their unwavering loyalty over the years became completely understandable. The atmosphere at the dinner table slowly became too heavy again, so Lily decided to shift the conversation. She mentioned that she had heard Alessandro had never brought any other partner home before. Then she directly asked why he chose to bring her here. Instead of answering immediately, Alessandro asked her another question. He asked whether she had looked carefully at the paintings on the walls and the statues displayed throughout the hallways. Lily replied that she had seen them all. Alessandro watched her quietly before asking what she thought about them. Lily admitted that they were beautiful. Most of the pieces possessed strong artistic value and were widely admired by the public. Even though it was a private collection, every work had been preserved with exceptional care. The paintings and sculptures belonged to famous artists, and several pieces were valuable enough to deserve placement inside a museum. Alessandro then asked whether she liked them. Lily nodded. He calmly answered that this was the reason. Immediately, Lily began interpreting his meaning herself. To Alessandro, her value resembled the artistic treasures displayed throughout the mansion. Then she asked directly whether he brought her here simply because he liked her. At that moment, Alessandro stood up from his chair. He remarked that she must be tired after such a long drive, and told her to comfortably return to her room and rest. Lily asked what he planned to do. Alessandro replied that he still had work to handle inside the study. The word study immediately caught her attention. Trying to continue the moment, Lily offered to wait for him, but Alessandro rejected the idea with only a single short word. Lily quietly watched Sanzo walk away before finally giving up as well. The next morning inside the mansion, Lily walked downstairs and found Mata preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Wanting to appear helpful, Lily offered to assist her. Mata looked pleasantly surprised to see her awake so early and kindly insisted that help was unnecessary. Still, Lily smiled and explained that things would finish faster if they worked together. Mata mentioned she planned to make artichoke soup and asked whether Lily disliked that dish. Lily replied that she was not picky about food and could eat almost anything. Relieved, Mata thanked her warmly. As Lily picked up the artichokes, she noticed Mata smiling cheerfully nearby. Taking advantage of the relaxed mood, Lily casually mentioned that she had not been able to see the study yesterday. She asked whether it would be alright to look inside briefly before breakfast. Mata immediately hesitated. She gently explained that Lily should ask the master directly about that matter. Diver instantly understood the implication. If the study were a place anyone could freely enter, Mata would have already shown it to her during the house tour. The fact that she needed Alessandro's permission meant he did not want others entering the study, just like his bedroom. Still, Lily sensed that the barrier around the study might be weaker than the one protecting his bedroom. Now she needed to figure out what could make Alessandro willingly grant her free access to that room. Curious, Lily changed the topic and asked whether Alessandro had personally purchased the mansion. Mata explained that the estate had actually been inherited from Alessandro's late mother. When he was younger, Alessandro and his mother used to spend every summer there together. Mata smiled faintly while reminiscing, saying it felt like those days had happened only yesterday. Time had passed incredibly fast. Lily then asked what Alessandro's mother had been like. Unexpectedly, Mata did not answer immediately. For a moment, Diver even wondered whether the sound of boiling water had drowned out her question. Finally, Mata quietly replied that she believed Alessandro's mother had been a good person. Then her expression suddenly changed. Apologizing softly, Mata explained that there were several rules Lily absolutely needed to follow inside the mansion. First, she was never allowed to enter the master's bedroom. Second, she was forbidden from telling outsiders anything that happened inside the house. Mata believed Baolo had already explained that rule clearly. Then came the final warning. Mata's face became completely serious as she firmly stated that Lily must never mention anything related to Alessandro's mother in front of him, no matter what happened. She asked whether Lily understood. Lily immediately apologized. Mata quickly apologized as well for suddenly speaking so harshly. However, she explained that Lily was not merely a guest staying for a day or two, and matters involving the young master's mother were extremely sensitive. Before the conversation could continue further, both women turned toward the entrance. Baolo had arrived. He greeted Lily politely and explained that he came to deliver the items Alessandro requested the previous night. Lily looked at Baolo in confusion and asked what he meant by last night. Baolo calmly explained that Alessandro had given instructions the previous evening. He politely requested that Lily hand over her mobile phone and passport. Surprised, Lily asked whether he meant all of her devices, including the ones she was currently using. She specifically questioned whether even her personal phone had to be surrendered. Baolo reassured her that they would only keep the items temporarily and would not inspect any of her private information. Diver immediately asked whether that meant she would no longer be able to use a phone at all. She explained that she still wanted to contact Uncle Ped Deco from time to time. Baolo answered that if communication was necessary, they would prepare a completely new phone for her instead. Still uneasy, Lily slowly opened the box he handed to her and looked inside. The moment she saw its contents, she froze in surprise and quietly asked what exactly this was. Lily picked up the replacement phone and immediately frowned in frustration. She complained to herself that the situation was becoming unbearable. Instead of a modern smartphone, she had been given an old-fashioned button phone. Staring at it in disbelief, she wondered what kind of phone it even was. She quickly realized the purpose behind it. Alessandro had gone to great lengths to prevent the boss's lover from contacting anyone except Uncle Ped Deco. The restriction made her feel completely trapped and suffocated. By early morning, Alessandro had already left the mansion, and he still had not returned. Mata and Silvio had gone back to their own home as well, leaving Lily with far too much free time. Feeling restless, she considered going to bed early. Then her eyes landed on the grand piano. She suddenly remembered that there was a piano in the mansion. It had been a very long time since she had last played one, so she decided to sit down and play a few pieces. As Lily became absorbed in the music, she suddenly heard a voice behind her. She turned around and was startled to find Alessandro quietly standing there. She had no idea when he had arrived. Alessandro complimented her performance and remarked that it sounded beautiful. When she stopped playing, he encouraged her to continue. Since he did not mind the late hour, Lily searched for another piece and chose Piano Sonata No. 17, third movement. As she looked at the sheet music, she noticed handwritten notes. She realized the music had been written by Alessandro himself. The sight reminded him of the past. During their childhood, both of them had been educated at home instead of attending school. He remembered asking whether she liked the composition Ben had written, and she had answered that she loved it. She had even asked him to teach her again the next time if he played it well. Returning to the present, Lily placed the sheet music on the stand. She explained that she would play slowly because it had been a long time since she had practiced that particular piece. While she played, Alessandro asked when she had first started learning the piano. Lily answered that she had been so young she could no longer remember clearly. After listening quietly, Alessandro remarked that despite not playing for such a long time, she was still very good. He admitted that he liked her performance. Lily explained that this piece had once been her favorite. Alessandro noticed the way she phrased it and understood that it was no longer her favorite now. As Alessandro continued standing beside the piano listening, Lily looked up at him. She teasingly remarked that men who obsessed over the past were not very attractive. Alessandro glanced at her before gently taking hold of her hand. Lily was not even sure when he had done it. He quietly admitted that she constantly exceeded his expectations in ways he never anticipated. Perhaps because of that, he wanted to keep her close enough that she would always remain within his sight and never escape him. Then Alessandro softly called Lily by name. Without warning, he leaned forward and kissed her. Lily froze in complete surprise. She had not expected him to kiss her so suddenly. At first she assumed, as always, that he would simply kiss her briefly and then stop. Yet this time something felt different. His touch seemed far gentler than usual, and she wondered if she was only imagining it. The kiss left her breathless. Alessandro then lifted her effortlessly into his arms and carried her toward the piano. Startled, Lily tried to protest. She worried about doing something like this there. Ignoring her concern, Alessandro carefully sat her on top of the grand piano. He calmly assured her there was nothing wrong with it and that the instrument would be perfectly fine. The playful atmosphere made him remark that she could simply treat it as another performance. Diver quietly realized that the situation was becoming far more serious than before. She understood that she could no longer remain completely passive. As dangerous as the moment felt, she reminded herself that staying close to Alessandro was still part of her mission. Alessandro looked down at her. Her blouse had already come undone, exposing her chest. He gently took her hand and encouraged her to hold onto him. Lily immediately realized this encounter was unlike the previous ones. Before, he would only touch her lightly before pulling away. This time, he showed no intention of stopping so quickly. Out of nervous habit, Lily bit her lip again. Alessandro noticed immediately and reminded her that he had already told her not to bite her lips. He also observed that she seemed to experience every sensation with remarkable intensity. Lily's face flushed with embarrassment. Alessandro explained that her body was simply extremely sensitive. He leaned in and kissed her once again. Lily realized he intended to continue right there beside the piano, even though the security cameras were not pointed directly toward the instrument. Remaining in such an open space still made her uneasy. Alessandro reminded her not to lose focus and told her to concentrate only on him. Lily insisted that she was trying. He pointed out that she claimed to be trying, yet she still refused to look directly into his eyes. Alessandro admitted that he did not like that kind of avoidance. Lily closed her eyes and turned her face away. He gently urged her to stop hiding. Lily quietly asked whether he could be a little gentler with her. Alessandro admitted that her request left him slightly disappointed because he believed he had already been adjusting himself to suit her preferences. He then remarked that now that she was gradually becoming accustomed to him, perhaps it was finally time for him to do things his own way. Diver was stunned. She wondered what he meant by doing things his own way. If this was only the restrained version of Alessandro, she could not imagine what he was truly capable of. Everything around her seemed to explode like bright flashes before her eyes. Her body responded in ways she could barely understand. Inside her mind, she desperately wished for everything to stop. She silently begged him to end it quickly. Alessandro, meanwhile, realized this was the first time he had ever acted with such impatience. He admitted to himself that he had completely lost his composure. Then he suddenly looked down. A small drop of blood had fallen. For a brief moment, Alessandro paused, understanding exactly what it meant. It was Lily's first time. As she lay down tiredly, tears dropped from her eyes. The story then shifted into the past. Bright summer sunlight poured through the trees. The weather was scorching hot, and the dry air made everything feel uncomfortable. Young Lily happily ate an ice cream while sweat rolled down the back of her neck. She thought that this was exactly why she hated summer. In her mind, summer had only one good thing. It was her birthday. Although a birthday came only once a year, she believed she would have to spend her 7th birthday alone this time. As she walked along licking her ice cream, she complained that her parents had promised they would come home that day, yet they had not contacted her at all. She thought they were being very unfair. Suddenly, the scoop of ice cream slipped off the stick. It fell straight onto the ground. Lily stared at it in disappointment and sighed that she had not even eaten half of it yet. Looking around, she noticed an old bus stop nearby. The small bus stop looked abandoned, and even its glass panels had been shattered. Standing across the road, Lily suddenly realized that everything beyond that point was unfamiliar to her. She had never expected there to be a bus stop in such a place. She remembered her mother's warning never to go outside alone because it was dangerous. However, she convinced herself that if her parents saw she had come all the way there to meet them, they would surely realize she had grown up. Perhaps they would even praise her and allow her to start school that autumn. Thinking that, Lily ran across the road. She also believed waiting at the bus stop would be cooler than standing under the blazing sun. At that exact moment, a car came speeding toward her. Lily noticed the approaching vehicle and froze in panic. She instinctively stepped backward. Unfortunately, there was a rock directly behind her foot. Just as she thought she needed to hurry back, she tripped over the rock and fell onto the road. The speeding car continued rushing toward her. Terrified, Lily could only curl up, cover her head with her arms, squeeze her eyes shut, and cry. The driver slammed on the brakes at the last possible second. The car swerved sharply to avoid hitting her, leaving a long skid mark across the road. It narrowly missed her. The driver immediately jumped out of the vehicle and angrily shouted in Italian, scolding her for not watching where she was going. Confused and still trembling, Lily looked at him with teary eyes because she could not understand a single word he was saying. Then another passenger stepped out of the car. A young blonde-haired, blue-eyed Alessandro calmly spoke to the driver in Italian, telling him to stop. He walked over to Lily and gently asked whether she was all right and if she was hurt. Lily stared at him in surprise. Noticing her confusion, Alessandro asked whether she understood English. He repeated the question to make sure she understood. Embarrassed, Lily admitted that she could speak English. She explained that she lived nearby and that both of her parents had gone to work. Pointing across the road, she quickly added that she was not lost. She had only planned to wait at the bus stop. Alessandro looked toward the direction she indicated and asked about the bus stop. He calmly explained that buses no longer stopped there because the route had already been discontinued. Hearing that made Lily blush with embarrassment. She hurriedly explained that she already knew that her parents simply drove along that road when they came home. Closing her eyes in frustration, she regretted leaving the house in the first place. She decided it would be better to return home and wait patiently until her parents came back. Lily stood up and announced that she was going home. As she did, Alessandro noticed the scrapes on her hand. He carefully grabbed her hand and asked to see it. Looking closely, he saw that her palm had been badly scraped and was bleeding. The pain made Lily cry out softly. Alessandro immediately remarked that the wound looked painful and needed to be disinfected as soon as possible. Lily replied that she would ask her parents to treat it after they returned home. Alessandro asked when they would be back. Lily hesitated because she did not know the answer. Without waiting any longer, Alessandro told her to get into the car and come to his house. Surprised, Lily asked if he meant his own home. Alessandro placed a hand on his chest and sincerely explained that she had been injured because of him. His godfather had taught him that whenever someone owed another person a debt, they had to repay it. His mother had also taught him to always behave like a gentleman toward ladies. As Alessandro gently held Lily's wrist and led her toward the car, she remembered her mother's warning to be careful around strangers. Even so, she looked at the young boy beside her and convinced herself that he was only a child. Surely everything would be all right. Alessandro asked once more whether she would come with him to his house. With her cheeks turning slightly red, Lily quietly agreed. She carefully observed him one more time and concluded that he did not seem like a bad person. Soon afterward, the car arrived at an enormous mansion. The vehicle stopped, and both children stepped out. Inside the mansion, Alessandro carefully disinfected Lily's injured hand before gently wrapping it with a bandage. Lily winced softly from the pain. After finishing, Alessandro put away the first aid kit and reminded her to be careful so the wound would not become infected. He also warned her not to scratch it. Then he suddenly realized something. He asked for her name. Lily looked surprised. Alessandro smiled and pointed out that she had to have a name. Looking down at her bandaged hand, Lily remembered her mother's instructions. Her mother had always told her to introduce herself as Jir to strangers. However, she thought it would probably be alright to tell her very first new friend her real name. So she introduced herself using her Korean name. She told him her name was Se Hapha. Alessandro repeated it, trying to pronounce it correctly. Lily smiled and explained that Siwahe meant summer snow. Alessandro tilted his head and admitted that the pronunciation was difficult. He practiced saying her name several times. Finally, he managed to pronounce it correctly. Lily laughed happily and told him that he had finally said it right. Alessandro smiled brightly in return. Then he introduced himself. He told her that his name was Alessandro Micheli. After hearing his full name, Lily immediately stood up and jokingly complained that his name was actually the difficult one to pronounce. Alessandro laughed and asked whether it was really that hard. Just then, they heard footsteps approaching outside the room. Wondering who had arrived, Alessandro called out to ask who was there. Lily also became curious. For a brief moment, she wondered whether her parents had finally come to pick her up. Standing up, she called toward the door to ask who it was. A woman's voice answered from outside. She politely explained that she had brought milk and freshly baked cookies for the young master. Alessandro invited her inside. The door opened. A silver-haired woman entered the room carrying the tray. She smiled warmly as she placed the food on the table and explained that the cookies had just finished baking. She added that if the young master needed anything else, he only had to let her know. Alessandro politely thanked her. Just before leaving, she suddenly remembered something and asked everyone to wait for a moment. The maid suddenly remembered something and said she had found the phone number for the little girl's parents. Lily looked down at the plate of freshly baked cookies, unable to hide how tempting they looked. She quietly thought about how delicious they smelled. Just as she was admiring them, a dog suddenly licked her hand. The unexpected touch startled her, causing her to jerk her hand back and let out a surprised cry. Alessandro immediately looked over and asked what had happened. Lily looked around in confusion, wondering when the dog had appeared. Alessandro admitted that he had not noticed either. He explained that the dog had a very sharp nose. It was the family dog and loved food so much that it had probably been attracted by the smell. He apologized because he knew the surprise must have frightened her. After introducing the dog, Alessandro spread out his arms and called it over. The dog happily ran to him and licked his face. Alessandro smiled as he patted the dog and gently explained that they had a guest today, so he could not play with it yet. He promised they would play together later and asked the dog to wait patiently. While the maid was checking the phone number, Lily watched the scene with a smile and quietly thought that the dog was adorable. At that moment, she noticed the maid's face suddenly turn pale. The maid muttered an Italian expression that meant, "Oh my goodness." Lily could not understand the words and wondered what she was talking about. Seeing Lily staring at the maid, Alessandro politely asked the maid to take the dog outside for a while. He also asked her to inform him as soon as the phone call connected. The maid acknowledged his request and left the room with the dog. After she left, Alessandro smiled and explained that once the maid reached Lily's father, she would come back and let them know. Until then, Lily could stay in his room. Lily smiled warmly and thanked him. Her cheeks gradually turned red as she covered them with both hands. She happily realized that after such a long time, she finally had someone to play with. About 15 minutes passed. Lily happily ate cookies while chewing away. She glanced toward Alessandro, who sat quietly reading a book. The room was completely silent. Watching him, she thought he was very different from what she had imagined. She wondered whether he never became bored. After wiping her mouth, she considered reading a book as well. Looking around the room, she realized there were no toys or dolls anywhere. Instead, there were shelves filled with books. She picked up one of them and thought that perhaps Alessandro loved books so much that they were all he ever wanted. Even so, she found it strange that he did not even have a stuffed teddy bear to sleep with, because she thought sleeping without one would feel lonely. As she continued looking around, she noticed something else. There were no photographs anywhere in the room. Alessandro noticed her curiosity and asked whether she had found something. Startled, Lily quickly turned toward him. Alessandro rested his chin on his hand and smiled gently, his slightly blushing face making him appear incredibly kind. Lily thought she had nearly scared herself. Alessandro apologized and explained that he had promised his tutor he would finish studying that section before stopping. Lily asked whether the tutor was from his school. Alessandro explained that he did not attend a regular school. Instead, he studied at home with a private tutor. Lily opened her eyes wide in surprise. She realized they had something in common because she also studied at home. Seeing that she might be getting bored, Alessandro took something from the shelf and asked whether she wanted to play chess with him. Lily curiously asked about chess. Alessandro wondered whether she had never played before. She honestly admitted that she had not. Smiling brightly, Alessandro brought out a chessboard. He reassured her that he would teach her everything. He assigned Lily the white pieces, while he played black. Lily looked at the white pieces with curiosity and asked whether they all belonged to her. Alessandro confirmed that they did. He then pointed at the small black pieces and explained that they were pawns and could only move one square at a time. The lesson continued patiently. Whenever Lily made an incorrect move, Alessandro gently corrected her. He explained that the rook could only move horizontally or vertically and reminded her of the proper rules. Lily's head began spinning from trying to remember everything. She sheepishly asked whether she could move her piece back to its original position. Watching Alessandro continue explaining every mistake with endless patience, Lily realized that learning chess was not easy at all. Even whenever she made a mistake or misunderstood the rules, Alessandro calmly explained everything step by step. She sincerely thought Alessandro was a wonderful friend. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Alessandro answered politely. The maid entered and informed him that Mr. Michael Lafinato had called. Alessandro immediately turned to Lily and happily told her that her father had called and was already on his way to pick her up. Lily instantly stood up with excitement. She felt happy because her parents were finally coming. However, her excitement slowly faded. Only moments earlier, she had desperately wished for them to arrive quickly. How the moment had come, she suddenly felt reluctant to leave. She had enjoyed playing chess far more than she had expected. As Alessandro quietly packed the chess set back into its box, Lily spoke up. She shyly revealed that it was actually her birthday that day. She had just turned 7 years old. Alessandro smiled warmly and wished her a happy birthday. He then mentioned that he would turn 9 when winter arrived. Lily quietly thought that he was only 2 years older than her, yet he already seemed so mature. She explained that her parents had taken so long to come home that she had missed them terribly. That was why she had run outside to meet them and ended up falling and getting hurt. She sincerely thanked Alessandro for bringing her to his house, treating her injured hand, and teaching her how to play chess. She admitted that she had enjoyed herself so much that she hoped they could play together again someday. Alessandro asked whether she truly meant that. Lily happily confirmed that she did. Without hesitation, Alessandro picked up the chess set and handed it to her. He encouraged her to keep it. Lily looked surprised. She reminded him that he liked chess too. If she took the set home, he would not have one left to play with. Alessandro smiled brightly and explained that he could simply ask for another one. Since it was her birthday, he wanted it to be her birthday present. Lily accepted the gift with both hands. She quietly realized that this was the first birthday present she had ever received from someone her own age. Looking at the chess set with slightly flushed cheeks, she suddenly became thoughtful. Even if she brought it home, there would be nobody to play with. Her parents were always busy, and she did not have any other friends. After thinking for a while, she returned the chess set to Alessandro. Alessandro mistakenly assumed she disliked it because it was old and immediately apologized. Lily quickly shook her head. She explained that chess had only been enjoyable because she had played it together with him. Instead of receiving the chessboard as a birthday gift, she wanted something much more important. She wished for Alessandro to become her friend. Hearing those words, Alessandro's cheeks immediately turned red as well. Lily happily added that she wanted to visit him again and play together another time. Seeing Alessandro suddenly become shy and speechless, Lily realized he was blushing just like she had earlier. She covered her mouth while quietly observing his embarrassed expression. Alessandro tightly shut his eyes from embarrassment. Lily leaned closer and continued watching him with curiosity. Eventually, Alessandro became so embarrassed that he covered his face. Lily leaned even closer, waiting for his answer. Finally, Alessandro agreed. However, he explained that before Lily could come and play again, his mother would first have to give permission. Her own parents would also have to approve. Lily became incredibly excited. She immediately suggested asking his mother right away. She grabbed Alessandro's hand and happily pulled him along, saying that she would ask her own parents after returning home later. As Lily eagerly dragged him away, Alessandro quickly tried to stop her. He explained that his mother disliked people suddenly entering her room without permission. Lily innocently replied that they could simply knock before going inside. She asked where his mother's room was. Then she suddenly wondered whether his mother was not home at the moment. Alessandro calmly replied that at that time of day, his mother was probably still in her bedroom. At that exact moment, the maid hurried toward them from behind. Her face was filled with panic as she quickly rushed over to stop the two children. Lily was startled by the unfamiliar words and froze in shock. Alessandro felt as though he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Just then, Lily's parents arrived at the mansion by car. She asked which way she should leave, and Alessandro told her to simply walk back along the same road they had taken earlier. He explained that the housekeeper would escort her out. As Lily prepared to leave, she suddenly realized she had forgotten to ask Alessandro's mother for permission. Before she could think any further, the black car stopped outside the mansion. Her parents stepped out of the car. Lily immediately ran toward them. She happily embraced her mother and father, overwhelmed with relief after seeing them again. She excitedly told them that she had made a new friend today. At the same time, Alessandro noticed the tense expressions on Lily's parents' faces. Their faces darkened as they looked toward the mansion. Lily followed their gaze after hearing a voice from above. Standing on the balcony beside Alessandro was his mother, a beautiful woman with striking red hair. Lily admired her beauty and realized that the woman must be Alessandro's mother. She politely greeted Alessandro's mother and explained that she and Alessandro had become friends. She also expressed her hope that she could visit again in the future. Before anyone could respond, Lily's father gently stopped her. He reminded her that she was being impolite and urged her to come home immediately. Lily's mother turned her face away and silently wondered why everything had happened at this place and at this exact moment. Meanwhile, Alessandro's mother remained calm and graciously allowed Lily to visit again whenever she wished. Alessandro relayed his mother's permission. Lily became overjoyed. She sincerely thanked Alessandro's mother and happily promised that she would return another day. That memory marked one of the precious moments they had shared as children. As the flashback faded, the story returned to the present. After spending an intimate night together, Lily slowly woke up. She quickly realized she was no longer in the hotel. Instead, she was lying inside Alessandro's bedroom. Her entire body ached as if every bone had been broken. She silently complained that Alessandro should have at least carried her onto the bed instead of leaving her where they had collapsed. From that moment on, she felt she would never willingly play a piano again. She was even surprised that she had managed to memorize important information despite everything that had happened. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. When the door opened, Alessandro walked inside carrying breakfast as though nothing unusual had happened. His calm and natural attitude left Lily speechless, although she secretly admitted that it suited him perfectly. She looked down at the meal and noticed Fruity Hoops cereal. There were 2 servings prepared for both of them. Alessandro casually asked whether she disliked it. Lily admitted that she did not dislike it at all. In fact, Fruity Hoops had been her favorite cereal when she was a child. As she watched Alessandro pour milk into the bowl, she remembered how those happy childhood memories had later turned into painful emotional scars. Because of that, she had not eaten the cereal for many years. She wondered whether Alessandro liked the same cereal. He revealed that it had always been the only cereal he ever ate. Lily took a spoonful and immediately recognized the familiar taste she had loved as a child. The nostalgic flavor brought back memories she thought she had forgotten. Alessandro then mentioned that Lily had fainted the previous day. He realized that she had been completely inexperienced. Everything from her reactions to her breathing had made that obvious to him. At first, he had assumed she was simply inexperienced, but he eventually realized she had never experienced anything like that before. Lily remained completely silent. She wondered whether telling him the truth would have changed anything. She believed it would not. The Alessandro from the previous day had completely lost his reason. Even if he had known the truth beforehand, she believed he still would have made the same choice. Even so, she knew she had to answer him. Instead of telling the complete truth, she decided to give him an answer that would satisfy him. Blushing, Lily admitted that she had simply wanted him to hold her. Hearing that, Alessandro became embarrassed as well. Lily continued by explaining that she had not wanted to stop and that there had been no other reason behind her decision. Believing that answer was enough, she finished her breakfast and thanked him. Alessandro stood up, picked up a piece of fruit, and quietly observed her while eating. He admitted that he could not decide whether she was brave or simply reckless. After clearing away the breakfast, he told her to get more rest. He assured her that he would not bother her again for the time being. Lily felt relieved. She had been worried he might approach her again. She lay back on the bed, hoping to sleep a little longer. Just as she relaxed, Alessandro leaned close to her ear and quietly reminded her that his promise was only temporary. His teasing words immediately darkened Lily's expression. Several hours later, after getting more sleep, Lily finally woke up feeling slightly better. She got out of bed and headed toward the bathroom. As she changed clothes, she noticed emergency contraception and a pregnancy test placed neatly on the table. She assumed the housekeeper had left them there earlier. Looking at the pregnancy test, Lily realized that intimate encounters like the previous night would probably become a regular part of her life. She forced herself to believe she would eventually grow accustomed to it. Without hesitation, she threw the pregnancy test into the toilet. Deep inside, however, she reminded herself that Alessandro would never discover the truth that she was still alive. She pressed her lips together, determined to keep that secret forever. Then another problem came to mind. The phone provided by headquarters no longer worked. She also remembered that she was forbidden from entering Alessandro's study or bedroom without permission. Realizing how difficult her situation had become, Lily concluded that, even if it took a long time, she would have to slowly lower Alessandro's guard before making her next move. Lily reminded herself that her goal was simple: survive, complete the mission, and return safely. To achieve that, she needed something far more valuable than physical intimacy. No matter how difficult it became, she had to find a way to earn Alessandro's trust. The following morning, dark clouds covered the sky as she entered the kitchen and greeted Mata. The housekeeper welcomed her warmly and handed her a glass of kale juice. Lily thanked her before asking where Alessandro was. Mata explained that he had gone out for his usual morning run and had forgotten to bring an umbrella despite the gloomy weather. Seeing the rain about to fall, Lily volunteered to take it to him. After learning the direction he had gone, she quickly changed clothes and left the mansion. Following the path through the garden, across the canal, and along the trail, Lily realized this was the perfect opportunity to be alone with Alessandro. Before long, she spotted him jogging ahead and called out to him. He turned around as she caught up and handed him the umbrella, explaining that she had brought it because it looked like it would rain. Only then did Alessandro realize he had forgotten it. Lily apologized because she had assumed he had already taken one, but Alessandro calmly replied that the rain would not start immediately, so there was nothing to worry about. Lily mentioned that she also enjoyed jogging and asked if she could run with him. Alessandro answered indifferently that she could if she wanted, and the two continued side by side. As they ran together, Lily asked if he always followed the same route every morning. Alessandro confirmed that he usually did. She admired the beautiful scenery and remarked that living in a place like this would make daily exercise enjoyable. Alessandro explained that during winter the rain turned the trail into mud, making it impossible to run there. Curious, Lily asked where he trained during that season. He told her he usually ran along the nearby beach, which was only a short drive away, although he did not visit it very often. Hearing that, Lily quietly analyzed the information. If the mansion was close to the coastline, perhaps she could estimate its location by studying the surrounding terrain. Smiling naturally, she remarked that she loved the feeling of walking barefoot on warm sand while listening to the waves, hoping to keep the conversation going. Alessandro simply remained silent, leaving Lily inwardly frustrated by his lack of social skills. Trying another approach, Lily ran a few steps ahead before turning back and asking why he had been so busy lately. She pointed out that he seemed to spend all his time inside the study. Alessandro casually answered that it was only business, adding that his work was always like that and she probably already knew what he did for a living. Lily hid her thoughts. As an FBI agent, she knew exactly who Alessandro was. His organization was involved in illegal weapons, drug trafficking, and countless other crimes. There was no FBI agent who did not know the notorious Giardi family. Alessandro then decided to ask her something in return. Since her cousin had invited her to the party, he wanted to know whether she had already known his identity before meeting him. Lily immediately understood the hidden meaning behind his question. Alessandro's previous partners had always been carefully selected by his trusted subordinates, so he was likely asking whether her cousin had told her the real purpose of arranging the meeting. She replied that the answer was both yes and no. She explained that she had traveled to Milan only to meet her cousin, but instead she was unexpectedly invited to a party because someone special wanted to meet her. Her cousin had refused to reveal anything except that the man was extraordinary, and only after repeated questions did she finally learn his name. To Lily, it had all felt like a carefully staged first encounter. Alessandro seemed surprised that she had met him without knowing anything else. She admitted that she had been confused after suddenly being left alone with a complete stranger. Even after receiving the driver's business card, she still had no idea what was happening. Alessandro acknowledged how awkward that situation must have been, and Lily agreed that it certainly had been. She continued by explaining that she only learned about him after leaving the party. All she had been told was that he was part of the Mafia, and from that single fact she had guessed the rest. Alessandro asked whether she had been afraid of him. Lily answered that if she truly had been afraid, she would never have come to his home. Alessandro quietly remarked that sometimes fear itself could push people into situations they never wanted. Lily carefully chose her next words. She knew the real Lily was supposed to be fearless and bold, qualities Alessandro clearly admired. Stepping closer, she told him that he looked no different from any ordinary man. Even if he had been introduced through her cousin, she would have walked away immediately if she had genuinely felt threatened. Back in Milan, he had seemed more like an ordinary man who appreciated art than a dangerous criminal. To her, the fact that he belonged to the Mafia did not make him seem extraordinary. Although saying those words left a bitter taste in her mouth, she maintained her smile. Still playing her role, Lily lightly held onto Alessandro's shirt and pointed out that his daily routine was surprisingly ordinary. He ate regular meals, exercised every morning, worked in his study, slept at night, and lived much like everyone else. Even the way he dressed was simple. His t-shirt and athletic clothes suited him well, and she wondered why he did not dress casually all the time instead of following the expectations of the underworld. Alessandro gently took her hand and asked whether she truly did not mind being involved with a criminal. Lily replied by asking whether he had expected a different answer. Alessandro admitted that he had not, although he was genuinely surprised because her response was nothing like what he would expect from a sheltered young woman. Lily teasingly pointed out that inviting her to stay beside him while asking such a question was hardly fair. Alessandro explained that his surprise came from discovering how innocent and inexperienced she really was. Lily realized he was still thinking about what had happened the previous day. She concluded that she would have to take an even more proactive approach if she wanted to maintain his trust. As they continued jogging, she reminded herself that she only needed to convince Alessandro she was willing to continue their relationship for the next 3 months. Once her mission ended, she would disappear forever as though she had never existed. Keeping that determination hidden, she admitted that she genuinely liked him. Alessandro replied that he was honored to hear it. Lily added that otherwise she would never have followed a man she had dated for only 2 weeks all the way to his home. Alessandro suggested that perhaps she had simply grown tired of a peaceful life and wanted a brief taste of rebellion. In his opinion, someone like her belonged in a world surrounded by lawyers and Ivy League financial experts rather than the dangerous world of the Mafia. Alessandro remarked that someone like Lily belonged in a world filled with lawyers and Ivy League financial experts rather than the Mafia. Lily immediately teased him by pointing out that, if that was true, then he was the one who had pursued and seduced such an innocent, carefully raised young woman. Alessandro admitted with a laugh that she was right. He confessed that he had been the one who had tempted that naive girl. Seeing him laugh brought back memories of the warm smile he had worn as a child. As Lily drifted into those memories, the rain finally began to fall. Alessandro noticed the weather and suggested that a heavy shower was coming. He remembered an old granary nearby and proposed that they wait there until the rain stopped. Lily agreed, and the two hurried inside the abandoned building. Looking around, she was surprised to find a storage house hidden in such a remote place. Alessandro told her to sit down before everything became damp. He pulled out a chair and turned on a heater, explaining that the building had once been used as a resting place for workers in the olive grove. It was no longer in regular use, and now served only as temporary shelter whenever it rained. Just then, Alessandro's phone rang. He apologized and stepped outside to take the call. Lily immediately became suspicious. If the call had come from the mansion, there would have been no reason for him to leave the building. Unable to ignore her curiosity, she quietly stood up and pressed her ear against the door to listen. Alessandro asked whether the shipment had been completed and whether enough goods had been acquired. Hearing the word shipment, Lily immediately wondered whether he was referring to drugs or the illegal weapons discussed during the previous meeting. As the conversation continued, Alessandro reminded the caller that they had already agreed to establish a new supply route during their last meeting. He warned that there could be no interruptions under any circumstances. He then asked about the warehouse. Hearing that word, Lily became even more convinced the discussion involved weapons. Alessandro commented that the planned scale sounded acceptable. Lily wondered whether they had successfully prepared a new storage facility somewhere in Greece or another nearby location. Alessandro dismissed concerns about the cost, insisting that maintaining the distribution network in Caesar's territory was far more important than saving money. Judging by his tone, Lily guessed he was speaking with Paolo or another trusted subordinate of similar rank. She silently hoped he would reveal even more valuable information. Instead, Alessandro abruptly ended the conversation, explaining that he was outside with someone and would call back later. Hearing that, Lily panicked. She quickly rushed back to her chair just before he returned. When Alessandro opened the door, he found her calmly sitting where she had been. He remarked that breakfast would probably be delayed, and that the rain had already stopped, so it was time to head back. Lily quietly agreed while feeling relieved that her eavesdropping had gone unnoticed. As they walked back toward the mansion, Lily pointed to an empty plot of land and asked what it had once been used for. She commented that it would look beautiful if flowers were planted there. Alessandro replied that the land was no longer being used. Continuing the conversation as they walked inside, Lily suggested planting flowers in autumn so they would bloom the following spring. She mentioned that the ground in the area did not freeze during winter, making it suitable for growing them. Alessandro gently reminded her that if the flowers bloomed the following spring, she would no longer be there to see them. His words made Lily remember that in just a few months, she would return to the United States once her mission was over. Even though she knew he was right, the thought still left her feeling unexpectedly saddened. She replied that, even if she was gone by then, someone else would still enjoy the garden. At the very least, Mata would appreciate it, and perhaps Alessandro would too. Alessandro finally told her that if she wanted to plant flowers, she should go ahead. He added that Silvio would help her with whatever she needed before casually heading upstairs, leaving Lily quietly thinking about her next move. Inside his chamber, Alessandro spoke on the phone with his godfather. His godfather asked whether everything was going smoothly, and Alessandro assured him there were no problems. He even joked that things were peaceful enough for him to have time to make a phone call. His godfather laughed, saying Alessandro was probably still keeping to himself as usual. Alessandro admitted that, unlike his godfather, he was not the type of person welcomed everywhere. Remembering the favor he had requested earlier, he asked about it. His godfather proudly replied that everything had been handled perfectly and reminded Alessandro that he was not too old to take care of such a small matter. Alessandro apologized, saying he had never doubted him. The older man laughed it off before mentioning that Alessandro had seemed eager to meet him in Milan. He explained that an urgent matter had forced him to miss the party and asked whether Alessandro had enjoyed himself. Alessandro paused before answering. His thoughts drifted back to the woman in the bright red dress who had quietly looked down at him from the upper floor. Compared to that glamorous appearance, he found the blue sportswear Lily had worn during their morning jog much more attractive. He thought she needed no elaborate makeup. Slightly swollen lips from their earlier intimacy and naturally flushed cheeks suited her far better. The memory of her innocent expressions kept replaying in his mind, making him unconsciously tap his fingers against the chair. To his surprise, Lily had begun occupying his thoughts more and more often. Every time he let his guard down, she slipped into his mind and disrupted his concentration. Strangely, he realized he did not dislike that feeling at all. His godfather interrupted his thoughts by suggesting they play a game of chess before the season changed. He pointed out that it had already been about 2 months since his last visit. Alessandro politely declined, saying it would not be possible for the time being. His godfather was surprised that Alessandro was refusing him and asked whether something had happened. Alessandro simply requested that he treat it as a personal matter. His godfather teasingly wondered if it had something to do with a woman. Before Alessandro could answer properly, someone knocked on the study door. He ended the call, promising to contact his godfather again later. When Alessandro opened the door, he found Lily standing outside with a tray of snacks. She explained that Mato was busy preparing food in the kitchen and could not leave because it would burn if she stopped stirring it. Since the pomegranates had just been bought that morning, Lily had volunteered to bring them upstairs herself. Alessandro frowned slightly and reminded her that she was his guest, so she did not need to help with household chores. Lily smiled and explained that she simply wanted to thank Mata for taking such good care of her. Alessandro replied that Mata was only following his instructions and told Lily she was free to spend her time however she liked. Lily insisted she was helping because she genuinely wanted to, not because anyone had asked her to. Seeing him remain silent, she jokingly asked whether he intended to leave her standing at the door forever. Alessandro quietly stepped aside, allowing her to enter. After placing the tray on the table, Lily looked around the study with obvious curiosity. She remarked that it was her first time inside and asked if she could have a look around. Alessandro casually gave her permission. She admired the room and commented that she finally understood why he spent so much time there. While pretending to admire the decor, she secretly memorized the layout. Behind Alessandro's desk, she noticed what appeared to be a highly secure biometric system. She wondered whether it used fingerprints, iris recognition, or even palm vein scanning. At the same time, she began thinking about how she might eventually gain access to whatever was hidden inside. Moving toward the bookshelves, Lily observed that Alessandro seemed to enjoy reading, and noticed that many of his books matched her own tastes. She asked whether she could come into the study to read whenever she became bored. Alessandro replied that she was welcome to do so whenever he was working there. Thanking him, Lily continued looking around until her eyes landed on a framed family photograph. Picking it up, she realized she had unexpectedly found a valuable opportunity. Sitting beside Alessandro, she pointed to the picture and remarked that he looked exactly the same as he had as a child. She guessed the photo had been taken when he was about 8 years old, making it roughly 20 years old. She admired how little his features had changed over the years. Looking more closely, Lily commented that the woman in the photograph had eyes identical to Alessandro's. She guessed the man standing beside her must be his father because they looked remarkably alike. As she studied the picture, she carefully guided the conversation toward Anthony without making it seem deliberate. Then she suddenly realized that she had overlooked the other people in the photograph. Pointing at them, she casually asked whether they were relatives or members of the organization. Alessandro coldly answered that there was no need for her to know because they were all dead. Lily silently reminded herself that many of those deaths had happened because of him, though she forced herself to remain calm. Instead of exposing her emotions, she simply remarked that Alessandro had inherited his father's nose and jawline almost perfectly. Alessandro replied that he resembled his father in far more than appearance. Curious, Lily wondered whether he meant personality or hobbies. Instead, Alessandro gently touched her cheek and explained that what he had inherited were the practical skills his father had taught him. He calmly listed examples such as knowing exactly how long it took to render someone unconscious, where to strike so they died before they could scream, and how to wound someone in a way that kept them alive for as long as possible. Hearing those words made Lily's face turn pale. Alessandro kept his hand on her cheek while she quietly admitted that the advice she had once given him in Milan now seemed insignificant. She realized that even without her suggestion, he would have found his own way to control others. Alessandro smiled and told her that she was adorable. Rather than directly telling him to crush his enemies, she had cleverly hidden the idea behind the language of art. Taking the photograph back from her hands, he praised her courage, saying she was far braver than the cowards who clung to stronger people just to save their own lives. Lily silently wondered whether he was complimenting her or warning her. Alessandro then noticed her biting her lip again and reminded her that he had already told her several times not to do that. Lily asked whether he disliked the habit. Alessandro admitted the opposite was true. Every time she bit her lip, it became much harder for him to restrain himself. As he leaned closer, Lily realized he intended to kiss her. She instinctively bit her lip once more. Alessandro chuckled and remarked that she learned mischievous habits surprisingly quickly. Lily playfully replied that she hoped to learn even more from him. Alessandro laughed, calling her an eager student. As the distance between them disappeared, Lily realized that what was about to happen would likely go far beyond a simple kiss. A knock suddenly echoed from outside Alessandro's room. Paolo had arrived at the door. Hearing the knock, Alessandro calmly realized that time had passed faster than he expected. Believing it was already the appointed hour, he gave permission for Paolo to enter the room. Paolo slowly opened the door and stepped inside. The moment he entered, his eyes immediately fell on Lily, who was still sitting comfortably in Alessandro's lap. The unexpected sight caught him completely off guard. Realizing that he had interrupted a private moment between the two, Paolo immediately stepped backward toward the doorway. Feeling embarrassed, he apologized for disturbing them and quietly announced that he would wait downstairs on the first floor until Alessandro was ready. Alessandro showed no sign of discomfort and calmly assured Paolo that there was no need to worry. He then gently turned his attention to Lily and told her that he needed to discuss something in private, asking her to step outside for a little while. Although Lily obediently accepted his request, she could not hide the disappointment growing inside her. She had never expected the situation to change so suddenly. Earlier, Alessandro had even allowed her to sit in on the executive board meeting as an observer, treating her with an unusual level of trust. Yet now, she was being asked to leave the room before an important conversation even began. Even though she felt slightly hurt by the sudden change, Lily did not complain. She simply smiled politely, wished Alessandro well, and told him that she would see him again at dinner, before quietly leaving the room. As soon as the door closed behind her, Lily's curiosity immediately took over. She could not help wondering what kind of confidential matter Alessandro and Paolo needed to discuss in complete privacy. Deep inside, she suspected that the conversation might be connected to Antonio's whereabouts, the very mystery she had been trying so hard to uncover. However, Lily quickly reminded herself to stay patient. Acting too eagerly now would only make Alessandro suspicious of her intentions. She knew she had already earned some of his trust, and ruining that progress through reckless curiosity would only make her mission more difficult. Deciding that caution was the wiser choice, she gave up the idea of listening outside the door and instead returned quietly to her own room. After entering her room, Lily gently closed the door behind her and released a long, exhausted sigh. She could not help thinking that Alessandro was an unbelievably cautious man who never lowered his guard. Just then, a soft meowing sound interrupted her thoughts. Lily looked down in surprise and discovered the same adorable little cat she had seen wandering around the mansion's garden several times before. She had no idea when it had slipped into her room. Remembering that one of the maids often fed the stray cat, she realized it had probably become comfortable roaming through the house. The little cat rolled happily across the floor in front of her, rubbing against her feet as though asking for attention. Watching its playful behavior, Lily guessed that it had probably wandered into her room because it was hungry. She crouched down and gently stroked the cat's soft fur, wishing she had something to feed it. Unfortunately, there was no food in her room that she could offer the hungry little visitor. At the same time, her thoughts drifted back to the strange events that had happened earlier, and Alessandro's unusual reaction continued to linger in her mind. His expression had changed the instant Antonio's name was mentioned, becoming unexpectedly sharp and tense in a way she had never seen before. As Lily continued absent-mindedly stroking the little cat, her mind remained focused on Alessandro's strange behavior. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that his reaction had not been ordinary. The moment Antonio's name had come up, Alessandro's eyes had turned cold and unusually sharp, as though the name itself had awakened emotions he had been trying to suppress. She carefully analyzed everything she had observed. It seemed possible that Alessandro viewed his own father as a rival rather than simply as a parent. Earlier, when she had casually remarked that he looked remarkably similar to his father, his reaction had also been strangely intense. At the time, she had found it unusual, but now those pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fit together. Lily considered Antonio's personality based on everything she had learned so far. If Antonio truly was the man everyone described, then he would have been more than capable of raising his own son to become his successor. However, Antonio likely would not have relied on affection or gentle guidance. Instead, he would have raised Alessandro through relentless competition. While Lily remained lost in thought, the little cat suddenly stood up and stretched its body lazily. She smiled warmly at the tiny creature and realized it was probably ready to leave. She softly watched as the cat began walking away and silently wished it goodbye. However, before it reached the door, the playful animal unexpectedly jumped onto a nearby cabinet. Lily was startled by its sudden movement. She immediately hurried over, worried that the mischievous cat might knock something over or damage the furniture. She gently lifted the cat into her arms to stop it from causing any trouble. As she looked back toward the cabinet, something unusual immediately caught her attention. Near the side of the cabinet, she noticed a tiny hole that she was certain had not been there before, or at least she had never seen it during her earlier inspection of the room. She clearly remembered examining this cabinet previously. At that time, she had found nothing unusual. It had appeared completely empty, with no signs of hidden storage or secret compartments. Now, however, the tiny hole completely changed her conclusion. Only one explanation made sense. The cabinet contained a hidden compartment. Lily recalled a common trick often used by skilled furniture makers to create concealed storage spaces inside expensive cabinets and dressing tables. Secret mechanisms like these were designed to remain invisible unless someone knew exactly where to press. Through hoping that the craftsman who had built this dressing table had used the same technique, Lily carefully searched for the hidden mechanism. After examining the cabinet closely, she gently pressed against one of its concealed panels. A faint click echoed through the room. Just as she had hoped, the hidden mechanism activated. A secret compartment slowly opened before her eyes. Without wasting another second, Lily carefully reached inside and pulled out a beautifully crafted wooden box. Her heart began beating faster with anticipation. She silently hoped that the mysterious box contained the clues she had been searching for all this time. Taking a deep breath, she slowly opened the lid. Inside, she discovered a collection of old personal belongings that had clearly been treasured for many years. There were numerous keepsakes neatly preserved together. Among them were several photographs showing a woman with the same distinctive hair, smiling brightly beside Alessandro's late mother. There was also a silver cross necklace, a bottle of perfume, several old letters, and various small personal items that seemed to hold deep sentimental value. Lily carefully examined everything inside the box. At first glance, these did not appear to be ordinary family photographs. Instead, the collection seemed to belong to someone whose identity had been deliberately hidden for many years. As she picked up several torn photographs, she carefully aligned the damaged pieces together. The moment the images matched, her eyes widened in shock. The completed photograph revealed a wedding portrait. The bride and groom in the picture were none other than Antonio Gianzi and his wife. The discovery was completely unexpected. Lily realized that she had uncovered evidence far more valuable than she had originally hoped to find. This was no longer just a hidden box of sentimental belongings. It was a collection that could reveal the long-buried history of Alessandro's family. Setting the wedding photograph aside, her attention shifted toward a stack of old letters that had been carefully preserved inside the box. She slowly unfolded one of the aged letters and began reading its contents. The letter was addressed with deep affection to a woman named Lucia. Its writer expressed hope that his beloved younger sister was doing well. He also asked about the well-being of their parents and the rest of their brothers, showing how much he missed his family while living far away. The letter went on to describe the weather in London. The writer explained that it rained far more often there than it did in Italy. Even as he sat writing the letter, the sound of rain continued falling outside his window. Despite finding the endless rain unpleasant, he comforted himself by saying that he would soon be leaving the city. Since he only had about half a month left before returning home, he jokingly accepted listening to the rain a little longer. As Lily continued reading, the tone of the letter gradually became more serious. The writer mentioned that he had recently received news from Paolo. According to the information Paolo had passed along, several smaller organizations were beginning to unite under a single leader. That leader was a man named Antonio, who had started presenting himself as the one in charge. Reading those words, Lily suddenly paused. An important realization struck her almost immediately. She had always assumed Paolo's connection to Alessandro's family began much later. However, this letter suggested something completely different. It appeared that Paolo had already known Alessandro's mother long before the events she had previously imagined. His connection to the family had existed for many years. The writer continued by explaining that another man named Julio believed there was probably nothing to worry about. Nevertheless, despite Julio's reassurance, the writer admitted that he could not shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Although he desperately wanted to return to Italy as soon as possible, unfinished business prevented him from leaving early. No matter how anxious he felt, he simply could not speed up his schedule. Because of that uneasy feeling, he urged his younger sister to be especially careful. Whenever she needed to go outside, he instructed her never to go alone and to make sure Paolo accompanied her at all times. The letter then shifted to a warmer and more affectionate topic. The writer happily revealed that he had already purchased a birthday present for his beloved younger sister. The gift was a sapphire hairpin. He explained that he believed the sapphire would perfectly complement the beautiful color of her eyes. Lily paused once more as she read that detail. The mention of the sapphire hairpin felt strangely significant, as though it might become an important clue later. The writer continued by saying that no matter how busy he became, he would never neglect preparing a birthday gift for his precious younger sister. Finally, he promised that he would not be late for her 20th birthday celebration and assured her that she had nothing to worry about. Although he still had many more things he wished to tell her, he decided to end the letter there, believing they could talk about everything else once they met again in person. He closed the letter by wishing his younger sister good health and happiness until they could see each other again. Lily carefully lowered the letter after finishing the final lines. Her thoughts raced as she examined the signature, the address, and the dates written on the old correspondence. Although each letter had been sent from different places and at different times, one detail remained exactly the same. Every single letter had been addressed to the same woman. The recipient was Lucia Verzati, who later became known as Lucia Gianzi after her marriage. She was Alessandro's mother who had passed away many years ago. At that moment, everything became clear to Lily. The elegant dressing table inside the room had originally belonged to Lucia. The hidden compartment, the old wooden box, the treasured keepsakes, the photographs, and the carefully preserved letters had all been her personal belonging. The scene shifted to a telephone booth where the call was finally answered. Benjamin Mueller was on the other end of the line, and his son respectfully greeted him. Benjamin first wanted to know whether Jarver was standing beside him. His son explained that she was not with him because she was at another location connected to House Jan and the ongoing mission. Although Benjamin tried to ask about the operation, his son refused to reveal any details because the mission was classified. He reminded himself that his own father had always been the person who understood security regulations better than anyone else, making Benjamin's unusual behavior feel even stranger. Benjamin immediately told both agents to return as quickly as possible and warned them not to remain there any longer. His son tried to calm him down, believing that according to protocol, everything was still under control. Benjamin abruptly cut him off. He declared that rules and procedures no longer mattered and insisted that they leave immediately. His son realized it was the first time he had ever heard his father raise his voice with such desperation. He quietly understood why Benjamin was acting this way. 18 years earlier, Benjamin had lost both his fellow agents and his own wife during a similar incident. The painful memories were clearly returning, and he was terrified that history would repeat itself. The young agent assured his father that both he and Giver would survive and return safely. Benjamin sadly replied that his son did not truly understand the situation. He explained that years ago they had also believed everything would eventually be fine, yet they had still lost everything. Before the conversation could continue, someone outside knocked on the telephone booth because the allotted time had already exceeded 1 minute. The young agent respectfully ended the conversation, wished his father good health, and hung up. As he walked back toward the meeting room, his thoughts became even heavier. He wondered what Benjamin would say if he knew that the woman he had practically raised like his own daughter was currently inside the mansion of the very criminal they were hunting. He also reminded himself that entering that dangerous place had been entirely her own decision. Back inside the meeting room, the atmosphere quickly became tense. Jonathan casually brought up the topic of MAFIA, remarking that the organization members seemed to be gaining considerable influence lately. Another man calmly explained that this outcome had been expected. Within mafia families, members often strengthened their own position by introducing a suitable romantic partner to the boss, making such developments fairly common. Jonathan admitted that although it made sense, he was still impressed by how skillfully MAFIA had managed the situation. He sarcastically commented that MAFIA's talent for handling delicate situations was far better than other abilities, and even joked that such skills could almost qualify someone as an expert for these kinds of assignments. The remark immediately enraged Miller. Miller stood up and furiously condemned Jonathan's words. He could not believe anyone would make light of the situation, while an undercover agent had willingly entered the jaws of a deadly predator. He accused Jonathan of constantly criticizing Agent Winstead throughout her career. Even after she had been suspended by senior officials, Jonathan had never defended her. Instead, he had repeatedly focused only on her mistakes and continued making her job even harder. Miller pointed out that despite all of that, Winstead had never once complained about the unfair treatment she received. Sophia repeatedly tried to calm Miller down, but his emotions had already exploded. He passionately reminded everyone that Winstead was currently risking her life on the front lines. Every day she remained undercover. She was gambling everything. She could return alive tomorrow, or she could just as easily return as a corpse. Miller could not understand how anyone could still speak so carelessly about her situation while ignoring her sacrifice. He angrily questioned whether Jonathan possessed any conscience at all. Jonathan's expression became increasingly unpleasant as the room fell into uncomfortable silence. Seeing that nothing productive would come from the confrontation, Sophia politely interrupted the meeting. She announced that she and Miller needed to leave because it was time to inspect and organize the equipment room. She gently placed a reassuring hand on Miller's shoulder and quietly encouraged him to come with her. Still visibly upset, Miller reluctantly agreed. The two stepped outside onto the rooftop. Seeing how angry he still was, Sophia suggested that he smoke a cigarette if it would help him calm down. Miller seemed surprised by the suggestion. Sophia explained that now was not the time to worry about secondhand smoke. What mattered was helping him regain his composure. Miller accepted her advice, lit a cigarette, and slowly took several drags. Sophia then gently asked why he had allowed himself to become so emotionally involved. She reminded him that Jonathan had always behaved that way, and that nearly everyone on their side found him just as unpleasant. Unfortunately, Spencer was the person ultimately responsible, leaving them with very little room to act. Miller admitted that he simply could not stand there and listen to Jonathan insult Winstead again. His thoughts drifted back to the day when headquarters debated whether Winstead should be withdrawn from the undercover operation. At the time, Miller had falsely claimed that the decision came directly from higher authorities. In reality, during that discussion, Jonathan, Jan Sato, Oliver, MAFIA, and even Miller himself had all opposed pulling Winstead out of the mission. The only person who had insisted that the organization should prioritize the safety of the undercover agent had been Sophia. Miller painfully admitted that those words should have come from his own mouth instead. Because he had failed to do the right thing then, he believed Sophia probably viewed his current regret as nothing more than empty hypocrisy. Even so, he insisted that Winstead had never deserved the way she had been treated. He described her as someone who always put other people before herself. No matter what investigation she was assigned, she had never once refused a mission. She had always been an outstanding colleague whom everyone could rely on. Instead of helping someone who had silently begged for relief, Miller believed he had personally pushed her even deeper into danger. He felt he had completely failed her. Sophia again placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. She gently reminded him that this was not the time to argue about guilt or hypocrisy. Even if he regretted every decision they had made, none of those feelings could rescue Winstead immediately. Sophia also reminded him that Winstead had ultimately made her own choice. When escape was no longer possible, she had consciously decided to face the danger head-on instead of running from it. In the worst-case scenario, Winstead had actually possessed the ability to leave independently if she had truly wanted to. Even then, MAFIA could easily have created an excuse by claiming that his niece had urgently returned to her home country. Instead, Winstead had deliberately chosen to stay and continue fighting. Sophia gently took the cigarette from Miller's hand and extinguished it. She encouraged him to stop blaming himself and focus all his energy on bringing Winstead home safely. Her words finally reached him. Miller nodded gratefully and sincerely thanked Sophia for helping him regain his perspective. Sophia smiled warmly and suggested that they return inside because they still had many problems waiting to be handled. The two walked back together. Although Miller's heart remained burdened by complicated emotions that could barely be described, Sophia's encouragement gradually cleared the heavy darkness clouding his thoughts. Ever since his final phone conversation with Jeever, the overwhelming anxiety inside him had slowly begun to fade. As they continued walking, Sophia suddenly remembered an important development. She excitedly revealed that she had just received major news. She reminded Miller about Sinan, one of Alessandro's former lovers. Miller immediately recognized the name. Among all the women who had dated Alessandro, Siwa had always stood out as someone unusually unique. She had been born to a Taiwanese mother and an American father. She later became a successful lingerie model and significantly increased her public value through numerous advertising campaigns. However, everything changed after she became involved in a major drug scandal 2 years earlier. The scandal destroyed her modeling career, forced her retirement from the industry, and surrounded her with countless rumors and controversies. The FBI had already known for a long time that she had once been romantically involved with Alessandro. Even so, because Alessandro was one of the world's most feared mafia bosses, Sidney had consistently refused to cooperate with investigators. Sophia then revealed the newest development. Although Sinem had been wanted in the United States on drug possession charges, she had recently been captured in the Tuscany region. Before being extradited back to America, authorities planned to hold her temporarily in their custody. Sophia believed this created a valuable opportunity. Now that Siwa had finally been arrested and isolated, she might be willing to reveal information she had previously kept secret. Without wasting another moment, Miller immediately agreed that they should visit her as soon as possible, hoping she would finally provide crucial information that could help expose Alessandro and, most importantly, save Lily. The scene returned to the Sanzo estate as heavy rain relentlessly battered the mansion. Standing beside her bedroom window, Lily found herself worrying about Mata and Silvio, who had taken the day off despite the terrible weather. Her gaze eventually drifted toward the dressing table, and she realized that, with everyone occupied, she had not seen Paolo since the previous day. With little else to do, she resumed reading the mysterious letters she had discovered. She knew Alessandro was somewhere inside the mansion, but since he had locked himself away in the prayer room for the entire day, she assumed she would not be interrupted. As she continued reading, her curiosity returned to the question that had been lingering in her mind. Why had Alessandro suddenly begun spending so much time in the chapel? It certainly was not his bedroom, and she wondered whether he was far more religious than she had originally assumed. Her thoughts drifted back to the day Mata had first shown her around the estate. Lily had been surprised to discover a private chapel hidden within such a luxurious mansion. Mata had proudly described it as the most beautiful place in the house, and explained that while every other part of the estate had been renovated over the years, the prayer room had remained untouched. Lily remembered noticing an old, worn Bible resting inside, and briefly wondering why Alessandro had never replaced it, though she had quickly dismissed the thought since it had nothing to do with her mission. Mata had also pointed out the large stained glass window depicting the Virgin Mary's Ascension, and casually mentioned that the young master occasionally spent time there. The moment the words left her mouth, however, she seemed to realize she had revealed too much. Embarrassed, she immediately changed the subject and guided Lily toward the upper garden instead. Back in the present, Lily unfolded another letter. By now, she was convinced that the previous letter had been written by Leah's older brother. Remembering the torn wedding photograph she had found earlier, she slowly began piecing together the tragic history of Alessandro's family. Leah, Alessandro's mother, had been the youngest daughter of a small mafia family. After House Jan destroyed and absorbed their organization, she lost everyone she loved and was forced into marriage with the very man responsible for her family's destruction. The next letter revealed even more painful details. Leah's honeymoon had been cancelled because her health had deteriorated. The writer urged her to rest, apologized for being unable to escort her home from the hospital, warned her that the injury to her left arm would take time to heal, and reassured her that her family's funeral had been handled with the utmost care. As Lily read each line, she quietly realized that her suspicions had been correct all along. The letter went on to explain that a trusted caretaker had been assigned to maintain the family graves, and revealed that, under the boss's orders, the main family estate had been destroyed, while a separate villa had been spared. Lily immediately realized that the villa being mentioned was almost certainly the very mansion in which she was now living. The writer encouraged Leah to return there once her health improved, believing that familiar surroundings would help her recover both physically and emotionally. He promised to visit before the week's end, and urged her to focus entirely on healing. After finishing the letter, Lily found herself unable to stop thinking about Leah's heartbreaking life. She had lost her entire family, been forced into a marriage she never wanted, and eventually given birth to a child she may never have wished to have. Comparing Leah's suffering to her own, Lily felt as though the woman had been living while already dead inside. She also realized that the repeated encouragement to return to the villa and recover was likely more than simple concern. It sounded like a desperate attempt to stop Leah from taking her own life. Then another realization suddenly struck her. She wondered whether Paolo Bozzolin had originally belonged to Leah's family. She remembered hearing that he had once served a different organization before joining House Jan. Everything finally clicked into place. Paolo had not switched sides merely to survive. He had joined the enemy so that he could continue protecting his young mistress even after her family's downfall. Searching for more answers, Lily picked up another letter. This time Paolo asked whether Leah's health had improved, and mentioned hearing that her pregnancy had been particularly difficult. Hoping to make her stay more comfortable, he explained that he had already sent a married couple to serve her at the villa. He also shared the good news that the baby was perfectly healthy, although its gender remained unknown. While the boss was convinced the child would be a son, Paolo admitted that he secretly hoped for a daughter who looked exactly like her mother. He fondly recalled a small chocolate shop near Cambio Square that Leah had always loved and promised to bring her favorite chocolates when he visited. As Lily imagined Leah sitting alone, heavily pregnant and reading the letter in silence, her heart grew heavy. It no longer felt like an ordinary letter exchanged between acquaintances. Every line sounded like Paolo desperately begging her to keep living and not surrender to despair. Realizing she was becoming emotionally attached to a story that had nothing to do with her assignment, Lily forced herself to regain her composure and reminded herself that her mission had to remain her first priority. Just as she reached for another letter, a deafening thunderclap exploded across the sky. The entire mansion instantly plunged into darkness as the electricity failed. Since only she and Alessandro remained inside the house, Lily decided to head to the chapel, hoping to find candles or some other source of light. When she arrived and raised her hand to knock, the door suddenly opened before she could touch it. Alessandro was already standing there, calmly explaining that he had seen her shadow through the window. Instead of replying immediately, Lily glanced past him into the room. Something about the chapel felt different from before, and she found herself wondering what exactly he had been doing there for so many hours. After asking permission, she stepped inside. Since the prayer room had never been renovated, she began wondering whether, like Lily's dressing table, it might conceal a hidden compartment or secret storage space. While casually remarking that she wished the weather had been sunny instead, she quietly searched the room for any sign of a hidden safe, archive, or concealed cache. Eventually, she asked Alessandro what he had been doing there all day, and whether he had been praying. His response was vague and strangely unsettling. He said the answer was both none of those things and all of them at once. Sensing that he was not in the mood for conversation, Lily decided it was best to leave. Before she could take a step, however, Alessandro suddenly stopped her and quietly asked whether she believed in God. Caught off guard by the question, Lily admitted that she did. Alessandro looked at her with tired eyes weighed down by a pain he seemed unable to express. He confessed that he no longer believed in God's will. To him, it was nothing more than an illusion people created to comfort themselves when reality became unbearable. He believed that every person was merely a puppet forced to perform a predetermined role, and that life's tragedies were not divine tests or acts of fate, but part of a cruel joke that controlled everyone equally. Turning toward Lily, he wondered aloud whether her sudden appearance in his life was also part of that same joke. If it was, then what role had she truly been brought into his life to play? As Lily stared at him in silence, Alessandro no longer resembled the powerful and composed man she had known. Instead, he looked like someone suffering from an invisible fever, a silent torment that had been consuming him from the inside for far longer than anyone had realized. Lily noticed Alessandro's expression and wondered why he looked that way. She also wondered why he had asked such a question. She refused to let his vague emotions affect her. She reminded Alessandro that if he was a doll, then he should behave like one. She told him to devote himself to the role that had been given to him. Following her own words, Lily stepped closer to Alessandro. She admitted that she was probably nothing more than another chess piece. She asked if she could sit beside him, and he gave his permission. As she sat down, Lily explained that she did not know what role she truly played, but she was certain she was only a supporting character who would soon leave the stage. She pointed a finger at the center of Alessandro's forehead and told him to think of everything as nothing more than a short dream. She decided that she would believe the same until the end of the year. Alessandro touched the spot on his forehead where Lily had pointed and smiled. Lily noticed that he had returned to acting like his usual self again. She then remembered the real reason she had come. She informed Alessandro that the mansion had lost power some time ago. She had only come to tell him about the outage because it did not seem like the electricity would be restored anytime soon. Alessandro calmly explained that this was not the first time it had happened. A few years earlier, when a storm had passed through, the power had also been cut like this. He assumed Lily had come because she was frightened by the darkness. She immediately denied it, insisting that she was not a child. Alessandro was relieved to hear that. He walked toward a candle and explained that the emergency backup power system would activate automatically. The security system at the entrance and the refrigerator would continue working without problems. Only the lights and a few other appliances would remain unusable. He apologized and told her they would simply have to get used to the darkness until the electricity returned. Lily reached out toward him and asked if there were any flashlights. Alessandro answered that there were two. One was kept in the study and the other was in the kitchen. Lily was surprised that such a large house only had 2 flashlights. Alessandro replied that 2 were more than enough. He added that the study also had a fireplace. He carefully led her there and reminded her to watch her step so she would not fall. After they entered the study, they sat beside the fireplace. Alessandro brought out a chess set and prepared the board. He asked if Lily knew how to play chess. She realized that he wanted to play a game with her. Alessandro made it clear that she could refuse if she did not enjoy it, because he had no intention of forcing her. Lily accepted the invitation to play. However, she thought an ordinary game would be boring, because winning and losing alone was not interesting enough. She suggested making a wager instead, with the loser having to grant one wish to the winner. Alessandro agreed to the bet and found the idea entertaining. Lily asked whether he planned to use a chess clock. Alessandro explained that they were not playing in a tournament, so he normally did not use one. He was still willing to use it if she preferred. Lily decided there was no need for a timer because she believed the game would not take very long. She chose to play the white pieces and assigned Alessandro the black pieces. He accepted without hesitation. Alessandro noticed how confident Lily looked and quietly anticipated what she might be capable of. Lily thought to herself that while she could not compare herself to her childhood self anymore, she had trained until her chess skills were almost at a professional level. Smiling confidently, she made the opening move and believed Alessandro would soon understand exactly what she meant. Alessandro observed that she had chosen a classical opening. He found it to be a surprisingly conventional choice for someone as unpredictable as Lily. He made his own move and patiently waited to see what she would do next. As the game continued, Lily asked whether he often played chess with other people. Alessandro explained that he played occasionally, most often with his godfather because Matteo and Silvio did not know how to play. Lily wondered who he played with when his godfather was unavailable. Alessandro replied that he sometimes played with other members as well. Lily immediately realized that the godfather he mentioned had to be Don Zadamiano, the mysterious old fox who had defeated every agent sent to gather information from him. With such sharp intelligence and cunning, she believed he had to be an exceptional chess player. She casually brought up the topic and commented that Alessandro's godfather must be very skilled at chess. Alessandro confirmed that his godfather was indeed an outstanding player. He admitted that only recently had he begun improving enough to compete a little better. As for everyone else, their abilities varied greatly. Some had even confused the rook with the bishop. Lily remarked that anyone making such a basic mistake had to be a complete beginner. She thought defeating someone like that would be far too easy and would almost feel like bullying. Alessandro explained that those games had taken place when he was still a child. He had personally taught that person every rule from the beginning, so he never considered it bullying. Over time, that beginner had improved quite a lot for someone who had started from scratch. While considering his words, Lily quietly continued moving her chess pieces across the board as the match carried on. Lily asked how that person had been doing recently. Alessandro looked at her and revealed that the person had died a long time ago. Lily asked for the reason. Without stopping the game, Alessandro explained that the person had been shot on Christmas Eve. Lily commented that it was a tragic fate. Alessandro agreed that it was unfortunate. He added that the person had died by his own hands, and he could no longer even remember that person's name. At that moment, Lily realized the person he was talking about was herself. As she sat at the chessboard, she finally became completely certain of the truth. She continued moving her pieces while thinking that she had not even left a scar behind. Nothing remained except a pile of ashes. She wondered what she had ever expected from Alessandro in the first place. The chess match gradually reached its final stage. Lily made her final move and lost the game. She calmly admitted her defeat. Alessandro gently caught her raised hand. He realized that until only moments ago, it had looked like she had the victory completely secured. He praised her performance, saying she had played very well and that her confidence had been justified. Lily replied that she did not want to hear compliments from the person who had completely turned the game around, the moment he found an opportunity. She then asked Alessandro what wish he wanted as the winner. Alessandro answered that he did not want anything for now. Lily asked if he truly had no wish at all. He confirmed that there was nothing he wanted. Alessandro explained that he could easily make up a random wish just to finish the bet, but he believed Lily would not want him to waste the opportunity she had deliberately created. He then looked directly at Lily and seriously concluded that she was actually the one who desired something. His curiosity grew as he wondered what she truly wanted that had made her propose such a wager. Lily insisted that it was nothing significant. She simply believed that adding a prize made the game more enjoyable than playing only to determine a winner and loser. Alessandro asked whether that was really all there was to it. Lily noticed that he clearly did not believe her. Alessandro explained that the Lily he knew always acted with remarkable efficiency, so he was convinced she had a personal objective behind everything she did. Lily realized that all this time, Alessandro had been quietly observing her and understanding her better than she had expected. He suddenly stepped closer and gently held her chin. Alessandro wondered if she believed he would refuse to grant her wish. He reminded her that he had always fulfilled every request she had ever made, even though there had not been many. He moved even closer and assured her that this was certainly not a losing bargain for him. He encouraged her to simply tell him what she wanted. Lily pressed her lips together and declared that she would keep it a secret. Alessandro asked what she meant. Lily realized she could not let this opportunity slip away. She explained that revealing everything immediately would ruin the fun. Keeping at least one secret would allow her to enjoy seeing Alessandro become impatient. Alessandro quietly acknowledged her answer. Lily continued by telling him that if he truly wanted to know, he could use his wish from the wager, and only then would she reveal the truth. Lily realized she was taking a gamble. She hoped that provoking Alessandro once again would have the desired effect. Part of her wished he would simply laugh it off and dismiss the entire matter as ridiculous. Alessandro lowered his head and let out a quiet sigh. Lily believed things should remain exactly like this. A moment later, Alessandro looked back at her. Without another word, he kissed Lily. As they shared the kiss, Lily felt her breathing become unsteady. Alessandro softly called her by name. He explained that there were many ways to hear her answer without using the wish from the wager. He gently pushed her shoulders down. Lily fell back onto the chair as it slid away from the chess table. She barely managed a small sound of surprise. Looking down, she suddenly realized that Alessandro's hand had already reached her waist without her noticing. His fingers brushed lightly across her waist as he explained that he could make her reveal the answer herself without forcing her. He observed that she seemed tense, almost as if she was afraid of what he might do next. Lily denied being nervous. She explained that she had already known he was going to kiss her. Alessandro smiled and remarked that after experiencing it once before, she seemed much bolder now. Lily looked into his eyes and wondered if she should act a little more like the carefree Lily he knew. She reached up and touched Alessandro's face. Lily leaned forward with the intention of kissing him. Just as their lips were about to meet, she suddenly froze. She realized she simply could not bring herself to kiss him. Her body instinctively rejected the idea before she could act. Alessandro quietly called her name again. Meanwhile, Lily blamed herself for not responding with the playful confidence she normally displayed. She felt she should have made a clever joke and acted as though nothing unusual had happened. She then realized that she had never once been the one to initiate a kiss. Alessandro constantly longed to claim her, while she had always remained passive. She understood that this hesitation was the final wall protecting Jihoon's true identity throughout this mission. After pretending to be Lily for so long, she had believed she had almost erased her true self. Now she realized that a part of Jur still remained untouched. Alessandro smiled and acknowledged Lily's effort. He thought she had tried well but believed she still had much more to learn. He told her to patiently wait. He kissed Lily again. As the kiss continued, Lily thought that perhaps things were better this way. While kissing her, Alessandro instructed her to breathe slowly through her nose. He told her that if she wanted to keep her secret, she would have to endure it. He added that if her determination impressed him, he might choose to let the matter go. Lily remained in his embrace as he kissed her. She became overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sensation. It felt unreal, sending chills through her body while leaving her mind hazy and unfocused. Seeing her flustered expression, Alessandro noticed her embarrassment. He wondered why she felt so shy and teased, that perhaps she simply needed a little more time to prepare herself. Lily admitted that she was only worried because she thought it might hurt again. Alessandro reminded her that according to his memory, pain had not been the only thing she had felt last time. Lily silently grew even more embarrassed because she could not deny his words. Alessandro gently reminded her that she was his guest. He assured her that if she truly did not want to continue, they could stop immediately. Lily wondered how far Alessandro was willing to indulge the woman he believed her to be. She realized that refusing now would certainly lighten the burden on her heart. However, she feared he might also become disappointed in Lily. Because of that, the answer already seemed obvious to her. Smiling, Lily teased him by recalling his own words about easy victories never being enjoyable. She remarked that he apparently had a soft side after all. Her playful challenge only amused Alessandro. He drew closer again, and Lily was caught completely off guard by how quickly he closed the distance between them. She instinctively called out to him. Before she could finish, Alessandro interrupted her. He asked her to stop addressing him so formally, and instead call him simply by his name, Alessandro. Lily was stunned by the request. She could hardly believe he wanted her to use such a personal form of address. She asked him to repeat what he had said. Alessandro calmly explained that there was no need to be so formal anymore. Lily wondered if he truly intended to let a woman he had known for less than 2 months address him so intimately. Although it was certainly a positive change, it happened so suddenly that she struggled to process it. Alessandro asked what she had originally been trying to say. Lily realized she had become so distracted by his request that she had forgotten her own words. She awkwardly admitted that there were still many experiences she had never gone through before. Alessandro playfully interpreted her hesitation and jokingly asked whether that meant she had already experienced many other things. Lily immediately denied it. Alessandro laughed. He remarked that she had been the one who chose to pair herself with a wolf instead of a gentle dog, so she should have expected that things would never be easy. He pointed out that she had already learned something as simple as breathing calmly, so he believed she would eventually learn everything else as well. As time quietly passed between them, Alessandro continued reassuring her. He promised that although she still needed a little more time to adjust, this time would not be as difficult as before. Lily wondered if everything still was not over. She could not help noticing how intimidating everything still seemed to her. She quietly resigned herself, deciding that enduring some discomfort was better than allowing herself to become overwhelmed by unfamiliar emotions. Growing impatient, she urged him to hurry. Her reaction made Alessandro smile. He teased her by asking when she had learned to become so impatient. Lily replied that she simply understood the situation well enough. Alessandro found that answer satisfying. He smiled and remarked that he still had many more things he wanted to teach her. He also pointed out that she never seemed willing to listen whenever he told her to relax. After noticing how exhausted she had become, Alessandro asked if she was tired. Lily softly admitted that she was. She wondered why he even needed to ask when it was already so obvious. Alessandro laughed warmly. He commented that for someone who often acted demanding, she could actually be surprisingly proactive as well. He gently invited her to lean against him if she was tired. Lily wondered if he truly meant it. Alessandro then shifted his position and allowed her to comfortably rest against him. The atmosphere between them gradually became quieter. Alessandro softly called her attention and asked her to look at him. Lily lifted her eyes. She felt as though his blue eyes were burning with vivid flames. He reminded her once again to keep looking at him. Lily thought that although his affection carried the intensity of a wild beast, it never felt cruel or violent. Eventually, she admitted that she could not endure any more. Alessandro reminded her that she had forgotten something. He still had not received the answer she had been hiding from him. He could also tell that she had no intention of revealing it willingly. He encouraged her to endure just a little longer. Lily realized she could not continue avoiding the subject. Not long afterward, exhaustion finally overcame her, and she lost consciousness. Alessandro carefully carried Lily to the bed and stayed beside her. When she finally opened her eyes, Alessandro asked whether she was awake. Lily noticed that the electricity had returned. Alessandro explained that the power had been restored about 2 hours earlier. He then asked once more whether she was finally willing to tell him her secret. Lily remembered how confidently he had previously assured her that granting her wish would never be a losing bargain for him. She asked what he would do if she still refused to answer. Alessandro calmly replied that if she still had enough strength for another round of their contest, she was welcome to keep refusing. Lily immediately turned pale and asked if he was being serious. Alessandro rested his chin on his hand. He admitted that, considering her exhausted condition, he actually had no desire to be serious at all. Even so, he added that she still looked too distracted to properly respond to him. He wondered whether Lily truly intended to force him into becoming serious after all. Lily realized she could not keep the secret any longer. If she continued resisting, she genuinely felt she might collapse from exhaustion. She finally admitted that her wish had never been anything complicated. Alessandro quietly prompted her to continue. Lily explained that she understood the strict security around the mansion prevented her from leaving freely. She also knew that the phone he had given her was outdated and limited, and she completely understood the reasons behind those arrangements. However, she confessed that she had started feeling bored. She explained that unless Alessandro was working, he spent almost all of his time inside the house. Because he did not seem like someone who enjoyed crowded places, she had never found the courage to ask him to take her out. Alessandro immediately realized that this had been the true reason she suggested the wager. Lily admitted that asking through the bet felt much easier than directly making such a request without any condition attached. Alessandro explained that he had to go out, but he believed Lily would not enjoy accompanying him. Lily asked whether he was going with Paolo and if the trip was related to work. Alessandro replied that he was going to meet someone. Hearing that, Lily immediately guessed the meeting was connected to the organization because Paolo was involved. She decided she had to go with them. She sat up and asked Alessandro to take her along. She explained that it had been a long time since she had breathed fresh air outside. Alessandro warned her that the destination was not a pleasant place. The round trip would also take several hours. Lily told him to treat it as nothing more than taking her out for some fresh air. She added that even if the place was dangerous, she would be with him. After a moment, Alessandro agreed. He told her they would leave early the next morning and asked her to be ready. Alessandro stood up to leave. Lily was pleased. She realized this would finally give her a chance to determine the organization's location. Before leaving, Alessandro gently kissed her forehead and wished her a good night's sleep. He left the room while Lily remained on the bed. She wondered why he was always so unnecessarily gentle with her. Her cheeks gradually turned pink, and she thought she should have become used to it by now. The next morning, they arrived at a place called Massimo. A black car stopped and the driver announced that they had reached their destination. The three of them stepped out of the car. As Lily walked, she immediately judged the area to be a red light district. She noticed two women standing nearby and guessed that the person Alessandro wanted to meet was probably the manager of this district. She considered whether the business involved alcohol, drugs, or gambling before concluding it was probably all three. Alessandro tilted his head and told Lily that just beyond the area were ordinary streets, along with places like parks and the beach. Lily was secretly touched by how considerate he was. She smiled and replied that every place where people lived was ultimately the same. She pointed out that she had been to clubs before and already knew what happened inside places like this. She reminded Alessandro that his business meeting would not take long. She preferred staying beside him instead of waiting alone. After he finished, she suggested they drive to the beach together. Alessandro reluctantly gave in. He walked down the stairs ahead of her. Alessandro, Paolo, and Lily entered the building together. Inside, colorful lights flashed while loud music filled the room. Several women were practicing dance routines on the stage. Siwa asks Unso if she is toy. Lily observed that it did not appear to be a strip club or a brothel. Every seat inside was empty. She realized it was still lunchtime and wondered why they had gone to such a place during business hours. Someone explained that they were only rehearsing because business would begin later that evening. A man with orange hair raised his hand and told everyone to take a short break. Lily judged that although he looked young, his clothing and behavior clearly identified him as the manager of the establishment. She assumed he was the person Alessandro had come to meet. The man extended his hand and thanked Alessandro for accepting his invitation. He respectfully kissed Alessandro's hand. Lily recognized the greeting as a proper mafia custom. She immediately concluded that the man was also a member of the organization. The man then greeted Paolo as well. Paolo returned the greeting and remarked that it had been a long time since they had last met. Lily silently repeated the name, Massimo. She realized she had never heard of him before. His name had never appeared on the list of core members, so she concluded he was probably nothing more than a middle-ranking manager. She believed that in such a small town, even someone with authority could not have risen much higher than that. Massimo glanced toward Lily and wondered whether she was the woman everyone had been talking about. Paolo immediately cut him off, reminding him that they had not come there to discuss rumors. Massimo laughed and apologized. He invited everyone inside, saying they should continue their conversation somewhere more comfortable. After everyone had taken their seats, Alessandro asked about a singer he had heard on a previous visit and wondered whether she still performed there. Massimo happily confirmed that she did. He explained that she performed on stage every night and that Alessandro was welcome to visit whenever he wished. Listening to the conversation, Lily realized they were discussing completely ordinary matters unrelated to the Mafia family's business. She became even more curious about why Alessandro had insisted on coming. At that moment, Paolo received a phone call. A short while later, he leaned toward Alessandro and quietly said that he had something important to report. Paolo whispered the details into Alessandro's ear. After hearing the message, Alessandro immediately stood up. Massimo politely told him to take his time and assured him that anything he needed would be prepared. Alessandro turned to Lily and told her to wait there because he would not be gone long. Lily smiled and encouraged him to go without worrying about her. After Alessandro and Paolo left together, Massimo watched them walk away. Meanwhile, Lily looked at Massimo and wondered whether she could gather useful information now that they were alone. Massimo remarked that he had heard she was Alessandro's new lover. He then asked for her name. Lily noticed he was speaking English. Although his pronunciation was awkward, it was still easy enough to understand. She introduced herself as Lily. As the conversation continued, Lily evaluated Massimo based on everything she had heard from Alessandro. She concluded that he was not yet 30 years old, had officially joined the organization only 4 years earlier, and was most likely trying to win Alessandro's favor in order to climb higher within the organization. Massimo complimented Lily's name. He remarked that it was far more beautiful than he had expected. He praised Alessandro's taste in women. Lily forced a polite smile and modestly dismissed the compliment. Internally, she noticed that Massimo had been secretly staring at both her face and her figure the entire time. She thought of him as nothing more than filthy scum who viewed women as sexual objects. She fought the urge to punch him in the jaw and forced herself to remain calm. Massimo stood up and said he had something she would probably like. Lily immediately became suspicious. She wondered what a Mafia member could possibly consider a valuable gift. Her first thought was drugs. Massimo pushed a small box toward her. Lily's eyes widened the moment she recognized what was inside the package. She stared at it in disbelief and quickly realized that Massimo had spoken with complete confidence because the contents were certainly not some cheap, low-grade product. From everything she knew, she concluded that it had to be synthetic drugs manufactured and distributed directly through the organization's own production network. Seeing her reaction, Massimo calmly walked closer and sat beside her as though nothing was unusual. He casually told her that if she wanted the product, he could simply give it to her. He explained that the first sample would be free and assured her that she could always ask him for more whenever she wanted. Still holding the box, Massimo comfortably draped one arm over Lily's shoulder. A proud smile spread across his face as he explained that the drugs had only recently come out of the production facility. He boasted that Alessandro was famous for never touching drugs himself, making the situation even more ironic. He even revealed that the product had not yet been officially released anywhere. Massimo repeatedly tapped the box while proudly bragging about its rarity. He claimed that members in major cities such as Naples, Rome, and Milan were still waiting in line and had not even managed to get their hands on it yet. Lily showed no interest in his boasting. She coldly pointed out that none of that had anything to do with her. Massimo merely smiled. He implied that everything depended on how she chose to behave from that moment onward. As Lily looked into his eyes, she immediately recognized the filthy lust hidden beneath his expression. His intentions became painfully obvious, making her wonder whether he truly was not afraid of Alessandro at all. Without the slightest hesitation, Lily slapped his hand away from her shoulder. Massimo pretended to look disappointed, acting as though she had misunderstood him. He remarked that he certainly did not make offers like this to just anyone. Lily frowned and replied that if he truly behaved so carelessly with every woman, he would have lost his head long ago. Massimo rubbed the hand she had struck before, laughing. He admitted that he had met countless women over the years, yet insisted that his standards were actually very high. He compared women to gambling and declared that if he was ever going to take a risk, he wanted it to be for a woman worth risking everything for. After saying that, Massimo reached into his jacket and pulled out a business card. He calmly explained that she did not need to make any decision immediately. He gently placed the card on the table before confidently predicting that Alessandro would throw her away within 1 or 2 months. According to him, once that happened and fear set in, she could simply contact him instead. Lily quietly looked at the business card lying on the table. For a brief moment, she realized she could simply pretend to accept both the card and the drugs. She could promise to contact him later, avoid provoking him, and allow the situation to end peacefully. Instead, Lily remained calm and directly asked what he would do if she refused. She also asked what would happen if she decided to tell Alessandro everything that had just happened. Massimo immediately let out a mocking laugh. The warmth completely disappeared from his face as his expression turned cold and openly threatening. He told her to wake up and stop dreaming. He insisted that no man would ever truly care about a woman he planned to discard once he became tired of her. As he spoke, Massimo deliberately poked Lily in a degrading and humiliating manner. He openly mocked the idea that Maverick would ever protect her. Although Lily might still see him as a caring uncle, Massimo claimed that everyone else viewed Maverick as nothing more than a ruthless mafia boss who was willing to use his own niece as bait whenever it benefited him. Massimo went even further by suggesting that one day Maverick himself might treat her as nothing more than another profitable commodity. At that moment, Lily finally understood the real reason Alessandro had never wanted to bring her there. It had never simply been because the place was an entertainment district. Alessandro had known exactly how someone like Lily would be viewed and treated in an environment like that. No matter how much affection Alessandro currently showed her, everyone else still considered her nothing more than a temporary lover who was expected to disappear before the end of the year. Because she had entered Alessandro's world through her own uncle, she appeared even more vulnerable and easy to exploit in the eyes of people like Massimo. Only then did Lily realize that Alessandro had actually wanted to protect her from experiencing exactly this kind of humiliation, even if it happened somewhere outside his own sight. Massimo continued speaking without mercy. He claimed that even if Lily fled all the way back to America, finding her again would be effortless. He stood up before openly threatening her. If she refused to cooperate, he warned that every hole in her body would eventually be filled with bullets. Lily frowned and firmly answered that Alessandro would break his neck long before that could ever happen. Massimo simply smiled with complete confidence. He claimed they would soon discover whose version of the story Alessandro chose to believe. He arrogantly insisted that Alessandro would naturally trust a loyal subordinate who had faithfully served him for years, instead of a temporary lover whose value would soon disappear. Hearing those words, Lily became furious because she believed the answer was already obvious. Before either of them could continue, the door suddenly opened. Alessandro returned to the room. The instant he appeared, Massimo completely changed his attitude. Using a calm and respectful tone, he explained that the box merely contained a newly developed product. He claimed that Lily had appeared interested, so he had simply shown her a sample. Lily silently cursed him. She quickly realized that while speaking to Alessandro, Massimo had deliberately switched to Italian. Fortunately, Lily reminded herself that she also understood Italian perfectly. Alessandro briefly shifted his gaze toward Lily as Massimo politely asked whether he would like to inspect the new product himself. Instead of answering immediately, Alessandro slowly turned his eyes toward Massimo. That single cold glance was enough to drain every trace of color from Massimo's face. Fear instantly overwhelmed him, and he hurriedly apologized. Massimo admitted that he had acted entirely on his own initiative. He repeatedly swore that nothing like this would ever happen again. Watching Alessandro's face, Lily immediately recognized the exact same icy expression he had worn during the executive meeting. This time, however, the atmosphere felt far more dangerous than before. Desperately trying to save himself, Massimo continued explaining. He insisted that he had only shown Lily the sample. He repeatedly claimed that he had never intended to hand it over without Alessandro's permission.
Alessandro did not respond with a single word.
Instead, he silently reached for a nearby wine bottle. Without warning, he swung it directly into Massimo's head. The bottle shattered violently on impact. Massimo collapsed heavily onto the floor. Alessandro's face remained dark with overwhelming anger. Seeing that terrifying expression, Lily turned pale with fear. She watched helplessly as Alessandro continued beating Massimo over and over again without showing the slightest mercy until Massimo was covered in blood. The horrifying look on Alessandro's face made Lily instinctively cover her mouth in shock. She believed she had to stop him before Massimo was beaten to death. She simply could not understand why Alessandro had become so overwhelmingly enraged. Only after throwing the broken bottle aside did Alessandro finally stop. He calmly wiped the blood from his face. In a quiet voice, he declared that he was no longer in the mood to stay there. He then turned toward Lily and told her it was time to leave. After witnessing everything that had happened, Lily realized she no longer had the courage to say anything. Alessandro called her name once again. Lily quietly agreed that they should leave together. While calmly wiping the blood from his hands, Alessandro walked out of the room. Before following him, Lily looked back one last time at the badly beaten Massimo lying motionless on the floor. Then she silently turned away. Together, the two of them left the building and drove away. Outside, the sky had become a beautiful shade of orange as the sun slowly began to set. Inside the car, however, complete silence filled the space between them. After sitting quietly for some time, Lily finally looked toward Alessandro and gently spoke. She told him that he had not needed to go that far. She pointed out that Massimo had already apologized and begged for forgiveness. In her opinion, a serious warning alone should have been enough. Instead of answering immediately, Alessandro reminded her of the very first day she had arrived at his house. He recalled that she had asked why he had brought her there in the first place. Lily immediately remembered that conversation. She recalled that Alessandro had answered by saying it was because he liked her. She quietly repeated those words. Alessandro confirmed that she remembered correctly. He then explained that he was not a greedy person by nature. However, once he decided that he wanted something, he would obtain it no matter the cost, and would never allow himself to lose it. He calmly explained that anyone who dared to touch something that belonged to him would inevitably face the consequences. Lily quietly stared into his eyes. Deep within them, she sensed a possessiveness that he normally kept carefully hidden. At that moment, she finally realized that beneath Alessandro's calm exterior existed a dark and terrifying desire she had never fully understood before. Lily felt deeply disappointed in herself for allowing her heart to waver even slightly. She reminded herself that Alessandro had never been an ordinary man. He was the heir to one of the most powerful criminal organizations. He was also someone capable of becoming a monster at any moment. No matter how gently he treated her, or how much kindness he showed her, he was still Alessandro. As Lily frowned, the truth returned to her mind once again. He was the very same man who had betrayed his own friend and personally shot him to death when he was only 10 years old. 3 days later, Lily received a call from her uncle. He complained that trouble always seemed to follow his niece. Confused, Lily asked what he was talking about. Her uncle replied that she could stop pretending and decided to begin with the first update. He explained that, as they had discussed before, he had finally met the consigliere in person. It was their first face-to-face meeting, and he immediately realized the man was far from ordinary. The very first thing the consigliere brought up was the rumor that Lily was staying at Capo Alessandro's house. Her uncle jokingly complained that everyone only cared about her while treating him like he was nobody. Hearing this, Lily's eyes widened in shock as sweat formed on her face. She realized that the news about Alessandro bringing home a partner had already reached the consigliere. She even considered the possibility that Antonio had already heard about it from his hideout. Her uncle continued by saying that Damiano Gianni also seemed interested in her because he kept asking about her repeatedly. Lily immediately asked whether there had been any unusual movements from their side. Her uncle assured her that nothing suspicious had happened so far. There were no signs of them secretly contacting Antonio either. Although he would continue investigating Damiano, he admitted it would not be easy. After finishing that topic, he hesitated before moving on to the next update. Lily sensed the hesitation in his voice and wondered what kind of news could make him pause like that. Her uncle finally revealed that a rumor was spreading about Bambino beating another dog to death. Lily was stunned. She quickly realized that another dog, most likely referred to Massimo. Before she could fully process it, her uncle explained that the incident was supposedly connected to Dolce. Lily asked whether he was implying Alessandro was the killer. Her uncle confirmed that was exactly what he meant. He remarked that Massimo had remained a loyal dog until the very end, but died before he ever had the chance to rise higher. Even he had not expected the man to disappear so quickly. When Lily remained silent, her uncle checked whether she was still listening. She replied that she was still there. He admitted he thought she had quietly left again and asked whether the rumor was actually true. His words suddenly awakened a memory that Lily had buried deep inside her mind, and her thoughts drifted back many years into the past. Back then, when Lily was still a little girl, she visited Alessandro's house for the first time. As she looked around, she noticed a man kneeling on the floor while crying uncontrollably. She innocently wondered why he was crying and whether he had done something wrong to the man sitting before him. The man seated on the chair had golden hair. Since Alessandro was the only person in the house with that hair color, she guessed that the man must be Sandro's father. At that moment, Alessandro's father noticed Lily's presence. She immediately froze in shock. He calmly ordered his bodyguards to bring her over. Fear filled her mind as she considered running away, but she eventually walked toward him. He recognized her as his son's friend. Lily quickly noticed that his English was just as fluent as Alessandro's, perhaps even better because he was older. He then asked for her name. Lily almost revealed her real name before suddenly remembering the promise she had made. Only her mother, father, and Sandro were allowed to call her by that name. Correcting herself, she introduced herself as River instead. Alessandro's father smiled warmly and remarked that she was adorable, adding that it was no wonder the Ravens had hidden her away. Lily silently wondered why he mentioned the Ravens because that was not her parents' surname. However, since her parents' real identities were a secret, she decided to act as though the Ravens were truly her family name. Still curious, Lily pointed toward the crying man and politely asked why he was crying. Alessandro's father calmly explained that the man had made an extremely serious mistake. Lily innocently asked why he could not simply forgive him. To her, no matter how terrible the mistake was, the punishment already seemed far too harsh. Hearing that, Alessandro's father asked whether that was truly what she wanted. Lily nodded and admitted that the man looked pitiful. She secretly hoped he might actually forgive him, believing that since Sandro was so kind and caring, his father would surely be similar. However, Alessandro's father coldly declared that forgiveness was impossible. The crying man immediately burst into even louder sobs. Alessandro's father then placed his hand on Lily's shoulder and stared directly into her eyes with an overwhelming death glare. He explained that the reason the man could never be forgiven was because he had been caught. He warned Lily that, for her own sake, she should never sneak around again unless she was absolutely certain she could remain hidden. Those words filled Lily with overwhelming fear. She trembled as she silently wondered what she had possibly been caught doing. Panic consumed her thoughts, and all she wanted was to escape from that terrifying place. At that exact moment, Alessandro arrived and cheerfully called out to Lily. He said he had been searching everywhere for her because they had promised to take Noche for a walk together. He apologized for making her wait and suggested they leave before it started raining. Although Lily agreed, she quietly wondered when they had ever made such a promise. Before leaving, Alessandro respectfully asked his father for permission. Suddenly, his father burst into loud laughter. Lily became even more confused because she had no idea why he had started laughing. Alessandro's father then told his son that having something precious to protect also meant gaining a new weakness. Hearing those words, Alessandro's expression immediately darkened. Since the conversation had shifted into their native language, Lily could not understand its meaning. Alessandro simply took Lily's hand, led her away, and together they left the room, while the crying man's desperate sobs continued echoing behind them. The memory slowly faded, bringing the story back to the present. Lily finally realized that, back then, Solha had never learned what became of the crying man. Now the truth was painfully clear. The man was truly dead. She did not know where he died or how it happened, but she was certain his final moments had been filled with pain and misery. As she remembered that day, Alessandro's expression lingered in her mind. For a brief moment, he had looked frighteningly similar to Antonio. She had once believed that Sottocapo Alessandro was not as cruel as the rumors claimed, but now she realized how foolish that belief had been. She questioned when she had started becoming so delusional. Perhaps it had begun during their early morning walk. Maybe it was when he held her hand while they walked together through the darkness. Or perhaps it started the moment she began calling him by the old nickname she had used 18 years ago. Lily finally forced herself to face reality. Alessandro was still a criminal. He was a member of the Mafia who killed people just as ruthlessly as his own father. She reminded herself that she should never be surprised by someone like him taking another person's life. That was never the reason she had come there. Determined not to lose sight of her purpose again, she resolved that she would never forget her mission ever again. The lively music echoing through the mansion barely reached the quiet guest room, where Lily sat alone with a stack of old letters spread across her lap. One after another, she carefully unfolded each aged page, hoping to find even the smallest clue that could reveal Antonio's whereabouts. The first letter spoke about the baby clothes that had been sent as requested. Since babies grew quickly, several larger sets had also been prepared. The writer mentioned choosing soft fabrics that would not irritate the baby's skin, and had included a statue of the Madonna and Child for the nursery. The letter ended with heartfelt congratulations on the baby's safe birth and a prayer that the gift would be received with joy. Lily silently picked up the next letter. It mentioned that Martha had finished sewing the garment for the upcoming baptism ceremony. The writer also explained that the letter was being delivered through Silvio and would most likely arrive the following day. They promised to attend the baptism on time and planned to visit her doctor toward the end of the month. If there was anything she needed, they would gladly bring it along. After folding the letter, Lily quietly reflected on its contents. The mention of the requested baby clothes made her wonder whether Alessandro's mother had truly loved her son at all. The young Alessandro, she remembered, had always seemed like a devoted child, yet the emotional distance between mother and son was impossible to ignore. That thought brought back an old memory. A young Alessandro had once politely explained that his mother disliked anyone entering her room without permission. Lily's gaze slowly shifted toward an old family portrait nearby. She realized that it was probably Alessandro's mother who had kept her distance. Looking at a son who carried the blood of the man who had violated her must have been unbearably painful. With a quiet sigh, Lily placed another letter aside. She had already searched through nearly half of them, yet there was still no trace of Antonio. She carefully examined every envelope once again, paying close attention to each address. She hoped that even an old address would be enough to begin her search. Unfortunately, every address belonged to properties owned by the Ranieri family. Lily immediately realized that Antonio would never hide in any of those places. Her thoughts returned to everything she had learned before. The original house had completely burned down 18 years earlier. After the family disappeared without leaving any trace, the land where the house once stood had most likely passed into someone else's hands. Finding where they had settled afterward had now become her highest priority. Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. The voice outside belonged to Paolo, asking for permission to enter. Lily immediately flinched in alarm. She quickly replied that she was coming, and asked him to wait for a moment. Hurriedly, she gathered all the scattered letters, hid them inside the drawer, and closed it before opening the door. She apologized with an awkward smile, explaining that the room was a little messy and that he must have been waiting. Paolo calmly assured her it was fine. He explained that everyone had heard she had been skipping meals because she wasn't feeling well, so Sandro had ordered him to bring medicine for her. Lily froze for a brief moment as she remembered making that excuse. Paolo handed her a large paper bag overflowing with medicine. She politely thanked him before looking inside. The amount of medicine left her completely speechless. She had only pretended to be sick because she could not bring herself to sit at the same dining table as Alessandro. Yet he had practically bought half the pharmacy for her. Smiling faintly, she asked Paolo to thank Sandro on her behalf as well. The moment she finished speaking, Paolo's expression changed completely. Every trace of warmth disappeared from his face, replaced first by shock and then by anger. Without warning, he rushed toward her. Lily instinctively stepped back, unable to understand what had happened. Paolo's eyes remained fixed on the floor. A single rosary bead had quietly rolled out without Lily noticing. He carefully picked it up, staring at it with trembling hands. His voice became low and strained as he demanded to know where she had gotten it. Lily hesitated, but before she could answer, he repeated the question much more forcefully. His grip around the bead tightened as he insisted that it was not something anyone could simply find lying around. Lily carefully asked him to calm down so they could talk. Meanwhile, her mind desperately searched for an excuse. However, Paolo refused to listen. He angrily accused her of believing that everything inside the mansion belonged to her, simply because she had caught the sodacapo's attention. Lily stood speechless as he continued. Even if she was the first woman ever allowed inside the mansion, she had no right to search through private belongings. He coldly warned that she should not expect forgiveness for what she had done. As Paolo's anger continued growing, his eyes suddenly shifted toward the bed. Something seemed unusual. Without hesitation, he pulled the bedsheet aside. Lily immediately tried to stop him, but it was already too late. The hidden wooden box and the stack of letters were completely exposed. In an instant, Paolo crossed the room and firmly grabbed Lily by both shoulders. He demanded to know her real reason for coming to the mansion and insisted she tell him the truth. His grip became even tighter as he declared that Sandro might overlook her actions, but he certainly would not. At that very moment, a maid rushed into the room. Seeing the situation, she gasped in shock before immediately smacking Paolo on the arm. She scolded him for shouting instead of listening and pointed out that Lily could never explain herself while being frightened like that. Paolo angrily shouted back that he had no intention of calming down. Lily instantly realized that no excuse would save her anymore. Instinctively, she turned toward the doorway. Alessandro had arrived. With a single calm command, Alessandro immediately silenced the entire room. Looking directly at Lily, he instructed her to bring the box. He then turned around and ordered her to follow him. Lily quietly agreed. Paolo immediately stepped forward, trying to protest, but Alessandro simply raised one hand. That single gesture stopped Paolo completely. Remaining perfectly calm, Alessandro warned him not to make him repeat himself. Without another word, Paolo lowered his head. A short time later, Lily found herself sitting across from Alessandro inside another bedroom. The wooden box rested between them. Alessandro personally opened it before calmly asking her to explain everything. Realizing there was no longer any point in hiding the truth, Lily began telling the story. A few days earlier, the cat Martha had been feeding wandered into the guest room. She had simply wanted to play with it before taking it back outside. While chasing the cat, it scratched the side of the dressing table, and the drawer became damaged when she tried opening it. Quietly clasping her hands together, she realized that at least this part of her explanation was completely true. Looking back at Alessandro, Lily lowered her head. Even if it had only been curiosity, she admitted she should have asked for his permission first. She sincerely apologized and accepted whatever punishment he decided to give. To her surprise, Alessandro simply shook his head. He told her not to worry, because he had been the one who hid the box inside that drawer. Under those circumstances, it was only natural that she had eventually found it. His eyes slowly shifted toward an old family photograph, resting beside the letters. He quietly explained that his mother had never gotten along with his father. She had always been emotionally unstable, and antidepressants alone had never been enough to help her. Everything became even worse after she started taking another drug. He believed there was no need to explain what such medicine could do to someone already struggling mentally. By the time he realized what had happened, it had already been too late. A heavy silence settled over the room as Alessandro revealed the painful truth. In the end, his mother had taken her own life inside that very house. Lily quietly listened without interrupting. Alessandro continued by explaining that his mother had never owned many belongings. Most of her clothes had been burned. The only things left behind were those letters, a few old photographs, and a broken rosary. Although they could have thrown everything away, no one had been willing to do it. Paolo, especially, had refused because he had originally served Alessandro's mother. As Lily silently watched him, another realization formed in her mind. She finally understood why Alessandro stayed away from drugs. He had personally witnessed what addiction had done to his own mother. However, another thought immediately followed. Despite knowing that painful truth, his organization still manufactured and sold those same drugs to countless innocent people. Their drug business had even expanded on a massive scale. A cold chill ran through her body. She realized that, somewhere deep inside, she had subconsciously been searching for a trace of humanity within Alessandro. Lowering her eyes, she admitted to herself that she never should have expected such a thing. Alessandro quietly placed the box back inside the drawer. As he did, Lily noticed something resting beside it. It was a small Colt M1911 pistol. After closing the drawer, Alessandro stood up and explained that he was going to calm Paolo down. He instructed Lily to wait there. She softly agreed and asked him to return soon. Once Alessandro left the room, silence filled the space again. Lily remained seated, unable to take her mind off the weapon she had just seen. She recognized it as a Colt, an American firearm manufacturer famous for producing the M1911 pistol. Her expression gradually hardened as a single thought settled into her mind. If the day ever came when she had no choice but to confront Alessandro, that gun might become her only chance. Lily looked around the room with growing concern. Despite being a place that was strictly off-limits to everyone, it contained almost nothing except a bed and a dresser. The room felt strangely empty. Since there was nothing else inside, she concluded that there would not be much for her to report. Before she could think any further, a knock came from outside the door. Marta called for Lily and asked her to open the door. Lily quickly replied that she would be there in a moment before opening it. She asked whether everything was all right. Marta explained that Sandro had gone out with Paolo and wanted her to let Lily know that he would return soon. Since she had also been worried about Lily, she offered to bring her some water. Lily smiled and admitted that her throat did feel a little dry before thanking her. Marta then mentioned that she had a feeling Sandro and Paolo would return quite late. Since Lily had gone through a frightening experience earlier, Marta felt uncomfortable leaving her alone in the mansion. She apologized for being nosy and warmly invited Lily to have dinner with her family instead. Lily quietly reflected on Marta's kindness. Since Marta was genuinely worried about her, refusing the invitation would only make her feel guilty. She happily accepted and said she would first return to her room to grab her coat. Marta nodded and told her she would wait downstairs. A little later, Lily sat at the dining table, sharing a meal with Marta and Silvio. While eating, her thoughts drifted back to everything that had happened. She blamed herself for not being more careful. She realized there was no telling when or how her true identity might be exposed. Paolo had been right. Ever since she gained Alessandro's trust, she had gradually become too comfortable. Somehow, without even realizing it, she had completely lowered her guard. Trying to shift the conversation, Lily noticed a family photograph nearby and asked Silvio whether the young man in the picture was his son. Silvio quietly confirmed that he was. Lily commented that the boy clearly resembled both him and Marta and had grown quite tall. Silvio smiled sadly as he remembered his son. He explained that the boy had been incredibly kind-hearted and far better than they ever deserved as parents. Lily noticed that he no longer lived there and wondered if he had moved away. Silvio quietly revealed that his son had died several years earlier. The revelation left Lily stunned. Silvio continued by explaining that his son had been preparing to graduate from college. If he had still been alive, he would have been around the same age as the young master Alessandro. Perhaps that was why every time he looked at the sottocapo, he found it difficult to describe the feeling. There was simply something special about him, even if he could not find the right words. Listening carefully, Lily suddenly understood that Marta's attachment to Alessandro was much deeper than she had first assumed. Silvio continued explaining that everything had changed after the sottocapo helped Marta fulfill her revenge. From that day onward, Marta had practically treated Alessandro as her own son. Those words reminded Lily of something Alessandro had once told her during dinner. He had explained that Marta and Silvio had originally been ordinary servants working under his mother. However, after he did them a favor, they chose to stay and continue looking after the estate. Lily finally understood what that favor truly meant. Alessandro had not simply helped them, he had avenged the death of their son. Silvio slowly continued the story. His son had encountered a robber while walking home late at night. During the attack, he had been stabbed. By the time they found him, it was already too late to save him. Lily immediately asked what happened to the criminal responsible. Silvio sadly explained that although they quickly discovered the culprit's identity, arresting him was an entirely different matter. The local police had been busy protecting him instead. Lily assumed the case must have lacked evidence. However, Silvio shook his head and explained that evidence had never been the problem. The real issue was that the killer belonged to an organization that worked together with the local police. He bitterly remarked how ironic it was that the son of people serving a mafia family had been murdered by another mafia organization. According to Silvio, the only person willing to help them had been Sottocapo Alessandro. He personally wiped out every member of that criminal organization. He hunted down the murderer even after he tried to escape, tracked him to the very end, dragged him back alive, and threw him before Silvio and Marta. Silvio admitted he had never imagined Alessandro would go so far for people like them, who had only handled small errands for the organization. Lily listened in complete shock. She suddenly realized that this must have been the incident that earned Alessandro the title of the Angel of Death. He had barely entered his early 20s when rumors spread that he had single-handedly destroyed an entire criminal organization. She also realized that the organization everyone had spoken about all those years was most likely this very one. Silvio looked toward Marta before quietly explaining why they obeyed Alessandro without question. They carried a debt that could never be repaid, no matter how many lifetimes they lived. Marta silently lowered her eyes, unable to hide her sadness. Lily softly acknowledged everything she had heard. Silvio admitted that his story was probably difficult for someone else to truly understand. However, for parents forced to bury their own child, the salvation Alessandro gave them was something they would willingly sacrifice even their souls to receive. Hearing those heartfelt words, Lily could only bite her lip as fear and confusion filled her heart. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Marta gently placed a slice of pumpkin pie in front of Lily and asked whether she liked it. Lily quietly accepted it and thanked her. Later that night, after returning to her room, Lily collapsed onto her bed in complete exhaustion. Everything she had learned only left her more confused than before. She found herself wondering which side of Alessandro was the real one. She could no longer deny that the kindness Alessandro had shown toward Lily Gray had been genuine. Although many people treated the ones they loved with kindness, Alessandro's actions had always felt different. His care appeared through countless small gestures, from matching his walking pace to hers, to quietly covering her with a blanket whenever she fell asleep while reading. Those memories only made her hate herself even more. No matter how hard she tried, she could not stop remembering the gentle person he used to be. At the same time, another painful truth refused to disappear. Alessandro was still a killer. He was also the man responsible for the deaths of her parents. Lily desperately wished she could stop having such useless thoughts. If only Alessandro had behaved like a cold-hearted monster all the time, focusing on her mission would have been much easier. Unable to rest, Lily slowly sat up and walked toward the dresser. She opened the drawer and picked up a familiar pen. As she held it tightly, another painful thought crossed her mind. If that tragedy had never happened, her parents would have been standing beside her and personally handing that pen to her. Overwhelmed by emotion, Lily silently questioned why Alessandro had shown her so much kindness only to betray her in the end. The painful memories weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her completely lost in sadness. The story shifted back many years to Alessandro's birthday, when both he and Lily were still children. While hurrying downstairs, Lily worried that she had not prepared a proper birthday gift for Sandro. She had almost forgotten about the cookies she made for him and hoped that, if she hurried, she would still arrive on time. As she walked down the stairs, she suddenly heard her mother's voice coming from a nearby room. Her mother was speaking on the phone, saying that everything was being done for her daughter's sake. Lily paused in confusion after hearing her name. She realized her mother must be talking to someone over the phone. Standing quietly outside the room, Lily continued listening. Her mother explained that even if the situation was dangerous, she was willing to endure it. However, once the next 4 days were over, everything would finally be finished. She declared that she was tired of everything, including the PBI, and planned to resign as soon as she returned to the United States. She admitted that she had witnessed far too many horrifying things in that place. Unable to resist her curiosity, Lily stepped inside the room. She immediately noticed several large bags and suitcases scattered across the floor, along with piles of clothes. The sight left her wondering why so much luggage had already been packed. Meanwhile, her mother continued talking on the phone. She regretted ever becoming involved in the matter in the first place. She also mentioned that someone kept talking about wanting to become a good husband to Cynthia, and that Nate deserved to have a younger sibling. Lily's attention then shifted toward the laptop on the desk. She noticed words like emergency suspension, FBI, and return date displayed on the screen. Confused, she silently wondered what the FBI was, especially after seeing the same letters appear on the laptop. Her mother continued the conversation, advising the person on the other end to think carefully after returning to the United States. Since they had withdrawn without permission, a demotion was almost certain. Even so, she believed it would still be worth it because they could finally live safely beside their family. She also reminded the person about their dream of opening a camping area and suggested taking this opportunity to make it happen. At that moment, Lily called out to her mother. Startled, her mother quickly ended the conversation and asked whether Lily was not supposed to be heading to Sandro's house already. Lily admitted that she had almost forgotten the cookies before asking whether she had been speaking with Uncle Danny. Her mother calmly confirmed that she had, and suggested they leave together. As they prepared to go, Lily innocently asked what the FBI actually was. Her mother nervously brushed the question aside, insisting that it was nothing important. Lily wondered whether it was simply something only adults were allowed to know. She quietly thought that adults seemed to have far too many secrets, and even considered that perhaps Sandro already knew the answer. Noticing Lily's curiosity, her mother smiled, gently placed a hand on her shoulder, and explained that it was nothing more than boring work related to her parents' company. Lily immediately admitted that she hated anything related to work. Her mother laughed and agreed before suggesting they stop talking about such boring topics and instead go visit the friend who was waiting for Solha. Lily happily agreed. As they continued walking downstairs, Lily asked one more question. She wanted to know where they were actually going and whether they were preparing for a trip. Her mother hesitated before finally revealing the truth. They were not going on a trip. They were returning to the United States, where Lily would attend school and make new friends. She reminded Lily that Uncle Danny had a son around the same age and wanted the two of them to meet. The unexpected news completely stunned Lily. Her mother immediately noticed the change in her expression and asked what was wrong. Unable to hold back her emotions, Lily burst into tears. She realized that moving back to America meant she would never see Sandro again. Desperately, she wondered when they were leaving and prayed it would not be that very night. Her mother gently comforted her. Lily explained that she at least needed enough time to say goodbye because Sandro would be heartbroken if they disappeared without telling him. Her mother reassured her that they would absolutely say their goodbyes since they were not leaving immediately. She encouraged Lily to stop crying. Hearing those comforting words, Lily quietly asked if that promise was true. Her mother warmly assured her that it was. She explained that even after moving away, Lily and Alessandro could still stay in touch through phone calls and emails. She even suggested inviting Alessandro to visit once they settled in America, so he could stay with them for a few days. Hearing that, Lily happily agreed and immediately asked whether she could tell Sandro about the move that very day. Her mother suddenly stopped her. She firmly refused the idea. Lily became confused by her mother's unusually harsh reaction. After taking a deep breath, her mother gently explained that it was Sandro's birthday. Hearing such heartbreaking news on that special day would only upset him. She suggested keeping it a secret for now and waiting until after Christmas. Since Lily had already planned to go ice skating with Sandro after Christmas, she could tell him then instead. Lily quietly accepted her mother's decision. Soon afterward, Lily arrived at Alessandro's mansion to celebrate his birthday. As she looked around, she noticed that, just like the previous year, Sandro's parents were absent once again. Although the mansion was filled with many people, she realized she was the only one actually celebrating his birthday with him. Curious, Lily asked whether the tall man with glasses who had given Alessandro a birthday gift the previous year would be coming again. Alessandro explained that she was talking about his godfather. Unfortunately, he was busy with work and would not be able to attend this year. Lily quietly accepted the explanation. She felt that even the absence of his godfather must have disappointed Sandro. Spending a birthday without either parent was already painful enough, and this was the second year Alessandro had experienced it. She wished she had prepared something better than a simple batch of cookies. Wanting to cheer him up, she decided they should do something they had never done before. With a bright smile, Lily invited Sandro to visit the sea together, just the two of them. Alessandro happily agreed, and the two children spent the day by the shore. Lily built a sandcastle while enjoying the peaceful scenery. After wandering along the beach, Alessandro returned carrying several beautiful seashells. He explained that they would make perfect decorations for their sandcastle. Lily excitedly admired the shells, calling them beautiful. Alessandro then revealed that he had found one more shell buried beneath the sand. Since he believed Lily would like it, he wanted to use it as part of their decoration. Lily was surprised that he wanted to give such a rare shell to her. She pointed out that finding another one like it would not be easy. Alessandro gently explained that he was giving it to her because it was beautiful, not because it was rare. He also admitted that he knew she had suggested visiting the sea only because she wanted to cheer him up. Lily was amazed that he had figured it out so easily. Alessandro smiled and explained that she had always tried to make him feel better whenever something difficult happened. Lily shyly wondered whether she was really that easy to read. Alessandro honestly admitted that she was. According to him, every emotion she felt was written across her face. Whether she was trying not to laugh, feeling hungry, becoming tired, or about to cry, he could always tell. Gathering his courage, he thanked her for everything she had done for him over the years. Although it was only a simple seashell, he explained that he had put his sincere feelings into it before asking her to accept it. Lily happily accepted the gift and thanked him with all her heart. To anyone else, it might have been nothing more than an ordinary seashell, but to her, it was the most beautiful seashell in the entire world. She planned to show it proudly to her parents once she returned home and promised herself that she would keep it safe forever, even after moving back to the United States. However, as she admired the shell, another painful memory suddenly returned. She remembered that she and her family would soon be leaving for America. Shock filled her heart as she realized that she still had not told Sandro the truth about their upcoming departure. The weather was beautiful. The sky, the ocean, and everything surrounding the beach was covered in brilliant shades of blue. Near the shore, Alessandro and Lily spent some quiet time talking alone. Alessandro noticed that Lily had suddenly started acting differently. He could tell she did not look well and suspected that she was feeling sick. Although Lily insisted that it was nothing, she held both hands against her chest and still looked unwell. Seeing through her act, Alessandro gently grabbed her shoulders and called her a liar. Lily was left completely surprised. He explained that he could always read her emotions simply by looking at her face. He had noticed that she always bit her lips whenever something was bothering her, whether she was frustrated, anxious, angry, or trying to hide something. Gently touching near her lips, he lovingly reminded her to stop biting them before they started bleeding. Before their conversation could continue, rain suddenly began to fall. Lily looked up in surprise, while both of them watched the sky. Alessandro stretched out his hand to feel the raindrops and realized it was only a light shower, although it did not seem like it would stop anytime soon. Remembering a small cave nearby, he suggested they run there for shelter, and Lily immediately agreed. The two quickly reached the small cave and hid from the rain. Lily sat down while Alessandro remained standing, quietly thinking. As time passed, the rainfall became heavier. Wondering how long it would continue, Lily looked at Alessandro. While removing his coat, he admitted he was not sure but noticed that her clothes were completely soaked. Believing she must be cold, he gently wrapped his coat around her shoulders and asked her to wear it. Although Lily appreciated his kindness, she worried about him instead. Alessandro reassured her that he had dressed warmly that day and would be perfectly fine. Lily thanked him and quietly thought that Sandro always acted like a grown man, even during moments like this. Looking around the cave, Lily commented that it felt like an entirely different world. She had never imagined the beach stretched so far, and was amazed to discover rock caves she had never seen before. To her, it truly felt as if they were on a vacation together. Alessandro agreed before sitting beside her. As the peaceful atmosphere settled in, Lily spoke about her dream of traveling together after they grew up because she had already made a list of places she wanted to visit. Curious, Alessandro asked where she wanted to go. Lily struggled to remember the name, only recalling that it was a place where people traveled by boats instead of buses. Alessandro realized she meant Venice. Lily happily remembered the name and smiled. Alessandro admitted he had only seen Venice in pictures, but it seemed like exactly the kind of place she would enjoy. Their conversation gradually became more heartfelt. Lily then asked Alessandro if there was anywhere he personally wanted to travel. At first he admitted he had never really thought about it because there had never been any particular destination he wished to visit. Even so, Lily insisted there had to be at least one place. After quietly thinking for a while, Alessandro finally admitted that he wanted to go somewhere where nobody knew him. Outside, the rain continued pouring. Alessandro shared that he wanted to see how ordinary people lived. He wanted to learn what they made during Easter, how they spent their time, and what it felt like to play in the snow. Lily silently listened to every word. He continued describing how nice it would be to spend the entire day walking, resting whenever he became tired, enjoying the scenery, and then continuing his journey. To him, any place like that would be wonderful, if such a place truly existed. Listening to his dreams, Lily remembered the snow globe she had once seen in Sandro's house. Inside it stood a Christmas tree and a pair of snowmen. It always reminded her of the two of them, a lonely pair surviving only because they relied on each other. However, another thought entered her mind. She wondered how Sandro would feel if he were suddenly left alone and a part of his world disappeared forever. Feeling increasingly nervous, Lily decided it would be better to tell him the truth now instead of waiting any longer. She tried to begin speaking, but before she could continue, Alessandro suddenly noticed that the sea looked much closer than before. Confused, Lily looked outside. Alessandro quickly realized that the tide had risen dramatically. Lily also noticed the seawater rushing toward the beach much faster than before. Understanding that staying inside the cave had become dangerous, Alessandro immediately decided they had to leave. The two ran through the rain as quickly as they could. During their escape, Lily accidentally struck a stone with her shoe and fell to the ground. Alessandro instantly turned back in concern and realized she could no longer stand because of the pain. Without hesitation, he crouched in front of her and told her to climb onto his back. Lily wrapped her arms around him, and Alessandro reminded her to hold on tightly before carrying her through the heavy rain. Eventually, they reached a small room inside a church. White cloths and several stored items surrounded the room, while a statue of Mother Mary stood nearby with candles burning softly. Looking at their soaked condition, Alessandro realized they would be in serious trouble if they returned home like that. They had gone to the beach without telling anyone and had been caught in the rain. At the very least, they needed to dry themselves before leaving. Lily stood there silently in her wet clothes. Noticing her expression, Alessandro asked what was wrong. Lily sadly realized she had lost the seashell Alessandro had given her and believed she must have dropped it when she fell. Unable to hold back her emotions, she covered her face with her hands and began crying while repeatedly apologizing. Alessandro gently comforted her, assuring her that it was fine and promising to find her an even prettier seashell next time. He led her to the fire he had already lit and asked her to sit there so she could warm herself. Once she had settled beside the fire, Alessandro remembered that she had been trying to tell him something earlier. Lily hesitated before gathering the courage to continue. She first asked him to promise to keep her secret. Alessandro listened quietly while she explained that she had promised her mother she would only tell him after Christmas, instead of revealing it that day. With great sadness, Lily finally confessed that her family would soon return to the United States and that she believed they would never come back to Italy again. Alessandro fell silent for a moment before responding. He reminded her that she had always wanted to attend school, so this should have been good news. Heartbroken, Lily stood up and admitted that she loved spending time with only Sandro and could not understand why he did not seem upset that she was leaving for somewhere so far away. Unable to hide his feelings any longer, Alessandro admitted that there was no way he was actually fine. Lily was stunned by his honesty. Looking at her sadly, he confessed that he truly hated the thought of her leaving. Even so, refusing to let her go would never change her family's decision. Because of that, he had decided to smile and see her off instead. He knew Lily was already hurting enough, and if he also became emotional, it would only make everything even more painful. Those words brought Lily to tears. She wished she did not have to leave, and wanted nothing more than to stay in Italy with Sandro. Alessandro gently reminded her that such a thing was impossible. He also asked her to think about whether she could truly stay away from her parents forever. Lowering her head sadly, Lily admitted that she wished her mother and father did not have to move to America because she wanted to remain in Italy. Alessandro believed her parents would be deeply hurt if they discovered she did not want to go with them. Still crying, Lily confessed that she had been just as devastated as they were when she unexpectedly heard the news. She also remembered hearing conversations about the FBI and family matters, making everything feel even more unfair. The sudden mention of the FBI immediately caught Alessandro's attention, leaving him visibly shocked as the atmosphere changed completely. The conversation came to an abrupt halt when Lily quietly revealed that she had been talking about the company where Alessandro's father worked. She explained that both of her parents had worked there as well, and that she had overheard her mother speaking with Uncle Danny on the phone. What seemed like an ordinary conversation immediately changed everything. The mention of the company made Alessandro visibly nervous. He explained that the FBI was not just any organization, but the federal police of the United States. Lily was completely confused by his reaction. She struggled to understand why her parents being connected to the FBI would matter at all, innocently wondering if her mother and father were actually police officers. The realization struck Alessandro like lightning. Terror instantly replaced his calm expression as he became convinced that everything had been a carefully planned trap. Believing the FBI had come to arrest his father, he grabbed Lily by both shoulders and angrily demanded to know why she had approached him in the first place. He accused her of becoming his friend only to deceive him and questioned what her true intentions had been from the very beginning. Lily froze in complete shock. She had no idea what had suddenly caused Alessandro to behave this way. Frightened by his terrifying expression, she admitted that she was scared and begged to know why he had changed all of a sudden. Instead of calming down, Alessandro mocked her fear. In his eyes, she was only frightened because she had finally been exposed. His suspicion became so overwhelming that he even questioned whether Solha was her real name. Lily could not understand why he believed she had been lying. Crying helplessly, she insisted that she had never lied to him and reminded him that he was the only person she had ever trusted enough to reveal that name. Alessandro refused to believe a single word. He accused Lily's parents of tricking his father so they could infiltrate his family and demanded to know why they had done it. Lily desperately tried to explain herself, but before she could finish, Alessandro reached his own conclusion. To him, there was only one possible answer. Since her parents were police officers, they had come to arrest a criminal and destroy his family. His anger quickly turned into hatred. Alessandro declared that if anything happened to his mother because of Lily or her family, he would never forgive her. He coldly ordered her to return to America, take her police officer parents with her, and disappear from his life forever. Lily quietly listened to every painful accusation. Raising her trembling hand toward him, she reminded Alessandro that they were friends, best friends. She desperately hoped those memories still meant something to him. Alessandro responded with nothing but sarcasm, repeating the word friends with a bitter laugh. He shattered Lily's heart. She stood silently in front of him, staring at him with tearful eyes as his cruel words continued. Still laughing mockingly, Alessandro questioned why she thought he had always been so kind to her. Through her tears, Lily tried to answer because she believed it was simply because they were friends. Alessandro cruelly destroyed that belief. He claimed that he had only tolerated her because he pitied her constant whining. According to him, he had merely humored her for a while, and she had foolishly mistaken that pity for genuine friendship. He insisted that they had never been friends at all, and that the entire relationship existed only inside her imagination. Unable to stop crying, Lily softly called Alessandro's name one last time. Without showing even the slightest sympathy, Alessandro warned her never to show her face to him again. He promised that next time he would not hold himself back. Lily remained standing there in silence as the evening slowly arrived. The scene shifted to the church, where the memories of that heartbreaking day continued to linger. Looking back on those events, Lily admitted that she could not even remember how she had managed to return home. Her parents were horrified when they saw her injuries, yet they never asked any questions. More accurately, they probably never had the chance. That very evening, Lily came down with a severe fever and remained bedridden for 3 straight days. Then the 4th day arrived. Standing before her was Alessandro, silently pointing a gun directly at her. Barely able to believe what she was seeing, Lily quietly called his name. Alessandro emotionlessly told her that this was not something she wanted to witness. Lily had already been taken hostage. She was tightly bound with ropes, forced onto her knees, blindfolded, and crying uncontrollably. Completely helpless, she could do nothing except wait. Then Alessandro pulled the trigger and shot her. The painful memory faded, bringing the story back to the present. River Winstead reflected that everything had changed after that day. She had been left completely alone. 18 long years had passed, during which she grew up under the name River Winstead and became a police officer, while Alessandro inherited his position as the successor of the Ranieri family. Despite the years that had passed, certain things had never changed. Whenever River saw or heard those familiar reminders, overwhelming confusion consumed her. Gently touching a black and gold pen, she admitted that countless questions still remained inside her heart. Even though she already knew Alessandro would never answer honestly, she still wanted to ask him one thing. Holding the pen tightly, River silently wondered who Alessandro truly was. Elsewhere, at a shooting range, Nate continued practicing with his handgun. Nate, a slender young man with striking red hair, suddenly stopped firing. Frustration filled his expression as he quietly cursed to himself. Pulling the trigger once more, the sound of the gunshot caused old memories to resurface. One of those memories showed Nate and Lily, both disguised, having a private conversation inside a building. Nate questioned her about the strange request she had mentioned. Disguised Lily explained that, after thinking about it carefully, it had actually felt more like an order than a request. Nate listened carefully, realizing that everything she was saying was completely new information. Lily continued describing her recent interactions with Alessandro. She explained that he would often tell her to remain completely still and not say a single word. Usually, they would both be sitting on chairs, and whenever she obeyed, Alessandro would simply stare at her intensely. A cup of coffee quietly rested nearby as she spoke. At first, Lily believed he was merely admiring her face, but the feeling gradually became much stranger than that. While listening, Nate tapped on his laptop and mentioned hearing that Alessandro enjoyed appreciating art. He wondered if that hobby explained his behavior. Lily immediately rejected the idea. She explained that the atmosphere felt completely different from someone simply admiring a painting or sculpture. Having worked in the fashion industry, she had developed a sharp eye for reading people, and she knew this was something entirely different. She admitted that whenever Alessandro looked at her in that particular way, she always felt uneasy. Most of the time, it seemed as though he was looking directly at her. However, during those moments, it felt as if he was projecting someone else's image onto her. The memory of Alessandro's piercing blue eyes staring deeply at her filled her mind once again. Finally, Lily realized what had unsettled her all along. She believed Alessandro had been seeing someone else through her. That realization deeply disturbed her. Quietly staring at his laptop, Nate could hardly believe what he had just heard. Another memory surfaced. Nate and Lily sat together inside a club, drinking alcohol. While recalling the past, Lily sadly admitted that she had genuinely believed Alessandro had been her friend. Instead, he had eventually shot her, and she believed he still thought she was dead. Under the influence of alcohol, Lily bitterly confessed that they should never have become close in the first place. She admitted that she had once believed Alessandro was a good person, but he had turned out to be no different from his father. Touching her forehead in frustration, she described Alessandro as a lunatic who had treated his own friend like prey. Those words triggered another realization inside Nate's mind. Remembering an earlier conversation, he recalled disguised Lily casually suggesting that Alessandro must have been unable to forget a certain woman. Everything suddenly connected. Nate realized that Alessandro had never truly been seeing the women around him. Instead, he had been projecting River's image onto every partner he chose. The memory disappeared, returning Nate to the shooting range. Thinking everything through, Nate concluded that Alessandro had never simply been attracted to women who resembled River by coincidence. From the very beginning, he had been chasing nothing more than shadows that reminded him of her. The horrifying truth was that Alessandro had killed River with his own hands, yet even as an adult he continued searching for women who looked exactly like her. Pointing his gun toward the target, Nate concluded that only a complete psychopath could behave that way. As another gunshot echoed through the range, he admitted that he had an incredibly bad feeling about everything and desperately wanted to understand why Alessandro continued acting this way. Firing another round, Nate realized they had made a terrible mistake by sending River on this mission. It felt as though they had personally handed Alessandro the exact prey he had been searching for all these years. Determined to prevent another tragedy, Nate resolved to pull River out of the mission before it became too late. Otherwise, he feared they might lose her forever. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the present-day River Winstead elegantly opened the door to Alessandro's office and stepped inside. Gracefully approaching him, she informed him that she had heard he wanted to see her. Remaining seated in his chair, Alessandro calmly looked up at River before inviting her to sit down. Alessandro arrived wearing a suit and informed River, who was still known as Lily, that his godfather wanted to meet her. When she heard that it was his godfather, she was surprised. Alessandro explained that his godfather was Damiani Gianni, whom she could simply call Signor Gianni. River recalled that the consigliere cared deeply about his late friend's only son, but she had never expected him to personally arrange a meeting like this. She realized he was probably curious to see what kind of woman his precious godson had chosen as his partner. Alessandro then explained that his godfather regularly attended a certain event, and unless something unexpected came up, he usually accompanied him. He wanted to arrange their meeting on that occasion, if she was comfortable with it. As Alessandro observed River, he pointed out that, from what he knew, she did not own anything suitable to wear to such an event. River immediately became nervous, knowing that the only clothes she had were cheap outfits that matched the image of a sex partner. She admitted that he was right. Alessandro picked up a fashion catalog from the table and suggested getting her a new outfit instead. He handed her the catalog and asked her to choose one. The catalog was filled with elegant and fashionable dresses in many colors, including pink and red. River carefully looked through every design. She remembered that Lily had originally been created to catch Sandro's attention, so she believed she should wear red. After making her choice, she showed him the red dress and asked for his opinion. Alessandro looked at the dress, gently took the catalog from her hands, and rejected her choice. Instead, he selected a blue dress, saying that it would suit her much better because blue looked better on her. His answer caught River completely by surprise. She quietly admitted that she had mostly worn neutral colors or blue since childhood, and she honestly liked the blue dress much more than the red one she had chosen. Even though his compliment was simple, the words stayed with her. She blushed as they looked into each other's eyes, and his comment continued to echo in her mind. Afterward, Alessandro brought her to an elegant clothing boutique. Upon entering, he instructed the staff that he would personally take River's measurements and ordered them to clear room 1. The staff immediately agreed and prepared the room. Their shopping bags, books, and clothing were placed neatly on a nearby table. As River prepared for the fitting, she was surprised that Alessandro intended to measure her himself instead of letting the staff handle it. She questioned whether he even knew how to do it, but he calmly assured her that he did. While standing there, River wondered whether it was really necessary for him to go this far just to have a dress tailored for her. As her eyes drifted toward Alessandro, she suddenly noticed something she had missed while he was wearing his jacket. She realized he was carrying a weapon even during a simple outing. Although she doubted he expected any danger, she also noticed he was not wearing a bulletproof vest. Noticing her hesitation, Alessandro reminded her to continue preparing for the measurements. River felt embarrassed and thought that although he was only trying to measure her for the dress, she disliked how she was simply being carried along by the situation. The fitting continued, and Alessandro instructed her to turn around and raise her arms so he could take accurate measurements. River quietly agreed and followed his directions. As he carefully measured her shoulders, chest, and waist, she found the situation strangely awkward. She realized that the distance between them had become much smaller than she had ever imagined. When River accidentally addressed him more formally, Alessandro casually pointed out that she had been calling him Sandro just moments earlier. Feeling flustered, she corrected herself and remained still as he continued working. Their close proximity made her increasingly self-conscious, while Alessandro remained focused on completing the fitting. Eventually, Alessandro finished and reminded her to stand up straight because he still had measurements left to take. River quietly nodded and agreed, allowing the fitting to continue. Alessandro continued taking River's measurements by measuring her legs. Throughout the process, he remained calm and focused. River watched him in silence and found it hard to believe he looked completely unfazed. She quietly thought that his composure was almost irritating. Once he finished, Alessandro told her that the measurements were done and that she could get dressed. River agreed and changed back into her clothes. After getting dressed, she stood in front of the mirror and examined her appearance. Alessandro looked at her and asked whether she was ready. River briefly reflected on everything that had happened and felt relieved that no one had noticed. She smiled brightly and assured him that she was fine. Alessandro suggested heading to the car, explaining that Paolo would take care of the remaining arrangements and meet them later. River agreed, and the two walked out of the boutique together. Outside, a luxurious car was waiting nearby beneath a bright, cloudy sky. As they stepped into the open, a strange flash of light caught River's eyes. She shielded them with her hand, confused because the light could not have come from the sun. The angle was completely wrong. At that very moment, on the rooftop of a building across the street, a sniper had already taken aim at them. River noticed the rooftop just as the sniper fired. Instantly realizing the danger, she recognized it as a sniper attack. Without hesitation, she warned Alessandro to get down. Alessandro reacted immediately. He rushed toward River, pulled her with him, and took cover behind a nearby car. A split second later, 3 bullets slammed into the vehicle. From the size of the bullet holes, River concluded that it was not military-grade ammunition. She also noted that the rounds were among the larger calibers available on the civilian market, suggesting that the shooter was not a professional equipped with the latest weapons. She wondered who would launch such an attack. Holding on to her, Alessandro told River that they needed to leave immediately. He pointed toward a nearby building and asked if she could see it. River understood where he meant. Although running there in her dress would be difficult, she realized they had no other choice. Without wasting another second, River tore apart her new dress to make it easier to move. Alessandro calmly reminded her to stay close because they would have to run together. River declared that she was ready, and Alessandro nodded. They immediately sprinted toward the building. Behind them, several voices shouted for others to catch them. 3 men dressed entirely in black appeared and began chasing the pair while yelling not to let them escape. River glanced back in shock, wondering where the men had suddenly come from. She quickly warned Alessandro that there were even more attackers behind them. Without turning around, Alessandro firmly instructed her not to look back. River nervously agreed and kept running. After a long chase, Alessandro and River finally hid behind the corner of a building. They cautiously watched their surroundings while remaining silent. The 3 pursuers eventually ran past them and disappeared in another direction. Leaning against the wall, Alessandro finally relaxed slightly and said that they had managed to lose them for the moment. River let out a tired sigh of relief. Running in high heels for the first time in a long while had completely exhausted her. She looked at Alessandro and asked what they should do next. He replied that it was still too early because they had not escaped completely. His priority was keeping her out of danger. However, he then pointed out that the attackers had already seen her face. River was surprised and finally understood why he had warned her not to look back. Alessandro explained that hiding her somewhere else would now be pointless. Even if she changed clothes, the attackers would still recognize and track her down. Stepping closer, he added that she would stand out even in a crowd. He told her to stay close to him because it would make protecting her much easier. River admitted to herself that he was right. In a small city, an Asian woman would be easy to recognize. Even so, she lowered her head sadly and asked why he did not simply abandon her. She believed she was only slowing him down because of her high heels and would become an even greater burden later. She thought it would be far more beneficial if he escaped alone. Alessandro gently held her shoulder and asked whether she really thought he was the type of man who would abandon the woman beside him just to save himself. River tried to protest, but he stopped her. He firmly promised that even if she slowed him down, he would remain by her side. Hearing his unwavering answer, River quietly accepted it and lowered her head, agreeing to continue with him. Alessandro briefly paused before looking ahead and telling her it was time to move. The two hurried toward a nearby staircase. Alessandro walked ahead while speaking with Paolo over the phone, and River followed closely behind. During the call, Alessandro reported that they were under attack by at least 6 people, including a sniper. He explained that they were heading toward the mansion rooftop and would reach the 5th floor, where there was an office building directly across from them. Behind him, River struggled to keep up. Running in heels had already pushed her to the limit, and climbing multiple flights of stairs made it even more exhausting. Alessandro continued speaking to Paolo, emphasizing that escaping safely with River remained their highest priority. He instructed Paolo to contact him again once everything was ready. As she climbed, River quietly thought that it might be better if they separated. She believed that without Alessandro beside her, she would no longer have to pretend to be an ordinary person. Her eyes then fell on the handgun secured at Alessandro's waist. She thought that if she only had a gun of her own, it would be enough to defend herself. As she hurried forward, her heels suddenly slipped on the stairs, causing her to lose her balance. She cried out as she began to fall. Hearing her scream, Alessandro immediately turned around. Before she could hit the ground, he caught her securely in his arms. Relieved, River thanked Sandro for saving her. Alessandro moved closer and carefully asked whether she was hurt or if she had sprained her ankle. River smiled faintly and assured him that she was fine. She admitted that she had twisted it slightly, but insisted she could still continue on her own. Alessandro apologized for pushing her so hard. Before they could continue, the 3 masked pursuers finally caught up to them. One of the men pointed directly at Alessandro and River while shouting that they had found them. Alessandro turned toward the attackers, his expression becoming cold with unmistakable fury. Alessandro quickly assessed the situation and determined that 4 attackers were coming up the stairs. He warned River that even more would probably arrive once they heard the gunfire. The 4 men continued advancing. Alessandro estimated that it would take them less than 5 minutes to reach the rooftop on the 5th floor. He realized it was too dangerous to keep running and accepted that a fight was now unavoidable. Taking River's hand, he led her away from the staircase. He apologized, explaining that although he would have preferred to carry her upstairs, doing so would only increase the chance of her being hit by a bullet. River told him not to worry. Alessandro smiled at her response and remarked that she was surprisingly good at making ridiculous demands. He quickly brought her to a hiding place and instructed her to stay there. Worried, River asked what he was going to do. Alessandro calmly told her not to worry about him. Although nervous, River quietly agreed and remained where she was. Before leaving, Alessandro suddenly asked whether she knew how to shoot a gun. His question caught River by surprise. Memories of her past flashed through her mind. She remembered being an exceptional marksman who had broken several shooting records, and even Jonathan Spencer had been forced to acknowledge her skill. However, revealing that ability now would only make Alessandro suspicious. Instead, she modestly replied that she knew the basics, but was not very good. Alessandro drew a handgun from inside his coat and handed it to her. He instructed her to shoot immediately if anyone got close. Recognizing it as a Glock, River felt slightly reassured just by holding it. She worried aloud about accidentally shooting Alessandro instead. Alessandro dismissed the concern. He told her that everyone around them was an enemy except her. He instructed her not to think about anything else and simply pull the trigger if necessary. River quietly agreed. Before leaving, Alessandro promised that he would call for her when it was safe. He reminded her once more that her only priority was protecting herself. River listened silently as Alessandro walked away alone to confront the 4 attackers. Watching him leave, she wondered how he could face so many enemies by himself. She also thought about how he had accepted the possibility of being hit by one of her stray bullets without hesitation. His voice had never shaken, and she realized he had meant every word. Sometime later, River remained hidden behind a wall with the Glock, while Alessandro continued exchanging gunfire with the attackers. The constant sound of gunshots told her that Alessandro was taking them down one after another. She considered whether she should provide cover for him. Just then, she heard a nearby door open. Peeking carefully, River saw a fully armed man trying to sneak up behind Alessandro. Realizing Alessandro had not noticed him yet, she decided she could no longer remain hidden. She raised the Glock and fired. Her shot struck the man's wrist, forcing him to lose control of his rifle. The wounded man cried out in pain as he looked around for whoever had shot him. Before he could recover, Alessandro immediately eliminated him. The body collapsed onto the floor as the battle finally grew quiet. Alessandro walked toward River while lowering his weapon. He admitted that he had expected her shooting skills to be much worse, and praised the accuracy of her shot. River replied that he had practically defeated the last attacker himself. Approaching her, Alessandro observed how calm she remained under pressure. He praised her quick judgment and commented that she had shown more courage than most police officers. River brushed off the compliment and claimed she had simply been lucky. Even so, she admitted she was only trying to stay composed because slowing him down would put both of them in greater danger. She then asked what their next plan was and whether Paolo had contacted him. As Alessandro holstered his weapon, he replied that Paolo had already understood the situation when they last spoke. He explained that they needed to keep moving until they reached a safe location. He then pointed toward the neighboring building and announced that they would cross over to it. River looked at the gap between the rooftops and remarked that it seemed rather far. Alessandro assured her that the jump should not be too difficult. Without hesitating, he sprinted forward and leaped across the gap, landing safely on the opposite rooftop. From the other side, he encouraged River not to be afraid. He promised that if she fell short, he would catch her. River admitted that fear was not really the problem. Instead, she silently complained that making such a jump in high heels was far from easy. Realizing she had no other option, she removed her heels, stepped back to gain momentum, and ran toward the edge. She jumped cleanly across the gap. Alessandro caught her securely as she landed. Praising her successful jump, he joked that he should buy her a pair of sneakers once they returned safely. River blushed and quietly thanked him. At that moment, Alessandro's phone vibrated. He answered Paolo's call and confirmed that they were already beside the neighboring building. After listening carefully, he received new directions telling them to head 2 blocks west. Ending the call, Alessandro put his phone back into his pocket. He explained that they first needed to climb down the building. Paolo would bring the car to a road 2 blocks farther west. Once they reached it, they only needed to get into the vehicle and escape. River worried that the attackers might ambush them again. Alessandro began answering but suddenly stopped and looked behind him. He realized the attackers were already coming up. Since the building had no internal staircase, there was only one possible route down. Placing both hands on River's shoulders, he explained that he would descend first and clear the way. He instructed her to find a safe place to hide and wait until he called for her. After giving those instructions, he released her shoulders and prepared to move. River became anxious at the thought of being separated from him again. Below, groups of armed men continued exchanging gunfire. River looked down at the Glock Alessandro had given her. She knew it could hold only 15 rounds with a full magazine. She began wondering how many enemies Alessandro had already fought and whether he still had enough ammunition. Checking her own pistol, she noticed it still felt heavy. She started thinking that perhaps Alessandro truly needed her help this time. Before she could decide, 2 unfamiliar men suddenly approached from behind Alessandro. Startled, River realized they had somehow appeared without either of them noticing. She immediately aimed at both attackers, knowing that landing clean shots on both would be difficult. Even so, she decided she had to try. Her first volley injured one of the men, but the second remained unharmed. Realizing one attacker was still standing, River prepared to fire again. Before she could, the unharmed man shot at her. The bullet struck her arm, causing her to drop the Glock as pain shot through her hand. Unable to grip the weapon, she watched it fall to the ground. The injured attacker immediately shouted at his partner not to kill her. He reminded him that they had been told the woman accompanying Alessandro was an ordinary American civilian. Hearing those orders, the unharmed man lowered his weapon slightly. He warned River to stop resisting and remain still if she wanted to stay alive. As blood flowed from her injured arm, River realized someone had given the attackers very specific instructions. Looking at the 2 men, she concluded that whoever had sent them knew about Alessandro and River. More importantly, that person seemed to know a great deal about Lily herself. Lily gritted her teeth tightly as she assessed the situation, remarking that the attack had been meticulously planned and demanding to know who was behind it. One of the men holding an AK-47 turned to his companion and suggested that since she was American, she probably could not understand them. The armed man stationed near Lily then ordered her to put her hands up, which she immediately did, while quietly noting to herself that they apparently had not gotten the memo about her speaking Italian. The armed man remarked that she should have listened from the start and noted that she looked pretty cute up close. His partner asked if she was his type, to which the armed man replied by telling his companion that he had eyes too, while looking right at him. Meanwhile, Lily slowly edged closer to him while keeping her hands raised, having spotted an opening. The armed man told Lily that she should be grateful, at which point Lily struck him squarely with her fist. The stunned man reeled from the blow and questioned if she was crazy for throwing punches. Lily quickly retreated a short distance and assumed a boxing fighting position, thinking to herself that if she could just hold out a little longer, Sandro would come to her rescue. Without warning, the other man launched an attack on Lily from behind, causing severe facial wounds and heavy bleeding before she collapsed to the floor. The armed man praised his partner Ronnie for the job well done, expressing disbelief that she was really just a civilian given how much fight she had in her. Ronnie stated that the downstairs area was completely wiped out and warned that they did not stand a chance under the circumstances. The armed man agreed that it could not be helped and suggested they simply take the woman and leave. Lying injured and in pain on the ground, the fallen Lily wondered if there was a blind spot she had missed and questioned when he had even gotten over there, cursing her own fading consciousness as she muttered that she was backing out. Bleeding heavily and whispering the name Sandro, she drifted off to sleep. Transitioning to somewhere else deep inside the old factory building, Ronnie informed Lily that he would let her make a call if she gave him the number. Lily was securely tied up by her hands and legs while seated upright on a chair, surrounded by 3 other men dressed entirely in black with their faces covered. Ronnie commanded Lily to tell him to come there and beg him to save her, reminding her that she had been running her mouth just fine back on the roof and demanding she answer him now. Lily's eyes remained securely covered with a cloth, leading her to think that even Sandro would not willingly jump into a hellhole like this, nor would he be able to make any major moves with so much attention drawn across the entire city. Biting her lip, Lily wondered above all whether he would risk his life to save a partner who was about to leave, concluding that the idea was simply ridiculous. When Ronnie asked her for the answer, Lily simply replied that she did not know. The angry kidnapper demanded to know what she meant, and Lily repeated that she did not know and that threatening her would not work. Growing furious, the kidnapper asked who she thought she was fooling, and questioned whether she really thought she could refuse to talk when they were asking so nicely. He stepped forward and declared that a beating should loosen her lips. As a nearby window remained open in the building, Lily mentally told herself that she needed Alessandro to find Antonio, repeating that one person dying for nothing was enough, urging the river and herself to just give up, and recalling Sandro telling her that even if she held him back, he was going to stay by her side. Overthinking the moment, Lily regretted what she had said and decided she did not want to get her hopes up again, concluding it was better if he did not come for her after all, Sandro. The following day, the kidnapper doused Lily with a bucket of water, leaving her fully drenched. Standing right next to her, the kidnapper asked if she was finally awake, noting that her face looked terrible after just a single day, despite her having been quite pretty previously, while Lily remained tied to the chair with an injured face, though her eyes were unbandaged this time. Lily retorted that it was all thanks to someone. Ronnie threw the bucket aside and remarked that things would have gone much better for her had she just answered right away. Stepping closer once more, he asked if she was finally ready to do as she was told. When Lily remained completely silent, Ronnie exploded, asking if this crazy bitch was for real and if she completely failed to grasp the situation she was currently in. Growing even more furious, he hurled insults, accusing her of being a bitch paid to spread her legs, who was now acting tough over some bullshit loyalty, and asking if she honestly thought that bastard even knew what she was doing or would give her a prize for a job well done. Silently answering to herself, Lily reflected that she had never taken any money and dismissed his words as a pathetic way of thinking. Lily then spoke up directly to all of them, declaring that if they did not want to die, they would suck anyone's toes or assholes, but she certainly would not. Ronnie challenged her, asking if she did not value her life and if she genuinely wanted him to kill her. Lily told Ronnie that he was all bark and no bite. When Ronnie asked what she meant, Lily spoke sarcastically, pointing out that if he was actually going to kill her, he would have done so already, and asking if he thought she did not realize why he was dragging the situation out and barking like a scared dog. She stated that he intended to squeeze her until she talked, and then use her as bait once he got what he needed. Lily's deduction was entirely correct, her words striking Ronnie without him expecting it. Lily continued, explaining that he knew facing Alessandro head-on without giving him a handicap would completely ruin his plan, which was why he had decided to keep her alive, to use as leverage, before sharply asking him if she was wrong. Enraged, Ronnie grabbed Lily's dress and declared that she talked far too fucking much, closing the distance right into her face. He stated that he was sick of listening to her anyway, warning her that if she did not want to die, she needed to stop being stubborn and just give him the number. Instead of complying, Lily opened her mouth and yanked off Ronnie's black mask. Furious, Ronnie slapped her across the face and swore, demanding to know what the fuck she thought she was doing. Lily tossed his mask onto the ground, smiled, and remarked what a shame it was, adding that she had seen his face now. Another kidnapper called out to ask if Ronnie was okay. Ronnie grew even more enraged and clenched his fists tightly, while Lily calmly taunted him, saying that even if she gave him the number nicely now, she figured she was not making it out of there alive anyway. Ronnie struck her with a punch, declaring he was completely done with her fucking bitch attitude. As beaten Lily looked upward, she noticed a peculiar tattoo on his finger, realizing that it was not just him, but that everyone in the room bore the exact same tattoo, leading her to wonder if it was a syndicate symbol, though she noted it seemed a bit unusual for that. By this point, Ronnie had relaxed his posture slightly, speaking curses and calling her a crazy bitch and a fucking slut. Lily had already collapsed onto the ground while still completely bound to the chair. Ronnie unzipped his pants and announced that he would do exactly what she wanted, calling her a bitch. Looking up at him with fear in her eyes, Lily watched as Ronnie wore a wicked smile, looked down at her, and stated that since they were going to kill her anyway, they might as well use her first so it would not go to waste, asking if she did not agree. Overwhelmed with fear and bitter disappointment, Lily bit her lips in silence. Tears streamed down Lily's face as she expressed disbelief at being degraded by such lowlifes. Closing her eyes, she whispered a silent plea for it to stop. Ronnie closed the distance, leaving Lily consumed by fear. Just as he prepared to take another step forward, a voice from behind called out his name. A gunshot rang out, striking Ronnie in the head and dropping him lifelessly to the ground. The sight of Ronnie dead terrified Lily to her core. The remaining 3 men shouted in panic, realizing it was an ambush and demanding to know where the attack had come from, before one by one they were struck down. Lily watched with a darkened, frightened expression as the casualties mounted, noting that every single one was taken down instantly with a bullet right to the temple. Bullets continued to fly until all 6 kidnappers lay dead from precise headshots. The attacker stepped forward into the light, revealing himself to be none other than Alessandro. Alessandro assured Lily that it was all over and urged her to come home. Lily wondered silently why Sandro had come for her. Sandro used a knife to cut the ropes binding her wrists and offered her his coat, checking to see if she was okay or injured anywhere. Surprised, Lily asked why he had come to save her, noting that there were too many enemies and he could have gotten hurt or even killed just for a temporary female partner. As Lily knelt down and touched her chest, she questioned his recklessness in coming all the way out there alone, while Sandro stood quietly beside her with his eyes fixed on her chest. Sandro immediately scooped her up, causing Lily to gasp in shock at his sudden movement. Sandro explained that he had planned to take her for a drive to the beach after they picked out a dress. Lily echoed his words in confusion about a drive. Carrying her away like Cinderella, Sandro reminded her that she had expressed a desire to go for a drive by the beach the last time. He added that since they could not go then, and this time had turned into a bust, they would simply go next time. Lily recalled her past statement about staying by his side, preferring to go together rather than alone, and asking to visit the beach once his business was concluded. In the present, Lily wondered if he had truly remembered that casual remark from the day she tagged along to Massimo's place. Looking at him with closed eyes, she pondered why he had to be so sweet to her, admitting that his actions made her rely on him despite knowing how their relationship would ultimately end, and confessing how much her growing wavering scared her. Sandro placed Lily inside his car and shut the door. Far away on top of a tower, an unknown person observed the scene through futuristic digital binoculars. The watcher was dressed in a fancy suit. Negotiations and hidden agendas. A few days later, amidst a beautiful setting of green trees and a 3-tier water fountain, Lily's uncle Federico sat on a phone call. Federico reported that the entire organization was in an uproar over the recent incident, noting that it made sense since Bambino himself had stepped up, and mentioned that Bambino was recovering at home while pampering her heavily, despite Dolce turning down requests to see her. Inside an office on the other end of the line, Nate listened and asked if she was okay now. Federico replied that she sounded fine when he heard her voice, and added that she had mentioned the kidnappers had matching tattoos on their fingers, promising to send Nate the drawing Dolce had made of them soon. Nate touched his head, thinking that Federico spoke of the event as a minor mishap, rather than showing concern for River's safety. Nate acknowledged the update with a brief agreement. Mentally, Nate worried that at this rate, River would remain in constant danger from both the outside and the inside. Touching his face, Nate voiced concern about danger from that bastard side as well. Nate stated that they could no longer leave Winstead exposed to such danger, pointing out that their agent had nearly died. Seated in his location, Federico asked what Nate wanted to do about it, noting that Nate could not simply tell her to drop everything and return now. Nate countered that she could return once the mission ended. Federico reacted with surprise. Nate then proposed his idea to end the mission early and asked to push up the timeline as much as possible. Nate questioned how many times Antonio had even been mentioned so far, emphasizing that even with a successful infiltration, they lacked core intelligence and had no single clue. Federico urged him to hold on, arguing that rushing things would not work to their advantage and could instead ruin everything. Nate insisted that they needed to pull her out before losing even more, warning that prolonged delays would only increase River's danger. Federico scoffed sarcastically, asking if Nate assumed he did not care about his own safety and danger. Nate countered that success would guarantee Federico at least a double promotion. Nate pointed out that Federico had been undercover longer and in a much more dangerous position, yet all the credit was going to Winstead right now, which must have frustrated him. After a brief pause, Federico admitted he saw Nate's point, but advised that sweet-talking required a more appealing approach and proper sincerity, attributing Nate's lack of tact to his youth and inexperience. Nate thought that he had known Federico would not be easy to convince, so he changed tactics. Nate offered a deal between just the two of them, promising to ensure the vast majority of the credit for the mission went to Federico. Federico chuckled, admitting he had not expected such an offer from an elite rich boy, and asked for more details. Nate explained that while Antonio's whereabouts were the primary goal, they had gathered plenty of other intelligence and successfully stopped several incidents before they happened, achievements that were far from minor. When Federico asked for the point, Nate put on a darkened expression and offered to forge the source of that intelligence to make it look like it came from Federico rather than Winstead. Nate reflected internally that River would definitely despise him if she found out, but resolved that he had to save her right now even if she hated him for it. Once she was safely back in the US, Nate planned to protect her at the campground in Detroit, a secure place where no one could hurt or covet her, regretting that he should never have taken her out of there in the first place and resolving to fix it before it was too late. He then pictured himself kissing River. Federico expressed doubt that Nate could pull it off, noting that knowing Dolce, she would not simply sit back and let it happen. Nate assured him that River would stay quiet because he would make sure of it. Nate concluded with the grim thought that River Winstead would never return to active duty, forever. The scene shifted to the day of the charity party. River, also known as Lily, arrived at the event with Sandro. As they entered the party, Sandro checked on her and asked if she was all right. He told her that she should let him know if she was not feeling well and reminded her that they could always go back home. Lily smiled and assured him that she was fine and was feeling much better. However, she admitted that she was a little nervous about meeting his godfather. She noticed that Sandro was still worrying about her even though she had already recovered. More importantly, Lily quickly turned her attention to the party itself. As expected from a mafia charity party, there were quite a few familiar criminals among the guests. Some were men who had once bailed themselves out of trouble, while others had served more than 10 years in prison. There were even men whose faces had frequently appeared in old case files. At first glance, however, all of them looked completely normal. Lily realized that Antonio was probably living his daily life among ordinary people just like these men, blending into society without drawing attention to himself. While Lily observed the guests, Sandro noticed someone approaching and informed her that his godfather was coming. The man who approached them was Damiano Gianni, Sandro's godfather. Damiano smiled and greeted Sandro, noting that he had arrived right on time. Lily looked at Damiano carefully and realized that this was the famous Damiano Giannini. From the outside, he looked more like a successful lawyer than a powerful figure within the mafia. Sandro greeted his godfather respectfully and said that it had been a while since they had last met. He then introduced Lily as the woman he had mentioned before and formally introduced her to Damiano. Damiano introduced himself as Damiano Giannini and politely asked whether Lily was more comfortable speaking English. Lily smiled and thanked him for his kindness. She asked him to call her Lily and mentioned that Sandro had told her that Damiano wanted to see her. Damiano explained that Sandro had mentioned Lily often enough to make him curious about the charming woman staying with him. Lily immediately turned towards Sandro and asked whether he had really talked about her that much with his godfather. Sandro became embarrassed and protested against his godfather's teasing. Damiano chuckled and reassured Sandro that he was only making a joke. Lily was surprised to see this side of Sandro. She had never seen him show such a human and embarrassed side with anyone else in the organization. Damiano then clarified that Sandro had not actually talked about Lily that much. However, he admitted that he had genuinely been curious about the guest staying at Sandro's place. Lily smiled and asked Damiano what he thought of her now that he had finally met her. She wanted to know whether she was anything like the woman he had imagined. Damiano smiled and told her that she was far more impressive than he had imagined. At that moment, the music began playing across the venue. Damiano announced that it was time to dance and politely asked Sandro if he could have the honor of taking Lily's first dance. Sandro was caught off guard by the request. Before he could say much, Lily placed her hand on his shoulder and reassured him that she would save the second dance for him. She added that she did not want to disappoint his godfather and asked whether he was all right with it. Sandro agreed. Lily and Damiano then began dancing together. As they moved across the dance floor, Damiano calmly revealed that Sandro was widely branded as a cold-blooded monster. He wondered whether Lily was afraid of him. Lily calmly explained that she was not afraid and had no reason to be. No matter what the world called Sandro, she saw him simply as Sandro. Damiano understood her response. He pointed out that if Sandro allowed her to call him by his nickname, there had to be something different about her. Lily explained that, from Sandro's perspective, she was simply someone with whom he could have a decent conversation. She also reminded Damiano that she would be returning to America soon anyway. Damiano then revealed that he had heard Lily was a curator who had graduated from a prestigious university. He observed that, because she was logical and brilliant, it was only natural for Sandro to be drawn toward a woman with whom he could communicate easily. However, Damiano's interpretation went much deeper. He explained that, from his point of view, Lily had made herself a target. He described the people surrounding Sandro as countless arrows constantly being fired at him. Some were bastards crawling on the ground and desperately trying to secure a place within the organization. Others were elders who arrogantly interfered in matters concerning the production of a successor. There were also women who demanded money, drugs, or the position of lady of the house in exchange for spending a single night with Sandro. All of them used Sandro as their target. Damiano then pointed out that Lily was the exact opposite of those people. Lily was visibly shocked by his observation. Damiano continued by saying that, strangely enough, Sandro seemed to be the one acting as the arrow this time. He found the situation rather amusing. He wanted to know why Lily never demanded anything from Sandro. Even after being dragged into something dangerous and narrowly escaping death, she had not asked for compensation. Lily explained that she had no intention of selling her body or using her relationship with Sandro for personal gain. She also clarified that Sandro was not the perpetrator of what had happened to her. Instead, Sandro had been the person who willingly jumped into a dangerous situation to save her. Because of that, Lily did not want to hold him responsible and did not want anything from him. She felt that if the time they had spent together had been enjoyable, that alone was enough for her. She also needed to return to her normal life. Damiano accepted her answer and remarked that it was certainly an interesting way of looking at things. He told Lily that he would keep her words in mind. However, he then pointed out what he considered to be a contradiction in her claim that she wanted nothing from Sandro. Damiano leaned closer to Lily, and his expression suddenly became cold. He revealed that he knew she was not simply a civilian. She was an agent who had disguised herself as an ordinary woman and infiltrated their world. Lily's eyes widened, and fear became visible on her face. Damiano noticed her reaction and lightly acknowledged that he had frightened her. He then told her to relax because he had decided to keep her secret. He explained that he would be generous and reveal what he already knew first. He admitted that he did not know the identities of all the people involved. As usual, he had assumed that the Italian government, Interpol, or the FBI was behind the operation. However, he did not know anything beyond that. Federico Marvich was the exception. Damiano believed that Federico was either a police officer or a traitor, and one of those two possibilities had to be true. Damiano also reassured Lily that he had no intention of killing Marvich before she returned to America. If he eliminated Marvich, Lily would be placed in danger as well. However, Damiano warned her that if she shared his secret with Marvich or anyone else before returning to America, the situation would change. He would then have a secret that he could not even reveal to his own godson. With that warning, Damiano expected Lily to finally answer his questions. Lily wondered internally how much she could actually trust this man. She then revealed that she was searching for Antonio's whereabouts. Damiano observed that Lily apparently never knew when to give up, even though her efforts seemed to end in failure every time. Lily remained confident and insisted that she would succeed someday. Damiano wished her luck before moving on to his next question. He asked Lily what she would do if Alessandro eventually took over the boss's position. Lily explained that, in that situation, she supposed she would simply have to do what she was supposed to do. In her mind, the son would ultimately be no different from the father. Damiano recognized the sincerity in her answer and concluded that it did not sound like a lie. Lily, however, still could not understand Damiano's intentions. She explained that, from his perspective, she was a dangerous individual who should have been their #1 target for elimination. She wanted to know why he was willing to keep her secret despite knowing who she really was. Damiano simply referred to his own reason for doing so. He explained that climbing a cliff was also a lion's job and that he personally valued fairness. Lily immediately began thinking about Damiano's position. He was the godfather of the Sotto Capo, yet there seemed to be no reason for him to deliberately place Sandro in danger. Then Lily suddenly realized something. She considered the possibility that there was a reason the consigliere was not stepping forward himself. Perhaps the person who had pushed Alessandro off the cliff was not acting alone. There had to be someone else involved in this game, someone who even the consigliere could not interfere with. Lily then attempted to connect the possibility to Antonio. She wanted to know whether Sandro might know where Antonio was. Before she could continue, Damiano politely interrupted her and addressed her as Miss River. He reminded her that he was permitted to ask one final question. This time, however, he was not asking as a consigliere, but simply out of personal curiosity. Damiano's final question concerned Alessandro. He wanted to know whether Lily loved him. The question completely stunned Lily. Her eyes widened as she stood frozen, caught completely off guard by Damiano's unexpected question. Lily then hesitated and asked why he wanted to know. Damiano told her to answer with only one word, either yes or no, because he did not have time to waste. Lily's eyes immediately searched through the crowd for Alessandro. When Lily finally spotted him, she remained completely silent. She wondered whether she truly loved Alessandro. She knew that saying just one word would be enough to settle everything, and yet she could not bring herself to say it. Her thoughts became increasingly complicated as she struggled to understand what she truly felt. Lily remembered the day Alessandro had safely brought her back home. She could still feel the impact of his kindness, even though she considered it a cheap kindness. That memory continued to shake her emotionally. She knew that all of Alessandro's affection was directed toward Lily, not toward her true identity, and she could not understand why simply thinking about him made her feel so lost every time. Lily clenched her dress tightly in her hands as she struggled with the pain and confusion inside her. She tried to measure her own feelings, but she could no longer tell what was real and what was a lie. Because of that, she realized that she could not choose either answer. Throughout Lily's hesitation, Damiano quietly watched her without saying anything. He observed her carefully and waited for her response. Before Lily could say anything, Sandro suddenly appeared behind her and called out to both Lily and his godfather. Lily was startled by Sandro's sudden appearance. Damiano turned toward him and asked what was happening. Sandro explained that he did not mean to interrupt them, but it was already time for the meeting. Damiano was surprised that the time had already come. Lily turned around as Sandro explained that they were actually running a little late. Damiano then stepped forward and prepared to leave for the meeting. Before leaving, Sandro turned toward Lily and asked whether she would like to dance with him when he returned. Lily was caught completely off guard by the unexpected invitation. She had never thought Sandro would be interested in dancing, and although she did not particularly feel like doing it, she had no real reason to refuse. Lily simply agreed to dance with him. Alessandro smiled warmly at her before leaving with Damiano. Lily remained behind, still thinking about the strange invitation and everything that had happened during the evening. Later, Lily entered the women's washroom and placed her handbag down. She took a breath and tried to calm herself. She reminded herself not to panic and decided to go through everything step by step. The first thing she understood was that the consigliere already knew her true identity. Lily grimaced as she considered the implications. She had no idea where the information leak had come from, but Federico had essentially been compromised. At least the base itself had not been exposed. She already knew that Damiano's information network was extensive, but the extent of his knowledge was still unbelievable. For the moment, Lily had no choice but to trust Damiano. She reminded herself that if Damiano kept his word, there was still a chance to save Federico. However, there was another matter that needed to be addressed. Lily opened her red lipstick and carefully applied it while looking at herself in the mirror. Her thoughts returned to Antonio. She knew that Sandro and Damiano definitely knew where Antonio was and why he had disappeared. She also remembered the strange words Damiano had spoken earlier. Damiano had told her that climbing a cliff was a lion's job and that he happened to like fairness. Lily began wondering whether the entire situation could simply be a stage that Antonio had created to test his son. If that was the case, Damiano's emphasis on fairness suddenly made more sense. Lily pressed her lips together after applying the lipstick and continued thinking. She suspected that Damiano had deliberately pretended not to notice certain things in order to see whether the Sottocapo could identify and eliminate the mole inside the organization himself. Lily then wondered whether Antonio knew about everything that was happening. She also wondered what would happen if Antonio discovered the truth. At the same time, she realized that Damiano apparently had not yet discovered that she was the daughter of the hitmen involved in the past. For now, Lily could only hope that Damiano would keep her true identity to himself. More importantly, Sandro could never find out. Lily knew that she had been the first person to betray him. If Sandro discovered that the woman who had laughed with him, eaten with him, and shared a bed with him was actually the person who had betrayed him, the consequences would be devastating. No matter how much Alessandro cared for Lily, learning that she had deceived him again would destroy him. Lily eventually left the washroom, but the thoughts continued to follow her. She reminded herself that, regardless of how much Alessandro cared about Lily, discovering that she had betrayed him again would be unbearable for him. A few hours later, Lily was walking through a hallway inside the building. She stopped for a moment and looked outside. The sun had already set, yet the meeting still showed no sign of ending. Lily wondered what on earth they could possibly be discussing for the meeting to continue for so long. She wished she could hear what they were saying inside. Soon, Sandro finally approached her. Lily noticed him and called his name. Sandro apologized for keeping her waiting and explained that the meeting had dragged on much longer than expected. Lily told him that it was fine. She explained that because of the delay, she had gotten the opportunity to look at all the pieces in the collection. She then suggested that they head back. Sandro, however, told her that there was somewhere else they needed to go first. Lily immediately wondered where he was taking her. Without giving her a proper explanation, Sandro took her hand and simply told her that she would see. He led Lily into a hidden garden. A beautiful two-tier fountain stood within it. Lily looked around in amazement and realized that she had no idea such a place existed inside the property. The entrance was hidden so well that only people who already knew about the place would be able to find it. The secluded garden felt completely separate from the noisy charity party they had just left behind. Then music began playing softly from somewhere nearby. Sandro extended his hand toward Lily and invited her to come into the garden with him. A faint dance melody could be heard in the background as he stood there waiting for her. Sandro explained that he did not want them to miss their second chance by putting it off again. Lily looked at him and wondered whether this was supposed to feel like a final dance between them in a secret place. She placed her hand in his and allowed him to lead her into the dance. As the music continued around them, Lily thought about how the entire situation felt like a cliché often used in movies. Perhaps that was exactly why it felt so romantic. Under the quiet night sky, Lily and Sandro danced together while the music softly filled the hidden garden. During the dance, Sandro looked at Lily and told her that she was beautiful. Lily lightly responded that of course she was, considering who had chosen the dress. Sandro clarified that he was not talking about the dress, he meant Lily herself. His words caught her completely off guard, and she could only respond in surprise. Sandro then told her that the dress really suited her. He also expressed his hope that she would continue wearing it sometimes even after she returned to America. Lily promised that she would. However, another thought immediately entered her mind. If Alessandro cared about Lily this much, he could easily ask her to stay for a few more weeks until the New Year holidays. Yet Alessandro had never once asked her to stay. Lily wondered hypothetically what would happen if he actually begged her to remain with him. She wondered whether she would truly be able to coldly push him away and turn her back on him. She questioned whether her inability to do so was caused by some cruel sense of familiarity that had grown between them. Lily gently touched Sandro's arms as they continued dancing. Although they had known each other for less than 3 months, he had become the person with whom she shared almost every moment of her daily life, from morning until night. Whenever she was with him, she found herself remembering only the good times they had shared. She began wishing that their relationship had never become so twisted. She wished they were not the children of enemies. She wished Sandro had never betrayed her. More than anything, she wished they had never been born into a world where he was the son of a criminal and she was the daughter of a police officer. As they continued dancing beneath the moonlight, Lily wondered whether they could have been happier if things had been different. They looked into each other's eyes, silently facing the feelings neither of them could easily express. Lily wondered whether they could have faced their true feelings without being burdened by guilt, but at that moment she decided that she did not want to think about anything else. Under the moonlight, Lily and Sandro kissed each other. The moment carried all the emotions they had been trying to suppress throughout their complicated relationship. Yet Lily reminded herself that she had already been carrying far too much. She could not afford to indulge in emotions that she considered weak and trivial, such as sincerity. The scene shifted smoothly from their quiet moment beneath the gazebo to the aftermath of their intimate encounter. Only a short while ago, Lily and Sandro had been kissing beneath the gazebo, yet somehow, the moment had led them here. Lily found herself overwhelmed by how quickly things had changed. Sandro had only wanted to hold her hand at first, but Lily had understood his intentions. She could have made an excuse, saying that she was too tired or that her body ached, but for some reason, she had been unable to turn him down. Even if Lily had rejected him, she knew it would not have negatively affected their relationship. She could have simply refused, and Sandro would have understood. Yet when the moment came, she just could not bring herself to say no. The intimacy eventually passed, leaving the room quiet and still as the two of them remained together. Afterwards, Sandro carefully washed Lily's legs and gently cleaned them with a towel. Lily watched him with a blush, realizing that she was finally seeing this rare side of him. The sight made her feel strangely touched. She then settled comfortably into bed and looked at him, wondering if this was something he had done every time before. That realization explained why she had never felt uncomfortable or gross whenever she woke up afterward. Sandro placed the used cloth on the table before returning to the bed and lying beside Lily. He quietly stared at her, making Lily feel awkward under his gaze. This was the first time she had remained conscious after being intimate with him, and the unfamiliar experience felt overwhelming and strangely awkward. She wondered whether she should try talking to him, simply to ease the silence between them. Lily eventually smiled at Sandro and brought up Silvio, who was planning to visit the flower market soon. Silvio had offered to bring her some seeds or bulbs, and Lily began thinking about the empty lot where she intended to plant them. She touched her own hands nervously before asking Sandro about his favorite flower, hoping to turn their attention towards something lighter. Sandro admitted that he did not really have a favorite flower. Lily explained that she would be planting the flowers in the empty lot and told him that he could simply choose something, anything that came to mind. After thinking for a moment, Sandro suggested lilies. Lily immediately realized that he had probably chosen them because of her name, and she did not want that association. The thought made Lily uncomfortable. If she left lilies behind, she feared that the person who remained would keep thinking about the person who had left. She therefore suggested choosing brighter flowers instead, mentioning hyacinths, daffodils, and tulips. Among them, she settled on tulips as the better choice, and Sandro agreed to go with them. Lily became more enthusiastic as she described the many varieties of tulips. Some had frilly petals resembling lace, while others came in beautiful combinations of different colors. She then asked Sandro about his favorite color, Sandro listened quietly before telling her that he liked blue. Lily noticed that he still said nothing about wanting her to stay longer, and the thought made her wonder why he was trying so hard to hold on to the pieces of Lily that would remain behind. Lily then explained that blue tulips did not exist, which she found unfortunate. Since Sandro liked blue flowers, she suggested forget-me-nots instead. She described them as beautiful little flowers whose colors reminded her of his eyes. The idea of creating an entire forget-me-not garden gradually took shape in her mind, and she imagined that it would be beautiful. As she continued talking, Lily slowly became drowsy. Before long, Lily's eyes grew heavy, and she quietly drifted off to sleep beside him. Sandro remained awake in the silence, watching her peacefully. He said nothing and simply admired her sleeping figure, quietly holding on to the moment as Lily rested beside him. Federico Marvich sat by the beach, eating a sandwich and enjoying the quiet surroundings. After taking a bite, he smiled and commented on how delicious it was, wondering what was inside it. Just then, Cesar called him. Federico picked up his phone, surprised by the sudden call, since Cesar had not contacted him about something like this in quite a while. He answered the call and identified himself as Marvich. Cesar greeted him and asked him to meet soon, checking whether he was free. Federico readily agreed and asked when and where he should go. Cesare told him to check his messages for the details before asking where his niece was at the moment. Federico immediately became startled and clarified that Cesar meant Lily. Cesar confirmed it and explained that it would be nice if they could all see each other together, if possible. Federico began thinking that being suddenly summoned by a higher-up was never a good sign, at least for the small fry. However, this was not his first time receiving a call like this. The higher-ups had quietly arranged meetings this way before whenever they wanted to make a secret request. Federico privately considered it fortunate that he had secretly opened a Swiss bank account. Even if he had continued working as a cop for the rest of his life, he could never have earned this much money, not even after hundreds of years. Federico explained that Lily was staying at the Sottocapo's mansion, but the location of that house was a top-secret matter. He had barely managed to speak with her occasionally over the phone, so he did not know exactly where she was. Cesar accepted that there was nothing they could do about it. Federico then touched his phone and thought about Winstead, realizing that if she came along, she might discover what was happening, so he decided to leave her out of it. He simply agreed to meet Cesare and ended the call. After placing the phone on the table, Federico was notified about something else. Sitting back in his chair, he reminded himself that people only lived once, so he should make as much money as possible while he still had the chance. Federico rested his head against the chair and continued thinking about his future. If things turned out this way, there would be no reason for him to make a deal with Miller. Honor might be admirable, but money was definitely better. He was sick and tired of cleaning up their messes all this time. Once this mission was over, he planned to hand in his resignation and disappear somewhere far away, where nobody could find him. He imagined spending the rest of his life surrounded by luxury in a completely new world. Until that day came, he intended to rake in as much money as he possibly could. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Lily slowly woke up from her sleep with a yawn. She told herself that she should get up before noticing how swollen her eyes were after crying so much the previous day. She accepted that the swelling was only natural after everything that had happened. As she gathered her thoughts, she remembered her conversation with Nate. Nate had informed her that the plan had changed and that they were ending the mission. Headquarters was planning to assign a highly trained elite agent to the consigliere instead. Lily was stunned by the news and wondered why the mission was ending now. It should have already ended in Milan, yet she had only just begun finding clues about Antonio's whereabouts. Lily clenched the towel tightly in her hand before finally sighing and accepting that the decision had already been made. Objectively speaking, she knew that dragging the mission out was not a good idea, especially because the consigliere had already become suspicious of her. She asked about the specific schedule and whether anything had been decided yet. Nate explained that nothing had been finalized and that he would contact her separately, telling her to wait. He then asked whether she had any other news. Lily remained quiet as she considered everything. She would not exactly refuse, but after remembering the consigliere's words, she decided that saying anything more was unnecessary. Leaving Italy quietly and quickly was probably the safest choice. She therefore told Nate that she understood and was going to end the call. Before she could hang up, Nate stopped her and said there was one more thing he wanted to tell her. Lily asked what it was, and Nate admitted that he knew it was not the right time to say it, but he had never meant to hurt her intentionally. He explained that he had planned to apologize to her face once the mission was over, instead of doing it over the phone, but he thought it would be better to tell her now, before it became too late. Tears began forming in Lily's eyes as she listened. She knew Nate had not acted out of pure malice, and believed he was a good person at heart. She also remembered that Nate had lost his mother to Antonio, so perhaps his desire for revenge had caused him to lose control for a moment. Lily knew that the past could never simply be erased, but she wondered if they might eventually return to the way they used to be, laughing and talking comfortably together. For that reason, she thought perhaps forgiving him would be better. However, Nate then asked whether Lily understood that what happened could not have been helped. Lily touched her head in disbelief and asked what he meant. Nate insisted that it had been the best he could do at the time. Lily's grief quickly turned into anger as she realized that this was not an apology at all, but another attempt to justify himself. Through her tears, she accused him of calling her only to throw more excuses at her. She had kept listening because he promised to apologize, not because she wanted to hear his endless explanations. Lily could hardly believe that he had just thrown away his last chance with her. She regretted expecting anything from him in the first place. She then told Nate that from now on, whenever something like this happened, he should put her through to Sophia or someone else. Anyone from headquarters would be fine, as long as it was not him. Nate tried to calm her down and called her River. Lily immediately noticed the name and bitterly reminded him that she really had been River. Nate grimaced as her words struck him. Lily continued, reminding him that when she had wanted to go back to being her old self, he had been the one who stopped her. She pointed out how hypocritical it was for him to call her River now. Nate slowly apologized, but Lily told him that his apology had come too late. She no longer even knew who she truly was, whether she was Lily Gray or River Winstead. She told him that he would never understand even half of the misery she felt before cutting the call. Afterward, Lily cried endlessly. She was almost grateful that Sandro was not home, especially because of what had happened between them the previous night. In the present moment, Lily remained sitting quietly in bed before deciding that she needed to get up, wash her face, and go downstairs. As she left her room, she wondered whether Sandro had returned home after leaving earlier. When she stepped outside her bedroom, she noticed Martha, the mansion's cook, nearby. On the dining table were beautiful flower arrangements and a delicious-looking cake. Lily asked Martha about the flowers and the cake, wondering what everything was for. Martha smiled and said that she had not realized Lily was already awake, adding that she would have hurried more if she had known Lily would get up so early. Lily explained that she had simply happened to wake up and noticed how busy Martha looked, so she offered to help. From the kitchen, Martha immediately refused, joking that she could never make the birthday girl work. Lily froze in confusion, asking what she meant. Martha told her that she was almost finished and that Lily should simply sit down and wait a little longer. Lily sat there, wondering if she had heard Martha correctly. A realization slowly began to form in her mind, and she wondered if this could really be happening. Then, from behind her, Sandro stepped forward and gently wrapped his arms around her. He explained that he had been planning to wake her up later. With a warm smile, he wished Lily a happy birthday. Lily looked back at him, caught completely off guard, and realized with an awkward blush that what she had been imagining was not merely her imagination after all. At Lily's birthday celebration, Sandro's assistant, Martha, and Martha's husband gathered together in the dining hall. Everyone sang a birthday song for Lily while clapping their hands, filling the room with a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Lily smiled and blew out the candles on her birthday cake. Martha and her husband then presented Lily with a gift, which she happily accepted. Throughout the celebration, Sandro quietly admired her happiness. His eyes remained fixed on her with deep affection as Lily carefully looked at the embroidered handkerchief Martha had given her, appreciating the thought and effort behind it. Later, Lily walked along the staircase while thinking about the gifts she had received. Martha, her husband, and Sandro's assistant had each given her something different, and every gift seemed to perfectly reflect the personality of the person who had chosen it. As she continued up the stairs, Lily wondered how long it had been since she had last celebrated her birthday with a proper party. She then remembered that Sandro himself had not really given her a physical gift, but strangely she found that comforting. She had already received so much from everyone that another present might have felt overwhelming. Suddenly, Sandro called out Lily's name from downstairs, startling her. Lily turned around and saw him standing there. Sandro told her to change into something comfortable before coming back downstairs and reminded her to wear something warm, just in case. Lily was confused by the sudden instruction and wondered what was going on. She asked where they were going, but Sandro simply told her that he would wait in the car before immediately walking away. Lily stood there awkwardly, slightly frustrated that he had left without even giving her an answer, wishing he had at least explained himself before leaving. The next moment, Lily found herself sitting inside a black car with Sandro. They were driving somewhere surrounded by endless greenery, with only the two of them inside the vehicle. Lily quietly looked out of the window while Sandro drove. After some time, he suddenly stopped the car and announced that they had arrived. Lily looked straight ahead and was immediately surprised by what she saw. Stretching out before them was the ocean, an enormous expanse of blue extending as far as she could see. Lily stepped out of the car and softly remarked that they had arrived at the ocean. Sandro reminded Lily of the time when he had asked her to go for a drive with him. Lily looked at him in confusion as he explained that he had genuinely wanted to bring her to this place at least once because he had promised her back then. Lily was stunned that he still remembered something she had said so long ago. She admitted that she could hardly believe it because she had thought he would have forgotten. Sandro stepped closer and gently wrapped an arm around her in a side hug. He assured her that he had not forgotten a single thing they had ever talked about and told her that nobody else was allowed to come to this place so she could make herself completely at home. Lily stood frozen for a moment, her cheeks turning red from the warmth of his gesture. She thought about the saying that human beings were creatures who lived by learning and relying on warmth. Wanting to return the affection, Lily gently side-hugged Sandro as well and suggested that they dip their feet into the water, although she warned that it might be a little cold. Yet beneath her smile, another painful thought surfaced. She realized that misplaced kindness was not salvation, but an agonizing pain that carved itself into the heart. Once again, Sandro's warmth was hurting her, even though she knew that he was only trying to make her happy. The two of them walked along the shore together, their feet moving near the edge of the water. Lily wondered aloud why Sandro did not visit the place more often when it was so beautiful, especially since he had once told her that it was his favorite place. Sandro calmly explained that simply liking a place did not mean he had to visit it often. Lily stared at him before speaking brightly, pointing out that when she was busy, she was extremely busy, and when she was resting, she preferred staying at home. She playfully wondered whether he was doing the same thing, and simply kept putting off his visits with excuses. Sandro replied that he still came sometimes during winter, and reminded her that he had mentioned it the last time they went running together. Lily then asked whether there was a reason he only came during winter, since the beach seemed like an excellent place to exercise normally. Sandro was startled by Lily's question. After a moment, he explained that the place was not really somewhere he came for working out. Instead, it was a place he visited whenever he needed it. Lily became quiet at his vague answer before asking exactly when he needed to come there. Sandro remained silent, leaving Lily to wonder whether it was something he could not tell her. She looked toward the vast ocean as another possibility crossed her mind. She wondered whether Sandro had scattered his mother's ashes somewhere out there. Before she could say anything, Sandro noticed that Lily was cold and asked whether she was freezing. Lily admitted that she was a little cold. Sandro immediately took off his outerwear and pointed out that she had been shivering because it became quite windy there. He handed it to her and told her to put it on so she would not catch a cold, then suggested that they head back toward the car. He even offered her a piggyback ride, but Lily politely declined and assured him that she was fine. Afterwards, Sandro and Lily sat together on the chairs they had brought with them, enjoying the quiet view of the ocean. Lily held a warm cup of tea and thanked Sandro for celebrating her birthday with her. She admitted that she did not usually get to celebrate her birthday like this. She then asked Sandro when his birthday was, because she wanted to do something special for him as well. Sandro calmly sipped his tea before saying that his birthday had already passed, and that it was in midsummer, adding that Lily would not be there by then anyway. Lily became confused because she knew Sandro's birthday was actually December 21st, not midsummer, and it was literally the following month. She then wondered whether it was unfair that she was the only one whose birthday was being celebrated. Sandro explained that he did not expect anything in return, and that he had simply wanted to celebrate her because seeing her smile was enough for him. Lily blushed at his words and thanked him for making the day the best birthday she had ever experienced. Sandro smiled and gently pointed out that calling it merely the best day might actually be too modest. He reminded Lily that she always said everything was fine and encouraged her to be a little more greedy for once. Lily's talkative nature returned as she playfully imagined making an impossible request, wondering what would happen if she asked him to pluck the moon from the sky and whether he would be confident enough to handle it. Sandro answered that he would at least give it a try. As he said this, he reached toward Lily's hair and gently tucked it behind her ears. He then told her that while she was still there, she should enjoy herself as much as possible, before eventually returning to her precious people. Lily awkwardly agreed, but his words left another ache in her heart. She felt as though Sandro acted like it was a shame that time kept slipping away, yet he never actually asked her to stay beside him a little longer. She knew that when Sandro liked something, he wanted to have it and absolutely refused to let it go, so she could not understand why this situation could not be an exception just once. Growing upset by the thought, Lily finally decided to tell him that she might return home a little earlier than planned, perhaps at the beginning of the following month, or even by the end of the current month. Lily admitted that she had originally wanted to stay until Christmas, but something had come up and she would have to leave earlier than expected. Sandro looked at her calmly and accepted her decision without questioning it. He told her to let him know once her schedule was finalized and promised that he would book a flight for whatever time worked best for her. Lily gave him a small, strained smile and thanked him for taking care of everything. The two of them remained seated together, continuing their conversation as the moments passed, but Lily gradually became more upset inside. She could not help thinking about how perfectly practical Sandro's response had been. He was even offering to arrange her ticket, and when she considered it logically, there was no reason for her to behave this way or feel so sad. Holding her warm cup of tea between her hands, Lily became lost in her thoughts. She reminded herself that there was nothing tying her down there, and no reason for her heart to be so unsettled. Yet despite everything she told herself, her heart continued wavering. She eventually looked towards Sandro and called his name. Sandro responded with a quiet acknowledgement, and Lily asked him to put on some music. She told him that anything was fine, and that he could simply play whatever he wanted to hear. Sandro agreed, walked back toward the car, and turned on some music for them. The music soon filled the peaceful surroundings as Lily sat quietly, enjoying the gentle breeze and the rhythm of the song. She looked out toward the beautiful blue sky and the vast ocean stretching endlessly before her. For a brief moment, she allowed herself to simply relax and enjoy the peaceful atmosphere beside Sandro. However, the weather suddenly began to change. On their way back home, dark clouds gathered overhead and rain began pouring down. Lily looked through the car window at the falling rain and realized that the sky had been cloudy ever since they left. Now, finally, it had started raining, even though it was early winter. While Sandro continued driving through the rain, he called Lily's name. She turned toward him and responded in confusion. Without taking his eyes from the road, Sandro told her to open the glove compartment. Lily wondered what he wanted from inside and briefly assumed that perhaps he needed her to hand him something. She opened the glove box and immediately noticed something unexpected inside. Her expression changed as she asked what it was. Sandro calmly explained that it was her birthday present. Inside was a beautiful gift adorned with delicate, shining seashells. Lily carefully picked it up and stared at it in surprise. She had never seen that perfume brand anywhere before, and she began wondering whether Sandro had specially commissioned it as a birthday gift for her. The bottle itself immediately brought back an old memory. Lily remembered their childhood days when Sandro had once given her a conch shell and told her that it represented her heart, pleading with her to take it. The resemblance between that childhood gift and the present in her hands overwhelmed her. Tears gathered in Lily's eyes as she realized how deeply the gift affected her. It looked so much like the conch shell Sandro had given her when they were children. She held the present dearly, feeling the emotions she had tried so hard to suppress finally rising to the surface. Lily had always believed that she had changed just as much as Sandro had, but now she understood the truth. Neither of them had truly changed at all. Somewhere beneath all the hatred, anger, and resentment she had carried towards Sandro, the pure affection she had once felt for him had remained hidden all along. Still sobbing, Lily turned towards Sandro and called his name with deep affection. Sandro looked at her and asked what she wanted to say. Lily reached toward him, gently held his face, and kissed him. At that moment, she finally stopped denying what her heart had been telling her. She had fallen for the man sitting right in front of her. The two of them became lost in a tender kiss, their emotions overwhelming the distance and uncertainty that had existed between them for so long. As Sandro became more eager to return her affection, the movement was suddenly interrupted by the seatbelt pulling tight and stopping him. The unexpected interruption made both of them laugh. Outside the car, the rain continued falling heavily against the windows. Lily looked toward the rain and then turned back to Sandro, telling him that they should hurry home. Sandro agreed, and they continued their journey. Once they finally returned to the mansion, the emotions between them resurfaced, and they became lost in another sweet kiss. Seeing Lily's eagerness, Sandro gently warned her not to rush because he did not want to hurt her. Lily looked at him with complete determination and told him that she did not care if she got hurt and that she would not mind it. They kissed again, their emotions becoming stronger as the moment continued. Lily assured Sandro that today was okay and asked him not to worry, wanting him to stop holding himself back.